A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs. Isn't it wonderful?
Yes, it's like discovering a new kind of wash day.
You bet it is.
Now, I use the same granulated soap for everything in my wash.
That's right.
Now, I can wash my rayon slits with the same soap that gets my towels so white.
Absolutely.
Say, what are you two talking about? Let me in on this.
Oh, excuse us. Well, this lady was just showing her enthusiasm about Duz, Procter & Gamble's new kind of granulated soap.
Yes, haven't you heard about Duz? It does all three kinds of wash.
You mean towels and work clothes and colored things?
Yes, and not only your nicer colored washables, but your pretty rayon slips and dresses.
Well, I declare, this does the thing.
I does. You'll see it's a really new kind of granulated soap.
Yes, it's so new that a lot of ladies, just like myself, didn't believe there could be a soap like Duz until they tried it. But now, well, you should see how grand Duz is for my fussy colored things. And yet it gets those heavy work strips wonderfully clean.
Well, I have a heap of dirty towels to wash.
No, don't you worry about that. Duz will get 'em dazzling white. And you won't have to wear yourself out scrubbing either. In fact, no soap made gets clothes white easier than Duz.
Well, they have to be mighty white to suit me.
I'm fussy, too, but I've never used a soap that gives me whiter washes than this does.
Why, of course you haven't. Washings don't come any whiter than Duz does them.
Well, I never.
And just look at the suds Duz gives you. Then you'll see how really different it is.
Bet your life, if you've been using any of the 4 other leading granulated laundry soaps in your machine, you'll find Duz is better every way for suds. It makes more suds even in hardest water. Suds that build up faster and last up to twice as long. Just ask for brand new Duz, D-U-Z, today in that big red and white box. And next wash day, let Duz do everything. And now, the Goldbergs. For just at the very moment when Molly and all her plans seemed about to be halted, the breakthrough occurred. And now it's a question of turning a good thing into the best of all possible things for Orianne and the Ways. Mr. Edward Way is the last center of resistance. And if Molly can get him to give up Orianne and go back to his former wife, she feels that the months in which she drove Jake to distraction with her maneuverings will not have been wasted. And things are shaping up. But
Rosalie, give me some sugar for mine, too, dear. Here's Orianne, Mama. She's upstairs. And Mr. Way? You know where Mr. Way went, Rosalie, dear. To Mrs. Way. Why do you ask when you know? Why? I thought perhaps if we spoke to Orianne, he'd changed his mind. No, he went. He went, Rosalie. Sammy's shirt and Papa's pajamas are standing over there, darling. Thread me a needle and give me my button box. I can do that, Ma. No, let me, dear. Go over there, dear. All right. Here, Mark. Thank you. Mama, darling. Yes? Why are you so quiet lately? Quiet, I am. Uh-huh. Find me 4 little toe buttons, darling. 4. Sammy will be all right, Ma. I know, darling. I know Sammy will be all right. In times like these, Rosalie, darling, every mother's son, darling, every becomes your child. It's only too bad that it always takes trouble, tragedy, and wars to make human beings human. Seymour's been enjoying the Navy now. He told you? Uh-huh. You know something, Ma? Yes, Mama? I can understand why Orianne is marrying Mr. Way because he's sorry for him. He can be so sorry for a person, Ma, that pity can really be stronger than love. I believe that, Ma. And that's how I feel about Seymour. He loves me, Ma. He told you. Orianne? Come in, Orianne. I'm sitting till I'm drinking tea and I'm sorry about it. Rosalie, would it be too exhausting to put up a little water for some more tea? I could swallow another cup.
All right. And you too, Orianne?
Yes, sure. surely, why not? And then snap on a bigger light bulb, darling. My eyes without spectacles lately, I don't know. Sit, Orion, dear. Sit. Mr. Ray ran over to see Mrs. Ray, yes? Oh, and it's so important for Mrs. Ray to get him back again. I know. He suffered a lot, Orion. I realize it now. The worst suffering a person can have is when they do wrong and they would rather not. I can see that now. To hurt a man that she loved, for the fault they both did, and a hurt that they both did unto each other. No matter what it was, Mrs. Goldberg, Edward said he couldn't accept any of the things Margaret offered. He couldn't and he wouldn't, and he meant it that he said it. That's why he's there now to talk to me. But you, Orion, there's nothing left for me to say to him. You could have said to him that you didn't love him, that you never did love him. But I'll never be able to say that. Never. But it's so wrong, Orion. No. What can I do? You can call Mrs. Ray now, Orion. Call her now. Call her up. Speak to her now. Tell her not to give him up so easily. Will you speak to her? If you want me, I'll speak to her. If you think that I should speak to her, then I'll speak to her. I'll get her on the phone and... Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Ray?
Yes, this is Mrs. Ray.
This is Mrs. Goldbergs speaking.
Yes?
How are you?
Why do you ask?
Are you feeling well?
Yes, I'm all right, thank you.
Is Mr. Ray there?
No. Is he coming?
Yes, that's where he said he was going when he went.
Oh.
Mrs. Ray, Orion is here. He wishes to speak to you. Will you hold on?
Yes.
Orion, just a minute, please.
My doorbell is ringing.
Oh, your doorbell? Then answer it. We'll call back later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Please come in. Come in, Edward. Want to sit down?
Thanks.
Yeah. I'll take your hat.
It's all right. I don't know how to begin, Margaret.
Why, Edward?
Because things have changed a lot since we last spoke to each other.
Do you feel further away from me now than you were?
No. That's it. I feel closer. I mean, the past is back again. Not buried the way it was. And you did it.
You sorry?
I don't know. All I do know is that I can't accept what you've done, Margaret.
Why not? I'm not asking for anything in return. If I want to make you happy, well, accept it. It makes me happy.
There's only one thing that can make me happy. The one thing I'm absolutely determined to do. And that's to marry Oriane.
Then marry her, Edward.
I want to marry Oriane. I must. I know it's the one single thing I can do that will begin everything for me again.
Then why can't you accept what I've done? It's a very small thing, a question of money, of paying those people back.
Oh, it's not the money. It's not the paying back. It's the fact that you're doing it. It's the way you're doing it. You shouldn't. You mustn't. I can't accept it from you.
You hate me so much.
No. That's it. I don't. If I did, I'd call you a fool and take anything. But I don't hate you. It mixes me up. It throws everything out of line, making me uncertain and hesitant.
Then hate me.
I can't.
I'll leave it, but I won't stay on here and then you forget. If marrying Oriane is the one certain thing you want, well, I want you to marry her. I do, really, deeply and honestly. I assure you. It's something I thought I could never do, but I can marry her. Excuse me. Hello?
Hello? Hello, was it Mr. Ray? Answer just yes or no.
Yes.
Mrs. Ray, don't give up too easily.
Goodbye.
Just a minute. Orion wants to say a word. Hello?
Yes.
I know Edward's there. I know why he's there. He told me.
Yes?
But you must prevent him.
How can I
You're
help you?
the only one who can help anyone, no matter what he thinks. You must give in to him. You must let him let you
Oh,
go.
but
Please make him accept, not only for you, but for him and for me, no matter what I ever said to you. I know now how wrong it was. A man can't be so without a past. You must understand.
Yes. Yes, I will. Goodbye.
Who was it, Margaret?
It was Mrs. Goldberg, wishing me luck on my journey home. Won't so much of a journey home without you, Edward.
You know I can't do that.
Why don't you give yourself a chance?
How do you mean?
By giving me a chance, Edward. I know now the way I never knew before how much you've become part of my whole life. The bitterness of the past is in it, too. And the first hopes I had when we were married so long ago. It's all there, woven and threaded through my life, and it can never be broken. Edward, it was my own bitterness in the past that kept me from offering the devotion I wanted to give you. The bitterness is gone, all gone. And that old chance I refused to accept, I could accept now. All the hope, all the faith that I refused to recognize, I can recognize in me now. Not even speaking of love. I'm not asking. Only the chance, Edward. The chance. Please.
Margaret, don't. And all that past tugs at Edward Wade's spirit. But then there's Oriane. Say, tell me, are you putting up with a halfway soap for your dishes? You know, one of those mile bar soaps that don't have real speed, or those tough granulated soaps that fall short on safety for your hands? Well, you don't need to bother with those old-fashioned halfway soaps. Now that new Does is here. Yes, Does. That amazing new kind of granulated soap. You know, it does everything in your wash. And believe me, Does has everything you want for dishes, too. From whirlwind speed to extra kindness to your hands. Why, just notice how wonderfully smooth and soft your hands feel after doing dishes with Does. You see, Does is far kinder to your hands than any other leading granulated laundry soap. Yet no soap made can get dishes clean faster or easier than Does. It cuts even tough grease without any hard scouring. Why, you can tell the difference in Does right in the start. So, try it today. Does has everything you want for dishes. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written for you by Gertrude Berg. Next time, Molly dips again into her bag of experience and gives another little push to the ways and to Oriane. This is James Fleming, wishing you a good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
Ionized Yeast presents Lights Out, Everybody.
It is later than you think.
Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you, calmly but sincerely, to turn off your radio now.
My name, Arch Oboler. Tonight, another exciting Lights Out story for all of you who like to thrill and chill to tales of the unusual. Tonight's story happened because one rainy night I found myself stranded near an old New England graveyard. But first, Frank Martin for just a few seconds.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'll take that moment to remind you, if simply because of vitamin B and iron shortage, you're unattractively thin and nervous, unable to eat or sleep as you should, seldom feeling really peppy and alive, then for your own sake, try ironized yeast tablets. They cost but a few pennies a day. What's more, They're sold on a money-back basis. Listen, if you don't quickly begin to eat and sleep better, to feel much stronger and livelier, and if you're not convinced that ironized yeast will help you gain pounds of brand new flesh, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. Just be very sure you get the one and only Ironized Yeast, with IY on the package and on each tablet.
Daily Express. City editor, 1 moment. Daily Express. Want ad department, 1 moment, please. There you are. Daily Express. Sport department. Whom do you wish to speak to? 1 moment, please. Daily Express. 1 moment, I'll connect you. Daily Express.
Good morning, Mr. Roberts.
Good morning, Jim.
Kind of late today, aren't you, Mr. Roberts?
First time in 40 years. Can't understand what happened to my alarm clock.
Well, maybe it wore out.
Worn out. Maybe that's right. Just worn out.
Now, hold up a minute, will you, Mr. Roberts? I want to talk to you.
I'm late, Carter. What can I...
It's about that money, Mr. Roberts. I was wondering if you'd wait to say...
Of course, my boy, of course. How is she?
Oh, doing fine. Mr. Roberts, I want you to know how much Jean and I appreciate
All right. We're all human beings together, aren't we?
Some folks are.
I'm late. Got to hurry. See you later.
Thanks again, Mr. Roberts.
Oh.
Sam Roberts.
Yes, Harry.
Have you heard the news?
No, it was so late, didn't even look at the
Late?
paper.
Why, it's only 2 minutes after.
2 minutes after is 2 minutes late, Harry.
Sam Roberts, you're the... Oh, well. Listen, have you heard about Bridge? He's here. Bridge. Mr. Bridge, the new publisher.
Oh, him. Well, that's nice. He's taking things over.
Sam, you're not in the least bit interested in the fact that there's a new man on top, are you?
Well, I've been here so long, and many have come and gone.
But aren't you afraid of...
Well, finish it, Harry. Afraid of what?
Oh, forget it. That column of yours is all that matters, Sam?
Well, I've been doing it quite a number of years. You know, just this morning, I was thinking how fortunate a man I am. For 40 years, things have happened. Wars, peace conferences, depressions, and prosperity. And in all that time,
Mr. Roberts.
Someone paging you, Sam.
Mr. Roberts, you wanted upstairs right away.
Upstairs, Jim? Me?
He said come up right away. New boss, Mr. Bridge.
Mr. Bridge?
Yeah, right away. He's the boss.
That's not so good, Sam.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. You'd better get up there.
Sure. Too bad I was late today. Maybe he's been waiting for me.
Take the side steps, Sam. Get up there faster.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Harry. Thanks.
Good luck, Sam.
Luck? Why should I need luck? Funny about that alarm clock.
Yes?
Oh, I've never seen... Oh, you're new here, aren't you, Miss?
I'm Miss Ronson, Mr. Bridges' new secretary. What is it, please?
I'm Sam Roberts, column on the editorial page.
Oh, yes. Mr. Bridge was expecting you. If you'll wait a moment.
Yes.
Yes?
Mr. Roberts is here, Mr. Bridge.
All right, send him in a hurry.
Yes, sir. Very well. You can go in now.
Yes, so I heard.
All right, Roberts, come in.
Yes, sir.
Well, come in.
Yes, sir.
Sit there.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Bridge.
Sit down.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Bridge, I think you're going to like publishing the Daily Express. What I mean to say is, on this paper you'll find a group of men who work together, who actually think that the newspaper is part of their lives, who actually...
Just a moment, Mr. Roberts. I'm a busy man.
I can understand that.
I didn't ask you up here to hear about the esprit de corps of this organization. It's been my personal experience that the average man does what he's paid for. No more, no less.
Oh, now don't say that, Mr. Briggs. Now, you take Charlie down at number 1 Linotax. Why, there's a man...
Mr. Roberts.
I'm sorry. I know you're busy, but I thought maybe you'd like to know something.
I've seen the balance sheet. I know all I want to know about this publication. Daily Express earned 23% less in the 6 months of this fiscal year than it did in a similar period in any year in its history.
Well, I don't know much about that. But after all, things haven't been going too well any place. You can't blame the men.
The men of an organization make money. The men of an organization lose money. And I assure you, Mr. Roberts, that during the next 6 months, this newspaper will make money.
Well, that's fine. I'm sure folks...
Will you keep quiet?
That's what you want.
Mr. Roberts, there comes a time in every man's life when he ceases to be an asset to the organization which hires him. Might as well be frank and tell you that time has come in your career.
What did you say, Mr. Bridge?
In plain English, what I said was that you're getting just a little too old for this organization.
Old?
In other words, I'm giving you 2 weeks' notice. Sorry, Mr. Roberts, but that's the way things are. Good day, sir.
You mean fired?
The cashier will have your check. Good day.
But my column...
I'm a busy man, Mr. Roberts.
But my column...
I'm replacing that tomorrow with a syndicated column. Big-name Broadway stuff. That's what the public wants.
Mr. Bridge, you don't understand. Thousands of people, they write me. For 40 years I've been...
If you've been doing it for 40 years, that's long enough. Good day, Mr. Roberts.
Mr. Bridge, listen, where should I go? Ever since I was 16, this is my work. I don't know...
Must I have you shown up, Mr. Roberts?
No, I don't want to anger you, but my column... 40 years, I tell
Will
you.
you...
It isn't the money. I'll work for nothing.
Yes,
I'll work for nothing.
Now, look here, Roberts. If you
Didn't you hear me, Mr. Bridge? For nothing. Just let me be here.
Get out of here.
No, listen to me. Just a minute more.
I have no time. Get out.
But my 40 years here, since I was a boy.
You've been paid for every day.
But then I don't want any more pay. Just let me stay. My work. A man can't live without his work.
Get out. Miss Ronson.
No. I'll go. But before I go... Just another word.
Well...
Who wants me to go? The managing editor or you?
Certainly it's my doing. It's my money invested in the paper. It's my right to choose my employees.
Let me stay.
Oh, what are you going to do? Start playing hearts and flowers?
Please.
Once and for all, get out of here. This is a business institution. You've been paid for services rendered. Now get out of here and stop acting like a fool.
All right, Mr. Bridge. All right.
Yes, Mr. Bridge.
Go ahead with the rest of them. Get them up here one at a time.
Yes, Mr. Bridge.
Every man in the organization over 50, understand?
Yes, Mr. Bridge. Do you want me to include...
But, Miss Ronson, what's the matter? Answer me. Crazy little fool screaming like that. Answer me. All right, I'll come out there and see what's the matter. Look here, Miss Ronson. Didn't you hear me? What was the idea of... Miss Ronson, what's the matter with you?
The window. Lord.
Window? What about the window?
That old man, Mr. Roberts.
Well...
He just jumped out.
Ladies and gentlemen, a man is dead. And before this death leads to the other terrors that lie ahead in this strange story, suppose we pause for a moment, relax, and take time out for a deep breath in the midst of our lights out story. Lights out. The publisher and his chauffeur are driving along a country road.
Jenkins?
Yes, sir.
Why are you taking this road?
Well, I don't quite know.
What do you mean you don't know? What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, it's a shortcut here.
No, why didn't you say so in the first place?
Sorry, sir.
Jenkins?
Yes, sir.
How soon do you think we'll get to Hartville?
About midnight, sir.
Oh, that wife of mine, she thinks of the blamedest time as to... Jenkins, what are we slowing up for?
I don't know, sir. The engine...
Well, of all the infernal times and places. Jenkins, what's the idea?
It ain't my idea of stopping, sir. It's the engine.
This is no time for cleverness. You car like this stalling, I never heard of such a thing. Get it started quickly.
Yes, sir.
Well...
Something's wrong.
No, that's brilliant. Get out, you fool, and fix it.
Okay.
What's that?
I said yes, sir.
Oh, that brain. Well, what are you doing out there?
Trying to find the trouble.
Well, don't try, find it. Better go up and see myself. Well, have you located the trouble?
No, sir.
What do you mean, no, sir? Do you know your business or don't you?
Don't seem to be getting any sparks. The distributors don't...
And why doesn't the engine go? What do I pay you for? To stand around lonely roads in the middle of the night holding guessing games?
Doing my best.
Don't you talk back to me. If this car started, you incompetent good for nothing, or you're fired. You understand me?
Yeah? Okay.
Jenkins, where are you going? Jenkins!
Said I was fired, did you?
Come back here at once.
Yeah, I'll come back long enough to tell you that if I could take about 20 years off you, I'll change your face plenty before walking out on you.
How dare you?
You shove everybody else around. You shoved me around for the last time. I'm walking out on you, sourpuss. I'm walking out right now.
You can't leave me here in the middle of nowhere.
Can't I? Well, I'm doing it.
Now, Jenkins, you...
So long, dictator. Have a nice walk.
Jenkins, don't be a fool. Come back here. Jenkins, get this car started. Jenkins! Oh, all right. If you haven't heard the last of this, I'll fix you, you hoodlum. Leaving me like this, you'll regret it, Jenkins. Blasted dark. You shall walk my feet off, huh? Oh, no, I won't. Get in the car. Sit here until someone comes along. Infernal hoodlum.
I beg your pardon.
Huh?
But could I be of assistance?
What?
I was walking along. I saw you were stalled here.
Oh, well, that's fine. Yes, you can help me. I'll pay you well, too.
Will you?
Certainly. You know about cars?
I will drive.
Well, that's fine, but you'll have to get it started first. Something about the ignition. I don't know much about machinery, do you?
If you will let me sit behind the steering
Certainly,
wheel.
but fix the engine first.
If you will let me sit behind the steering
But I tell you, the
wheel.
engine... All right. You'll see for yourself the starter doesn't do any good. But... Start.
Yes.
Infernal Jenkins, he stalled me here deliberately.
We will go.
He'll regret this night, believe you me. Nothing wrong with the car at all, was there?
It runs well.
Say, what's the idea of turning down this road? This isn't the way to...
It's a short way.
Huh?
A much shorter way.
You mean to Hartville?
I assure you a much shorter way.
Oh, fine. Pretty clever fella. Say, how would you like working as my chauffeur? I pay well, treat my help well. Did you hear me? Said, how would you like the job working for me? I'll start you out at... So why do you keep your head turned? What? Wait. I turn the headlights off. Stop the car. The headlights are off. Stop the car. You can't drive in the dark.
I know the road well.
This is no dim-out area. Someone might run into us. Stop the car.
There is no time to wait.
Yes, I'll grant you I'm in a hurry, but if you think I'm going to jeopardize my life driving in the dark like this, you're crazy. Stop the car. Stop it. Well, more like it was jeopardizing my life. Well, come on, get out. You can fix the light.
Yes.
Everything's happening at once. Blasted automobile. Well, why stand there? Going to fix the light?
There will be light enough.
Huh? What are you talking about?
The moon.
The moon?
In a moment. The moonlight.
Moonlight? Who cares about moonlight? Fix the lights and... What? Cemetery. The cemetery.
We went where the road led.
What's the meaning of this?
Come.
Come? Come where? What are you up to? Why did you bring me to this infernal graveyard?
Follow me.
Follow you? Where? Among the tombstones?
This way.
Are you crazy? Get me out of here quickly.
You will follow me.
What are you up to? Your face. I have seen you before. This blasted half-light. I do know you, don't I?
Ask you once more. Come with me.
No. No violence. My money, it's in my inside pocket. Let me go, but no violence.
With me.
No. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I can't stand pain. I'll go with you. I'll go.
This way.
You think there's any profit in kidnapping me, let me tell you you're mistaken. Here, take my wallet and show me the way out of here, and we'll forget about the whole thing.
This way.
No. Don't make me walk too fast. I'm not used to walking. It isn't good for me to walk so fast. Now, listen, man, you've got to tell me. Where are you taking me? Where is there to go in the cemetery? I don't like it, I tell you, I don't. If this is your idea of a joke, I tell you, I don't like it. The tombstones shining so white, they're like hands stuck up out of the ground. No, I won't go any further. I don't care what you do. I won't go any... The moonlight's gone. Fellow, where are you? It's gotten so dark. Don't leave me here. There's infernal graves and tombstones. Answer me, where are you? Why? I'm my way up myself. So infernally dark, I can't see an inch in front of me. The doorknob. The door here. What? Oh, James up. I wonder what... Door! Let me out. Let me out of here. Let me out. Let me out of here.
I'm here.
Huh? Where? Oh. I heard you. You down there?
I am here.
Tell me, is that the way out?
The way out.
Oh. Wait for me. Wait for me. So infernally dark. Just get me out of here. Get me back in my car. Any place but out of this infernal cemetery. I'll pay you well, anything you want. Oh. There you are. What is this place? Where am I? Well, don't stand there in the shadows. Talk up. Where am I?
Look about you.
Infernal candlelight. What can I see? You said this was the way out. Well, lead the way.
Take up the candle.
All right, all right.
Look at the wall alongside of you. Hold the candle high.
What is this place?
You see
Oh.
the mausoleum of the family of Bridge. Your family.
No.
Look closely. The brass plate on that.
Jeremiah Bridge. Born 1802, died 1858. My grandfather.
You never were here before, were you?
Huh? Oh, no, of course not. I can't stand funerals and such things. Why am I here now?
They lived their years. Men of the family called Bridge. They lived their years like robber barons.
Hmm?
And then they died, and here in darkness, lost their hope.
What are you talking about? Who are you? Why did you bring me here?
I tried to rest, yet found no rest. As long as you were living.
Who are you?
As long as you were living.
Answer me, who are you? Take your arm away from your face and let me see. Roberts.
Yes. I tried to rest. But the thought of all the men, my friends, whose hearts you'd break as you broke mine, that thought kept tearing the dead bones in me until I thrust up out of the grave and came back for
Roberts,
you.
your face.
My coffin was a poor one. Worms and maggots worked quickly.
No.
The dead are dead, they told me.
Stay back.
The dead can't walk, they told me.
No closer.
The dead can't talk, they told me.
Stay back.
And yet I walk, I talk.
Back.
When you took away my work, you took away my life.
Back.
All the years I lived, I was what they call a good man, asking so little. A place to sleep, my work to do.
No, stop. I can't bear to look at you.
When you took my work, and with it my life, my goodness and kindness went through. In the grave, I learned the will to kill.
No, not me.
You hear me? Kill. And you, the one to be.
No, not me. You can't kill me.
Here in the place where all of your breed lie rotting, this is the place for you.
No, stay back. I can't go any further than the wall.
There's hate in me now. Hate that wants to tear the eyes that saw only profit from your death.
Oh, please, no, I beg of
Hate
you.
that wants to rip that fat hypocritical tongue from out your head.
Please, not me.
Hate that wants to rip the skin from off your flesh.
No, stop. Dead can't kill the living.
Hate can kill in life or death.
No, I'll get away from you. I will. Dark again. Roberts, where are you? I can't see. Then where? Gone. Hide. I'll hide till morning. What? Box. Coffin. Empty coffin on the floor. Yes, hide in it. Climb in. Put the lid down. Yeah? Never get me in here. Ghosts move material things. Never get me. Wait until morning. Get away then. Never happened anyway. Hallucination. Man jumped out of the window. How could he live again? Air. I think air's getting bad. Open the lid and see if he's gone. Can't budge it. He's sitting on it. Roberts, he's holding it tight. Get off. Get off.
The air, I'll suffocate. Get off! Robert, get off! Say, Miss Ransom.
Yes?
Where's Mr. Bridge? Something's come up about the Grosvenor contract. Said he'd have the paper signed.
Just a minute. Mr. Bridge hasn't come in yet this morning.
Morning? That's almost noon.
I know it is, but he isn't here. Had about a dozen appointments, but he just isn't here.
Perhaps he left it on his desk.
You'd better not disturb his papers.
Oh, I won't. Ransom, come here, quick.
What is it? What's the matter?
Look. The proof sheet. Night's paper. Where did it come from?
Why, I don't know. It wasn't there when I came in this morning.
Look at it. Look at it.
All right. All right.
Who?
J. Rogers Bridge, publisher of the Daily Express, committed suicide last night in his family mausoleum in the Rosewood Cemetery. Oh, no.
And look at the signature. Signed Roberts.
Robert. But he's the old man who jumped out of the window.
Wait. Look. Message. Printed on... Oh, no.
Printed on what? Tell me.
On a piece of human skin.
Mr. Oboler, I've often heard that a good newspaper man has supernatural powers, but I never expected to meet one who would return from the grave to make his last deadline. Oh, by the way, that brings up something I've been meaning to ask you.
What's that, Frank?
Do you think that under some circumstances a person might return from the dead?
Frank, I do have an idea about that, but I'm going to suggest that we put it with the unfinished business to be taken up in the near future, because after you say a word, I've got something very important I'd like to say to our listeners.
Friends, are you worried because you haven't the strength to do your work? Because you're so miserably thin and weak and worn out? Well, if, as with so many, it's only because you need more vitamin B and iron, get ironized yeast tablets. They've worked wonders for thousands who only needed more of these substances. Help them gain glorious new strength and energy in 5, 10, even more pounds, often in a few short weeks. Remember the name, ironized yeast tablets. Now, Arch Oboler with a serious message for every American.
Ladies and gentlemen, a few weeks ago on another network, I started a game. Perhaps you heard about it. It's called They're Here for Me. It's a very simple game. You sit where you are and you think, the Japs, the Nazis, they're here for me. Not for someone in the newspaper or someone in a town halfway across the world or someone I don't even know in this neighborhood or even for my neighbor next door. But for me. For me. Yeah, a smirking little Jap is standing at the door. He's there for you, not in the headlines, not just an idea, but actually there for you. It can't happen, you know. 3 million dead in Europe attest to that fact. Now, even if the words such as duty to one's fellow man and patriotism and a better world to come and all that sort of thing may not mean much to you, out of self-interest, these words should. They're here for me. Think about that Jap or that Nazi waiting for you. And then remember that every war-saving stamp and every war bond that you buy is a bullet or a bomb or a tank or an airplane between you personally and the horror of a Jap-Nazi world. Every bond that you buy, another bullet or another bomb or another tank or another airplane between you personally and the horror of a Jap-Nazi world. Tell your employer to start taking that 10% out of your pay, starting right now.
Lights Out will come to you again next Tuesday at this same time. Be sure to listen to Arch Oboler's chilling story of Knock at the Door. And if you need more vitamin D and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast, the one and only ironized yeast, with the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet.
It is
later than you think.
Ever hear of a substitute for new clothes? You may want one someday now that many clothing materials are becoming harder to get. So take care of your present clothes and let Energine cleaning fluid help you do it. Energine removes little grease spots that are the favorite feeding place of moths. Grease spots that make your clothes look worn, run down, old before their time. And Energine removes those grease spots easily. Simple directions are right on the Energine container. Get some tomorrow and start getting more satisfactory wear from your clothes by keeping them free of grease spots with Energine cleaning fluid. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock. Many thousands of years ago, when man was still sporting a bearskin coat, a matted beard, and a taste for raw meat, he discovered fire. He used this remarkable new invention to warm himself, to protect his people from their natural enemies, and to worship. A little later, he found out that his meat was tastier when cooked, and fire became an even greater boon. Still later, fire was used to propel a boat or run an engine, and in the course of time, it became a necessity of life. But although fire had been harnessed, it was never subdued. Civilization must always be on its guard against it. For all it needs is a guiding hand and a demented mind to run completely wild.
What time is it, Ralph?
Nearly 7.
She'll be here in a minute now.
Who?
Mamie.
Who's Mamie?
Oh, Ralph. Because you never listen when I talk to you. You know you've been without a cook and housemaid for over a week now, don't you?
I haven't complained, have I?
Not you haven't. I'm the one who's had to do the cooking. Well, I've had good luck. I put my meat papers yesterday and this woman called up. She's coming here for an interview tonight.
Oh, good. Where'd you put my paper?
It's right there in front of your nose, darling.
Oh, yes.
Do I hope she doesn't disappoint me?
Who?
Mamie.
Whose name is it?
Oh, never mind.
Oh, I think I haven't caught her yet.
What?
So this pyromaniac was on the loose, doesn't it? Named the Flaming Francis. She started 4 fires in the past 3 months.
Where, what?
Throughout the city. The last one was on Sanders Street.
But that's not far away from here.
No. She started a fire in the basement, and 3 people were burned to death.
Oh, horrible.
Oh, well, they'll get her sooner or later. They put special police on the case.
Why do people do things like that, Ralph?
Oh, well, I don't know. Something wrong upstairs, I guess. They're sick as well as criminal.
Oh, yes. When Mamie gets here, let me do the interview. I don't want you to scare her away.
Scare her away? What do I look like, a zombie?
You're liable to say something tactless, darling. You see, much more at home when the woman in the house has most of the talking.
All right.
But this is Dr. Howard, the girl, Ralph. I'm just not going to be a judge around here any longer.
Oh, honey, you know you're not.
Yes, he is. Excuse me, tie down.
Oh, would you like me to wear my dinner jacket?
Good evening. Are you ready? Yes, ma'am. Mamie Fair. But I'm the teacher. Oh, please come in. Mamie, this is Mr. Cartwright.
Hi, Mamie.
Nice to meet you, sir. Well, sit down, Mamie. Thank you. You can cook, of course. Yes, but only plain cooking. Oh, that's just what we want. We don't go into fancy dishes here. Isn't that so, Ralph?
Oh, sure.
Well, now, this apartment has 4 rooms, and your room's in there next to the kitchen. There's a small radio on the table for your own use. I think you'll be very comfortable. Any washing, Mrs. Cartwright? Oh, no. These things all seem right. Oh. The boy, of course, was lifted in the air. The boy was all right. Oh, well, fine. Then, I suppose you move in tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Yes, sir?
References.
Oh, yes. I imagine you have some, maybe. Doesn't say anything about references in the air. I know, but, it's not that I want to be silly to you.
Just tell us who you work for last.
I worked for a woman last in the United States. I'll write to her for reference if you want. How long did you work there? 2 years. I came here last month. I haven't been doing much since then. I thought I'd take a little rest. Now I want to go back to work again.
And maybe, what's this woman's name?
Kent.
And her address?
Now, look, Mr. Cartwright, if you think I'm lying... No, please don't feel that way. You write Mrs. Kent and show us the reference when you receive it. What? I'll do it tomorrow. Well, now, that's just about all. Can we expect you at 8 in the morning? I'll be here. But, here's your key. You can keep it with you. You get samples off and, what is it, honey? I was just wondering about the kitchen. Oh, you'll find it a very nice place to work in. There's just nothing to say we're both very new. What kind of a stove have you got? What kind? Electrical flame. Electric. Oh, too bad. An electric stove is just as easy to put on as a gas stove. I know a lot of people think so, but I don't. I always liked the kind that had the flame.
Hi, dear.
You ready, then?
Yeah, just the office an hour sooner. Oh, dinner ready? I'm starved.
I'm only got it all next to it. I have to send out for some tomatoes.
Yeah. Oh, did you find out any more about her?
Now, Val, the woman is sending for references. Don't be like that.
Yeah, I say so.
But she told me a little about herself. She's 39, and the people were farmers. She originally comes from the country somewhere. God, that's a paid sweetheart.
Yeah. Oh, say, I forget. I better wrap those messages.
What messages?
Oh, those special giant barbecue messages I bought for Larry Wilson. It's birthday Friday, and I want to send them out.
Well, what did you do with the box?
It's right here.
Darling, I didn't do any messages.
Oh, the kids have got lost. The box is over a foot high.
Well, Mamie cleaned the house today. Maybe she put them somewhere else.
Well, I'm going to have a look for them. If I don't get that package out in the morning, I'll forget about it. Hey.
You find it?
Oh, wait a second.
Where?
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, you did find it.
Yeah. Did I where?
Where?
In Mamie's room. He was pretty good, Eugenia.
Oh, May was a much better cook than she pretends to be.
Well, she still has to pass the acid test when she cooks me a first-class roast.
You want your coffee, mailman? Yes, thank you.
Oh, Mamie?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind passing me that box of cigars? They're on the table.
Yes, sir.
Oh, say, I got a break today, Virginia. Charlie Bolton came in with an order for 200.
All right, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Let's me light it for you, Mr. Cartwright.
Oh, that's nice of you, then. As I was saying, Virginia, Charlie Bolton came in.
Hey, you didn't put that much down before you burn yourself. I won't burn myself, ma'am. Is there anything else you want to ask, ma'am? No, thank you, Mamie. You can clear the decision and have the evening off. I've got a club meeting tonight, and Mr. Cartwright's going to a political meeting. Yes, ma'am. You might take in a movie around the corner. Oh, I don't think so. I can find things to do that I enjoy. Thanks for the evening, ma'am.
Oh, that was odd.
What was?
Well, right to that match that had almost burned her finger.
That reminded us, both.
If you hadn't forgotten about it, she's looking at it all the time.
Right. Let's not talk about it like it's inside business. I hear.
All right. I still think it was odd. Good morning.
Good morning, Dad.
Oh, where's Mamie?
That's what I'd like to know. Didn't come back last night.
Huh?
I'm making your breakfast, so if you won't be late to work.
Oh, you don't need to be left, do you?
I hope not. The things are still in the room. Oh, Ralph, I wish you wouldn't talk about your dinner so much. You might be able to hear
Now,
you.
don't blame this on me, Virginia. I never said anything
It's
to her.
annoying, that's all. I get someone I like, and she works one day, and then she disappears. It's enough to drive a woman to distraction.
Maybe she went out in a bender.
What?
Well, who knows? She might be one of those lost weekends. We may be better off getting rid of her after all.
Well, how can you say that?
All right. I'm sorry. I'd better stay out of your way. You're not in a very good mood today, dear. Here's my morning paper.
Where it always is at this time. Outside the door.
Okay. Hey, Virginia, look at this.
What is it?
This headline here. Flaming Francis strikes again.
What?
The pyromaniac nicknamed Flaming Francis by the police set fire to another building last night on Harrow Street.
Oh, it's just around the corner.
Fortunately, the building had been condemned and was just about to be razed. No one was injured, although a fireman was overcome by smoke.
Oh, he's right here in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
That's Mamie.
Mamie, all right.
Morning. Good morning, Mamie. I'm sorry I didn't get back last night, but I didn't think of leaving until this morning anyway. That's all right. You see, I went to visit a sick friend. She had no one to take care of her.
What's happened to your left hand, Mamie?
Yes?
Why is it bandaged?
Oh, it's nothing. I'll get my uniform on and start my work. All right, Mamie. Oh, well, thank goodness you did. Well, I guess... When?
That bandaged hand of hers.
What?
The bandage was padded, and part of it seemed to be stained with some kind of lotion.
What about it?
Well, it's the kind of bandage I've seen sometimes on a very bad day. Time once gone, like smoke from a burning ember, can never be reclaimed. But the ember can perpetuate itself. Given fuel enough, it can ignite and spread. And there are those who receive a strange exhilaration as they watch the flames march down, leaving death and desolation in their wake. We've got to get rid of her, Virginia.
Please, Bob, let's not be hasty.
I've got half a mind to call the police.
And what will you say to them? What is it that piece of woman they're after?
I admit it's all circumstantial, but I'm not taking any chances.
But, Bob, if you call the police and she's innocent, as I'm sure she is, then leave it.
What you don't seem to realize, Virginia, is that we may have a dangerous maniac in the house. We've simply got to protect ourselves whether we lose her or not.
Oh, you're right.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll call the police right now while she's out, and I'll have one of their men come over tonight.
Can't it wait until tomorrow?
Listen, I couldn't do any work at the office today because I was worrying so much. I was burning the whole block of flats down with you in it.
Oh, Bob, you've just got a big imagination.
Well, that's how I feel about it. And I'm calling the authorities. When did Mamie say she'd return?
She said about 10:30. She was going to the pictures.
For all we know, she may be planning to burn down a couple of hospitals just to keep herself in trim. No, I'm definitely going to get the police. And as you said, you hired this girl 2 nights ago. Yes, Sergeant. She answered an ad in the paper. Did she give any references, Mrs. Cartwright?
We asked her for them, and she said she'd write to the last place she worked at, in another state.
Well, it would take at least a week to get a reply, if her story was true. We can check on it later.
Sergeant, don't you think it may have been a coincidence? The burn on her hand, I mean.
Very easily. Frankly, I wasn't even sure it was a burn, but under the circumstances... You did the right thing, Mr. Cartwright. I wasn't taking any chances. This is innocent. She can prove it soon enough. Now, let's have a look at her room. Yes, all right. Come with me.
Maybe she's in here.
Is that her suitcase?
Yes.
We'll have a look at it. Have you any other clues? No, not yet. This is the first bait we've had. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything here.
What are you doing with my suitcase? Mamie.
We didn't think you'd be back so soon, Mamie.
Oh, the sergeant was sneaked into my thing.
Now, just a minute.
Mamie, this is
Sergeant Kane.
a policeman.
Yes? I'd like to ask you a few questions.
I haven't done anything. I'm not a thief.
We're not looking for a thief, Mamie. What happened to your hand?
I heard it.
How?
I burned it.
Where?
On a stove?
Yes?
In my friend's house. She told us she was going to visit her friend on the night of the last time. That's fine.
Mamie, I'm afraid I'll have to take you down to headquarters.
You're arresting me?
We just want to question you. If you answer that question the right way, we'll let you go inside an hour.
What have I done? What do you think I mean?
All right, Mamie. Come along quiet.
That's their fault. I knew I should never have taken this rotten job.
Come on, Mamie.
I'll cut the hands off me. I can walk by myself.
Here. There, that's that.
I guess we've lost it for good, man.
She was guilty. I could see it in her eyes. She was scared to death when she saw that detective. Don't you think we ought to get to bed?
I wish we could find out what happened to me.
I'll contact the police in the morning and ask them, dear. No, I can't do that. I can't go in.
Oh, I'll take it. Hello?
Papa?
Yes?
Dr. King.
Oh.
Everything all right in your base?
Why, yes.
I thought I should tell you. That cook of yours got away from him.
He did?
He escaped from the car just before he got to headquarters.
He escaped? Well.
Here, let me have that. Sergeant Kane?
The man got away, Mr. Cartwright. I thought I'd call you and put you on the alert.
Was he the one you were after?
Looks that way, now that you made a break. I've got 20 men scouring the city for her. Keep an eye on your place, too.
If she shows up here, I'll turn her in immediately.
I hope I didn't scare your wife.
Well, I'll take care of that.
As soon as we know, I'll let you know. You'll make Mr. Cartwright feel easier.
Thank you.
I advise you to take Ruthie into courthouse. Remember, she's a dangerous woman.
Yes, I'll keep my eyes open. Thanks for calling, Sergeant.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, I'm scared.
Now, Virginia, there's no need to be scared. There's nothing to be frightened about.
But I am. She's liable to come back and set fire to the apartment.
She's not at all likely to come back.
I won't stay here until she's caught, well.
Now, look, Virginia.
I just couldn't sleep all night. Darling, let's go to a hotel.
A hotel? Oh, now, that's silly. Besides, well, someone ought to be here in case she returns. It's perfectly all right. I can handle her.
And what? Would you really mind if I stayed overnight somewhere else?
Somewhere else? Well, who is?
I could go to your sister's place. Remember, she left the key when she went away on holidays.
It's after 11. You know, I don't like you to go across town at this hour alone.
Well, I'll take a cab in front of the door.
I suppose that'll be all right. And call me when you get there.
Oh, darling, I will. Oh, yes. Please be careful.
Don't worry, darling, I will. And that if I'll shut my eyes for the rest of the night. Mankind took many centuries to make of fire a good servant. But it takes only a few minutes for the good servant to turn into a destructive monster. Let's follow the fortunes of Plain and Francis.
Mrs. Parker, please make a family. A knife in my bag, and I know how to use it.
What do you want?
You thought you were pretty clever, didn't you, calling the police? Well, I'm clever. I was feeling you'd leave your house tonight when you found out I'd got away, and I've been waiting for you.
Really?
You're being very difficult. You tell me what I am. Well, you people are alike. You pay out money and you think I'm a slave.
What are you talking about?
Think you can buy the world, don't you? You think having money is everything. Well, it isn't.
All right, it isn't. Now, if you'll just let me...
No, Mrs. Carter. You're not getting a chance to call the police and tell them you saw me.
I won't say anything.
Coming with me. I want to prove something to you.
What are you going to prove?
That money isn't everything. I'm going to show you a bigger thing.
Only, what do you mean?
You'll find out. Come with me. It isn't very far. You're in this alley.
Where are you taking me?
She's walking Mrs. Cartwright. We're going into the cellar. Only steps. Open this door.
It's so dark in here.
You know what this building is? It's a warehouse. You know what they store here?
What?
Taxi. Take my light and rest. I'll show you something. Look at the signs on those walls. No smoking. Do not light nothing. Let the flames come up as light as the sun. And I'll leave you here to enjoy it to the finish.
Don't be a fool, Nanny. I wouldn't say that.
Not you wouldn't.
You don't know anything about me, do you? But you're going to learn a little something right now. Nanny, what's one of those newspapers in that bloody pen?
Newspaper?
What a strange firebug you turned out to be. How do you expect to set this building ablaze with one match?
What do you know about it?
I'll tell you what I know. I know that you had nothing to do with the Sanders Street fire. And the Harrow Street there was another job that was news to you.
How do you know?
Because I started them both. And I didn't do it with a match either.
That on the level?
Yes. I'll tell you something else you haven't heard of. Have a look. See? You know what these are? You know that?
No.
Boxes. I make them myself. All I have to do is to slide up against that wall. And it goes burn through everything. Crikey, we've got to know something about chemistry to make these.
We've used those things to start the fire?
We have got something in common, haven't we? We'd both love to see the flames as they lift their way from tree to tree. We'd both love to smell the smoke as it clears up in the sky. It's wonderful. It's wonderful to watch that thing in the world.
It's a cat rat. What about your husband? Does he know anything about this?
Ralph? Oh, Ralph's a fool. He'd never understand. You do know, yes, you do. Right. You know what it's good to hear the crackle of his burning too. And when the sparks fly. Here, take this tip. Look, you throw one on this side, and I'll throw mine over here. There's paper there. And we'll go outside and watch for me. We'll watch, and we'll laugh together. Throw it, Haley. Throw it.
Back on, Mr. Forsythe, or you might get hurt. This is your last fire, my girl. Come on.
There's anyone can see. What about Mamie? It's fire.
This woman can take you on the court.
Is it possible?
I had an idea you were behind those fires. We're seen in the neighborhood of two of them. We needed a little more proof.
You seem to have it.
I'll say we have. All right, flaming counters. Let's get started.
Oh, it's a pretty fire, isn't it? Oh, it's so clean. So clean and bright. I just wanted to get one last look. It's all the people out.
Fire is as old as time. And they said that even the earth was a smoldering crust before the coming of man. And it was a time-worn axiom that flaming Francis might have found appropriate. Fire can only be fought in turn with fire.
The Clock will be heard next week, same time, same station. Written by Lawrence Klee and narrated by Hart McGuire. You heard, as Virginia, Margot Lee. As Mamie, Margaret Christensen. As Ralph, John Bushell. And as the Sergeant, Max Alston. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program. In gasoline, you know, it takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Backfire.
Just a moment before, the music of the little tango orchestra had seemed pure magic to him, as they sat at their special table in the soft, enchanting gloom of the Club Madrid. Now it was discordant, a cacophony of meaningless noise and maddening, pounding rhythm. In the club, the dancers, the slim vocalists with their maracas, only heightened the despondency that settled on him like a cloud. And the thing that had worked the change, that had transformed magic into misery in a split second, was the thing that Amy had said, tossed across the table to him as if it had been a comment on the weather.
I'm sorry, Carl. I don't love you. I never did.
Amy, what are you saying?
Really, darling, it isn't anything to look so serious about. You must have known that we couldn't go on like this forever.
Amy, we can't just throw it all away. You've got to understand.
Throw what away? Carl, dear, you're being awfully naive, don't you think?
Amy, I love you. Is that naive? Is that stupid?
Well, it doesn't make very good sense, dear. We've had 3 months, 3 wonderful, exciting months. Arnold's coming home tomorrow, and that is that. You know how he'd explode if he ever found out.
No? When did you hear from him?
Well, he was in San Francisco this morning.
Aren't you just a little bit worried about him?
Why? We've been discreet enough.
You know, it's a little strange how a man can be so brilliant and so blind all at once.
You almost look as if you delight in telling Arnold that.
Yes. I'm afraid I can't afford to.
Naturally. You know, I think Arnold might resent it a little if he knew his wife had become romantically interested in her chauffeur.
That puts me in my place quite nicely, Amy.
It was meant to, darling. I suppose you run and get the car. I want to talk to the orchestra leader for a minute. Well, what are you waiting for?
Of course, Mrs. Pearson. Right away.
Of course, Mrs. Pearson, right away. You're back in your place now, aren't you, Carl? Yes, Mrs. Pearson. Of course, Mrs. Pearson. Right away, ma'am. Just like it was when you first came to the Pearson house over a year ago. Long before the thrilling, unbelievable discovery that Amy was interested in you. As you walk dumbly out of the nightclub, your mind goes back to the day Arnold Pearson hired you.
Well, Carl, I have an idea you'll work out quite nicely. I understand you're an excellent driver and mechanically inclined.
That's right, Mr. Pearson.
Not so much on my account. It's mainly because of Mrs. Pearson.
I see.
She's a very impetuous woman, inclined to be reckless. She's had 2 accidents now, rather narrow escapes. I feel much safer with a chauffeur for her.
Of course.
Mrs. Pearson becomes upset very easily, emotionally rather unstable. When she's troubled, she has a strange habit of taking the car out and driving like the wind.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, neither do I, frankly. Somehow it seems to cool her down, quiet her nerves. I hope that with you here as chauffeur, you'll have to find some less dangerous antidote for these explosions of hers.
Oh, I know I can help, sir.
Good. Then it's settled, Carl. I'm going to hire you. As far as I'm concerned, a prison record means absolutely nothing if a man is really willing to profit by his mistakes. You'll have every chance to make good.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Carl, you're back in your place. Right where you were the day Arnold hired you, fresh out of state prison. And he hasn't thought of you since. To Arnold, you were a piece of equipment, like a lawnmower or a washing machine. Not a human being who might want something else in the world. Something with pride and dignity. You hated him, didn't you, Carl? Him and his righteousness. And when Amy became interested in you, you wanted to scream in his face that if he didn't think you were somebody, his wife did. But that's all over now. The evenings at the Club Madrid with Amy are part of the past. She's Mrs. Pearson again, and you're back in your place as chauffeur. You're a little uneasy when Arnold called you into his study on the night of his return.
I don't quite know how to begin, Carl. Something rather unpleasant has been called to my attention.
Indeed, sir?
First, however, I think I ought to tell you that I've advised my lawyers about you, Carl. You'll never want for anything, even if something should happen to me.
Why, that's very kind of you, sir. I had no idea that
I'm happy to do it, Carl.
Oh.
All I ask in return is your confidence. It's about Mrs. Pearson.
Mrs. Pearson?
As you know, Carl, I'm quite well known. Well, the fact of the matter is, a chap from the firm spoke to me about Amy this afternoon. He implied she'd been seen on a number of occasions in the company of a strange man.
Oh, well, it's probably only gossip, sir. I'm sure
I hope it is just gossip. It sort of upset me, that's all. Coming home to a lot of ugly rumors about my wife and an orchestra leader.
An orchestra leader?
Yes. I believe he's working at the Club Madrid.
That stopped you, didn't it, Carl? So, there was only one reason for all those evenings with Amy at the Club Madrid. Harry Larkin, the orchestra leader. You were stupid not to have seen it from the first. You're raging inside as you walk downstairs to the library. Amy is still there, curled up by the fireplace with a book.
Hello, Amy.
Oh, Carl. What's the matter, darling?
I just talked to your husband. Seems there are rumors floating around.
About us?
No, not about us.
Why, I don't understand.
No, those baby blue eyes. Those beautiful, innocent baby blue eyes. You cheap, heartless little tramp.
Wait a minute.
Shut up. And tell me this, Amy. Who's it going to be after Terry Larkin?
Carl.
Kind of a hobby of yours, isn't it? Taking a fool out of every guy you meet. I ought to do Larkin a favor. I ought to go to him right now and give him the tip-off. Tell him he's due for the high dive in a couple of weeks.
You're not going to go anywhere. Do you understand?
No?
You're not going to do anything. You want to know why? Because you're involved as much as I am. Because I can talk, too. Because if it came right down to it, I'd sound a lot more convincing to Arnold and the parole board and everybody else.
What about Terry Larkin?
I'll see anybody I want any time I want.
You know where that'll get you?
I'll decide that. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going out for a drive.
Wait a minute. You know what Arnold said.
Skip it. When I want a chauffeur, I'll ring for one.
With the prologue of Backfire, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. But now, may I have a word with you regular friends of The Whistler? As you know, it's your loyalty that has made this the most popular West Coast program. Yet, if you had never tuned us in the first place, you wouldn't know whether you liked The Whistler or not, would you? Well, it occurred to me that in much the same way, many of you haven't discovered how much pleasure Signal gasoline can add to your driving. Because you just haven't gotten around yet to trying Signal gasoline. Of course, if you've lived out west any length of time at all, you know Signal is famous as the Go Farther gasoline. And you've no doubt heard me explain many times the reason for Signal's good mileage. The extra efficiency today's Signal gasoline gets from your motor. It's quicker starting, it's faster pickup, it's quieter, higher anti-knock. Now, doesn't that all add up to the kind of gasoline you want for your car? Okay, then I'd like to ask a favor of you. How about trying a few fillings of Signal gasoline, starting with your next tankful? Let your own car prove to you why Signal says, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And now back to the Whistler.
Well, Carl, it's a thin line that divides love from hatred, isn't it? There's a blind, driving hate inside you, fighting for expression every minute of the time you're with Amy. Chained to that steering wheel, driving her to secret appointments with Terry, hearing her say the same things to him she used to say to you, listening to her lie to Arnold about where she's been, realizing you're helpless, that you can't say anything. It's on your mind all the time. As you lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep, during the day as you go about your duties. You know now that sometime and in some way, you're going to kill her. It comes to you quite unexpectedly one afternoon while you're having the family car lubricated, watching the attendant finish up.
Well, there she is, Carl. I don't think you'll find a squeak in her now. Oh, yes, and by the way.
Yeah?
Keep an eye on that speedometer, huh? According to our records, you ran over a little this time.
You mean you keep a record here?
Yeah, sure, and all our customers.
Oh, mileage record, huh?
Mm-hmm. Only takes a minute to put it down, you know. Comes in handy sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Thanks, Joe. I'll keep an eye on that speedometer.
And that's all it took, Carl. A chance remark by the station attendant. Keep an eye on that speedometer, he said, and that's what you're doing. It's 5 miles to the Pearson home from the station, exactly 5 miles. And as the little figures on the speedometer drop into place, parts of a plan start falling into place in your mind. Amy and Arnold are at home. Martha, the housekeeper, took part of the afternoon off and went to a movie. By the time you arrive at the house, you've decided to take the chance. Arnold is alone in his study. You hate to disturb him, but you think there's something that he ought to know about Terry Larkin.
Carl, are you positive about this? Absolutely certain?
Yes, sir, I am. I'm terribly sorry, sir, and I wouldn't have mentioned it, but you seemed so upset when you heard about it the other time.
I know. It's all right, Carl. You're simply doing your duty. Where's Mrs. Pearson now?
I think she's in the drawing room.
Thank you very much. You've been most loyal.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Carl, it's underway now. And as you stand alone in the study and listen, you realize how right Amy was when she said Arnold would explode if he knew the truth about her. You never heard anything like this, Quarrel. It's more than you'd hoped for.
No right to accuse me that way.
Did you see this man, Amy? Answer me. Did you see this man?
All right, Arnold. What if I did? It's nothing to you. You're so wrapped up in your career, so why do you even notice?
My career has nothing to do with it.
I don't care anymore. Do you understand that? I just don't care.
And best of all, Carl, you aren't worried about what Amy might say about you. What she says won't matter. It's what she does that concerns you now. All that matters is that she behaves as you expect her to. And she does exactly. The moment the quarrel is over, she rushes out of the house and hurries across the lawn to the garage for another wild ride. You have the car all turned around, keys in the ignition, ready for her. At the moment that she's sending the big car rolling down the driveway, you're reaching in her dresser drawer for her small .22 caliber pistol. And a minute later, you're walking quietly to Arnold's study for the most important step of all.
Oh, it's you, Carl.
Yeah.
She left in the car, didn't she? I was hoping you wouldn't let her do that.
Mrs. Pearson does pretty much as she chooses.
Now, wait a minute, Carl.
Not only with you, Mr. Pearson, with me, too.
That's quite enough, Carl. You'll do well to let the matter drop right here. Forget all about it. I'll attend to my affairs in my... Carl, what are you doing with that pistol?
You don't feel like such a big shot now, do you? It kind of brings you down to size, doesn't it?
Carl, wait a minute.
I've waited long enough.
Put down that gun. Carl, have you gone crazy?
Yes, Carl. He doesn't look so big or successful or patronizing now, does he? And he didn't realize until too late that he made a fatal mistake when he put you in his will. Now you'll not only get back at Amy, but what did Arnold say? You'll never want for anything as long as you live. You carefully wipe the fingerprints from Amy's pistol and hide it in her bedroom, where you know it will be found. And then you hurry back to your quarters over the garage. Yes, Carl. Amy did just as you expected, and part of the gamble is won. Now the whole plan hinges on time. It's quiet now. Nothing but the tick of the clock on your dresser as you sit there, waiting for Amy to return. 5 minutes, 10, 20, a half hour, and still no sound of the car. Then you hear the squeal of tires as Amy swings into the driveway, and you know you've won. She pulls the car into the garage. The door slams, and you hear Amy's quick footsteps receding up the drive toward the house. In a half minute, you're into the garage, and those swift, sure fingers of yours are setting the speedometer back to the mileage reading it showed when you brought the car back from the service station this afternoon. Yes, that's the heart of the plan, isn't it, Carl? It begins to add up now. Those little black figures on the speedometer, plus the mileage record at the service station, will give the police one unmistakable deadly fact. That regardless of what Amy says about driving alone on the highway at the time of her husband's murder, the speedometer will show that the car had not been taken from the garage. More waiting now, Carl. More pacing back and forth in your little room over the garage, expecting any minute to hear the scream that's sure to come when Amy discovers her husband's body. But it doesn't come. There's no sound from the house. You wonder, then begin to be afraid, and then decide Amy simply hasn't gone into the study. Finally, at long last, you see Martha coming around the corner from the bus stop, back from the matinee. You brace yourself. It'll only be a moment now.
Just a minute. What's the matter?
Oh, Carl, it's terrible.
Here, sit down.
No.
What's the matter?
Oh, I can't believe it. That awful
Now, get a hold of
woman.
yourself, Martha. What are you talking about?
Mr. Pearson's dead. She killed him.
What?
Oh, I knew it'd happen sooner or later. That vicious temper of hers. Oh, she's a devil.
Where is he?
In his study on the floor. Mrs. Pearson's in her room. I don't think she heard me. She's packing her things.
I can't believe it.
Oh, Carl, we've got to do something. I won't go back into that house. I'm afraid of her. Oh, I should have warned him. I knew it had happened. I knew it.
Here, just a minute, Martha. Operator, give me the police. Hurry!
It's working even better than you planned, isn't it, Carl? Martha discovering Arnold, and best of all, Amy, caught in the act of packing to go away. She must have decided to do that during her wild drive, realized it was all over with Arnold, that this quarrel was the last one. But who'll believe that story, Carl? It's so fantastic you can hardly believe it yourself. As the police car slides into the drive, the two of you run out to meet it, and you wisely decide to let Martha do most of the talking.
Still up there, Inspector, in her room, cold-bloodedly packing to go away. She was there when I came in and found Mr. Pearson. Carl had come home just before I did.
Is that correct? Yes, sir. I'd taken the car to be lubricated. Of course, as soon as Martha told me, I called headquarters.
I see. She doesn't know either of you two are here, eh?
I went in the back door, sir. I'm sure she didn't hear me.
How do you know she's packing?
The door was partly open as I sneaked down the hall past her room after I found Mr. Pearson.
Why didn't you tell her about it?
I was afraid she'd turn on me, sir. Oh, she's a devil, that one. The quarrels I've seen, Inspector. The way she'd cut at poor Mr. Pearson with that vicious tongue of hers. It's a wonder it didn't happen long ago.
Mm-hmm. So she bustles around in her room, taking her time with her husband dead in the study. That seem right to you, Carl?
Why, it does seem odd, Inspector,
That's putting it mildly. Mike.
Yeah, Chief.
Take 4 men and cover the exits of the house. Stay here yourself till the coroner arrives.
Right.
Come on, you two. Let's go up to the house. Really let him have it, didn't you?
Oh, it's terrible. Poor Mr. Pearson.
Hard to believe that she would do it.
That's what I was thinking. Those shots were fired from a small caliber gun. Does Mrs. Pearson own one?
Yes, she has a .22.
Uh-huh. Well, let's go up and see her. There's a few questions I want to ask you, Mrs. Pearson.
All right, officer.
You've been a little foolish, don't you think?
I have a right to do as I please in my own house.
That's a rather interesting attitude at the moment.
But
I think you might explain what this is all about, why there are officers all over this place.
I was about to ask you to do some explaining.
Well, I haven't a thing to say.
I see. Martha.
Yes, Inspector.
You say you were out of the house at a movie all afternoon.
Yes, sir. I just got off the bus a half hour ago and walked up to the house. And then I ran out to Carl's rooms over the garage.
All right, Martha. And you, Carl?
Yes, sir. I've been having the car lubricated. Just got back a few minutes before Martha.
Then you were out with the car almost all afternoon?
Yes, sir. That's right.
Carl.
I'd be careful about what I said if I were you, Mrs. Pearson.
Carl. What did you say?
I said I was out with the car all afternoon. I had it greased and brought it straight home.
Nothing wrong with that, is there, Mrs. Pearson?
I don't know what to...
Inspector, if there's any question, you can check the mileage on the speedometer. They keep a record at the station.
That's an idea. Now, Mrs. Pearson.
Of course, yes. Yes, of course Carl's telling the truth. He was out in the car. I've been here all afternoon.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, here are some facts I think you'll be interested in. You know, of course, the vital role that independent businessmen played in the building of America. And you know that today more and more men are expressing a desire to get into business for themselves. But did you know that our sponsor, Signal Oil Company, has for over 15 years sold its products only through independent businessmen? Substantial, responsible men who are so earnest about their business of serving the motoring public that they're willing to invest their own money in it. Naturally, Signal dealers are carefully chosen for their ability and integrity, which explains why so many dealers have been with Signal Oil Company ever since the beginning, 15 years ago. No wonder you find more conscientious, experienced men operating Signal stations. And no wonder Signal dealers, with an incentive to build their own business, naturally give your car more thorough service that does help it run better and last longer. Now back to the Whistler.
Well, Carl, that stopped you, didn't it? There were so many elements in the plan you couldn't calculate, things you had to gamble on and win. Yet here in the final moment, when you expect Amy to explode in a rage, to accuse you of lying, and to finally go down to defeat before the cold, accurate figures on the speedometer, she calmly tells the inspector that it's all true, that you and not she were in the car. So it wasn't necessary. All the careful planning, the manipulation of the speedometer to destroy her alibi, the mileage record, the contrived quarrel, all of it was useless. And you stand there bewildered waiting for the inspector to speak.
Well, Mrs. Pearson, I hardly expected it to be that simple. You understand, of course, that you're under arrest for suspicion of murder.
Murder? What are you talking about?
Your husband.
Arnold? What do you mean, murder?
He's still right where you left him, Mrs. Pearson. On the floor of his study.
I don't know anything about it.
On your own admission, you and he were alone here in the house at the time of the killing. That's good enough for me. And I think it'll be good enough for the jury.
So it finally worked, Carl. And you can let down a little now. It was hard to believe, of course, the way Amy talked herself right into the trap. But she said it, and it's on the record, and you try to tell yourself you could never understand her anyway. You try to relax alone in your room, but deep inside there's a strange feeling that something's wrong, that it isn't over yet. An hour later, you're startled by a knock at your door.
Hello, Inspector.
Carl.
Where is she?
Down at headquarters.
Oh.
Carl, you probably realize that we know about your prison record.
Yeah, of course. What's that got to do with it?
I got a phone call a few minutes ago. It knocked me off my pins.
I don't know what you mean.
Carl, you're sure you were in that car this afternoon?
Oh, no, I told you could check with the service station.
We did. We checked. You drove straight home?
Yeah, the speedometer...
We checked that, too. Went over the whole car, as a matter of fact.
The whole car?
So you drove straight home, Carl. Past the corner of 89th and Fowler.
Uh-huh.
That's the usual route, isn't it?
Yeah.
The license number checks, too. Only one thing. The witness wasn't sure, but he thought a woman was driving.
Oh, now listen. If you think Mrs. Pearson was out in that car, you're wrong. I ought to know. The station man backs me up. Just because some screwy witness thinks he saw her...
All right, Carl. That's all I wanted to know.
Oh.
What made you think you could get away with it?
Huh?
Be serious, you know. With that record of yours, you'll go up for the rest of your life in this state.
What are you talking about?
Manslaughter, Carl. Hit and run. That man you ran down at 89th and Fowler this afternoon died 2 hours ago.
Whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Monday at 9. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, who have asked me to remind you to get the most driving pleasure. Drive at sensible speeds. Be courteous. And obey traffic regulations. It may save a life. Possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Kathy Lewis and Gerald Moore. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program. In gasoline, you know, it takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, The Deadly Penny.
It was only day before yesterday, just last Saturday, in fact, that Millie Parker made a decision. It wasn't a hasty decision, not by any means, for Millie was not the type of person who made hasty decisions. There was a mountain of thought behind this one, a long, sleepless night, careful consideration of possible outcomes. She knew, of course, that it would involve stepping over the line into illegal territory. That very possibly she would find herself a fugitive from justice. But Millie was the kind who'd rather be a wealthy fugitive than a law-abiding citizen who was poor. It was the loss of pride that bothered her most, the fact that after a full year of separation, he'd meet her estranged husband, Yancey, again. So by the time she arrived at Yancey's run-down boarding house last Saturday morning, Millie was preparing herself for the old tongue-in-cheek approach he knew Yancey would use when he saw her once again.
Well, hello, Yancey. Mind if I pick myself up off of the floor?
It's been a long time.
Yes, 13 months. I counted them. Well, I see you haven't changed a bit, honey.
Thanks for the compliment.
It wasn't a compliment.
Mind if I come in?
Yeah, sure. Sure, I mind. But so what? You'd come in anyway.
Thanks.
Take that chair by the window. No, don't lean back in it. That's Mrs. Jolly's best Duncan fight. Oh, wonderful landlady, Mrs. Jolly. She and I have the same appreciation of fine things. The old and the rare, you know. Now, take that dress up. Got it for a song only the other day at a junkyard on 3rd Street.
Yancey.
Yep.
Yancey, you have had a tough time, haven't you?
Oh, not at all, Millie. As a matter of fact, I've got myself a new soul. No more worldly pleasures, just the life of the mind.
Please don't be ridiculous.
All right, Millie. What do you want?
It's about you.
Yeah? You know, of course, that the divorce business is out of the question.
It's not that.
Only one other thing could bring you here, then. Money.
Yancey, you've got to...
Wait a minute. Tell me first. Is it money?
Yeah, it's money.
You ought to have known better. I'm not exactly wealthy, Cherub.
You will be if you stop making a fool of yourself.
Well, I'm listening.
You know I'm working at the Consolidated Investment Company.
Naturally. I called there 3 times this morning.
Why?
I got your message about coming today. I was just trying to save you a trip.
What did you tell them?
Oh, relax, darling, relax. When they said you weren't there, I hung up.
Oh.
The same old Millie. The blonde hair, the Cupid's bow lips, and deep in the eyes, the little sparkling dollar signs. How much are we going to steal, darling?
Please, Yancey.
Come on, get to the point. You're here for one reason. There's some big dough kicking around loose, and you want me for a fall guy.
That's not it, Yancey.
Oh, I know you, baby, just like a book.
You're not the fall guy.
Go on.
It's $45,000, Yancey.
And you walked out on me because you were through with the racket.
Just petty rackets, Yancey. Listen, you know I'm private secretary to Mr. Poole of Consolidated Investment. He has a lot of faith in me.
Poor guy.
I do his banking. I'm the only one besides Mr. Poole who can get into the safe deposit box in the bank.
That's interesting.
This morning he gave me $45,000 in negotiable bonds for deposit in the box. I've been expecting it for some time.
Mm-hmm. And being a dutiful wife, you want me to share in the windfall.
I'm not finished. Last week was the end of the company's fiscal year. Yesterday, an accounting firm finished auditing the books. That means it'll be almost a year before they go through the books again.
So what?
So now they're through. Mr. Poole won't go near the safe deposit box until next year. Unless I leave, of course. That's why I came to see you. There's only one sure way to turn those bonds into cash, and that's to do it before they're known to be missing and the traces are sent out.
So that's where I come in, huh?
You have an unusual talent for selling securities without exciting much attention.
Touching the way you trust me?
I think I can trust you. You're smart enough to know...
Yeah, sure. What is it, 50-50?
Right. You can sell them in San Francisco. Stay at the Harbor Hotel. I'll meet you in 2 weeks.
When do I take off?
Now.
Where are the bonds?
I just happen to have them here in my purse.
You've thought this over, Millie? You know what's going to happen.
Yes, I know what's going to happen.
He could have a lot of fun on $45,000.
Just like before, Yancey. Places we can go together, the things we can do.
Just like it used to be, Millie. Just like...
What's the matter, Yancey?
The dollar signs again. Like where they always were in those great big baby blue eyes. Skip it, Millie, skip it. Give me the bonds. I'll see you in San Francisco.
Yes, Mr. Poole?
Would you mind coming in a minute, Millie?
Yes, sir.
Get in, Millie?
Yes, sir. I was down at the bank.
Oh, of course. I sent you down with the bonds. I forgot all about it. I've been buzzing you for 10 minutes.
That's quite all right, Mr. Poole.
Millie, I don't quite know how to begin. It really isn't any of my business, but somehow I feel quite concerned.
Is something wrong, Mr. Poole?
Millie, you know how I've always valued our friendship. I really feel quite close to you. That's why I'm taking the liberty of saying what's on my mind.
What? Why, go right ahead, Mr. Poole.
It's over a year since you left your husband, Millie.
Yes, I guess it is.
He called here at the office 3 times this morning.
Oh, that's nothing, Mr. Poole.
Then, why are you so nervous?
What?
You're shaking like a leaf.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Millie, you're afraid of him, aren't you?
Well, he's harmless, Mr. Poole. It's just that he and I didn't agree on the separation, and, well, he's always hounding me, trying to get me to come back.
I don't think he's harmless, Millie. Matter of fact, I think he's rather dangerous. I want to help you if I can.
Please, there's nothing you can do. I'm just keeping away from him as best I can. It'll just take time.
Oh, very well, Millie. I still think you're being a little foolish, though. That's all I wanted to talk to you about.
Thank you, Mr. Poole.
Oh, Millie.
Yes?
I'm sorry. There was something else. I wondered if you'd help me out a little this afternoon. I know it's Saturday, but I thought if you hadn't planned anything...
What was it, Mr. Poole?
We're in quite a spot with that audit. Houston and Company just told me they're tied up on another account every morning of next week. They can't send the auditors over here until the afternoon.
The auditors?
They were here all last week, Millie. Surely you know them by now.
What are you talking about? The audit was all finished yesterday.
Of course. I was thinking you were here when they called this morning. I'm afraid we're going to have to get things ready for the auditors all over again. That's why I was hoping you'd stay.
Mr. Poole, what do you mean, get things ready?
It seems our books were out of balance by the impressive sum of 1 cent.
You mean they're going to have to do another audit for 1 cent?
It seems silly.
It's ridiculous.
But it's necessary. Since the auditors are only available afternoons, we'll start Monday by checking the securities down at the bank. And this time, I'm going over it with him.
I see.
How about it, Millie? Will you stay this afternoon and help me out?
I'm sorry, Mr. Poole. I don't feel well at all. I've been working pretty hard.
Of course, Millie.
I thought I'd go home this afternoon and rest. You don't mind.
I'm not such an ogre as that. Go ahead. I don't have to tell you that anything you want is all right with me, do I?
With the prologue of The Deadly Penny, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. At the beginning of these programs, you've heard me say, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And, of course, if you've lived out west any length of time, you know that from Canada to Mexico, Signal is famous as the Go Farther gasoline. But perhaps you're one of those folks who like proof. So I'd like to take just one moment now to explain what those qualities are that make Signal's good mileage possible. Look at it this way. Anything that gets extra efficiency from your motor also helps you get extra mileage, right? Well, when science increased the power of today's Signal gasoline, they naturally gave you quicker starting, faster pickup, and quieter, higher anti-knock. And it's because of this improved performance that you now go farther than ever with Signal gasoline. That's why Signal says your speedometer is the best yardstick of gasoline quality. It really does take extra quality to go farther. Good reason why more and more drivers are switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Millie, you weren't lying when you told Mr. Poole you weren't feeling well. His remark about the return of the auditors had pretty much the effect of the floor being suddenly yanked out from under you, and you had to hang on to the edge of his desk for support. The minute you're out of his office, you grab your hat and coat and hurry down to the drugstore on the ground floor. There's a telephone booth just inside the door.
Mrs. Jolly speaking.
I'd like to speak to Yancy Parker, please.
Well, hang on a minute. I'll see if he's in.
Your mind is spinning now, trying to grab the essentials, fighting to get through the maze that has suddenly sprung up before you. It's Saturday now. The auditors won't be available until Monday afternoon. That gives you 2 hours, from 10 until 12 Monday morning, to get the bonds back from Yancy and into that safe deposit box.
Hello?
Yancy?
Well, it's my little apple doubling again. In case you're interested, baby, the airlines are all tied up over the weekend. I can't get out till Monday morning.
Wait a minute, Yancy. Something terrible has happened.
Don't tell me. Let me guess.
Listen to me. The auditors were a penny off.
Huh?
They've got to do the audit all over again. Mr. Poole's going down to the bank with them Monday afternoon to check the securities.
What kind of malarkey is that, a penny off?
I know it sounds crazy, but it's true.
When did all this happen?
This morning while I was gone.
Well, that kind of puts a finger on me, doesn't it? I better get a move on.
What do you mean?
Get rid of them today somewhere.
What are you talking about? We wouldn't have a chance. They'd know they were gone 2 days after you sold them. They'd catch us in nothing flat.
So, what's the other answer?
I've got to put those bonds back.
What?
I'll come over and get them right now, and sometime between 10 and 12 Monday, I'll put them back in the box.
Uh-huh. The old dollar signs again.
What do you mean, Yancy?
Just came over me like a flash, honey. You suddenly decided old Yancy wasn't good enough for their 50-50 split, so you found yourself another boy.
Don't be stupid.
No, not stupid, honey. Just careful. You've done it before.
Please, Yancy, you got to believe me this time.
Where can I see you?
I'm going home right now.
I'll be right over.
Thanks, and darling.
Skip the darling.
Yancy, bring the bonds, will you?
All right, baby. I'll bring the bonds.
Thanks. Pardon me,
Not at all. Come on, Millie.
Oh. Mr. Poole, what are you doing here?
Never mind. Come on, get in my car.
All right, Mr. Poole. All right. What is it?
Just this. Next time you take it upon yourself to go home sick without letting me offer you a ride, you're fired. Is that clear, Millie?
Yes.
I'm glad that's understood. Now, suppose you tell me where you live.
It's right there in the next block. You can let me out here, Mr. Poole.
Nonsense.
Please, it's no trouble.
The Poole Limousine service operates only on a door-to-door basis.
You've been very nice.
I'm trying to be in my own crude way. Incidentally, Millie, I thought for a long time that you're quite nice, too.
I'm flattered, Mr. Poole.
Think nothing of it. Here we are.
You stay right there. I'll get out.
I wouldn't think of it. At your service. Come on. Right up to the door.
Mr. Poole.
Part of the service. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, you, stop. Ran out of the alley as we walked up. You see who it was?
No, I
did. It was your husband.
It's nothing at all. He's hanging around all
I
the
think
time.
it's high time someone did something about him, don't you?
You can't do anything, I tell you.
We'll see about that. Now, you'd better go in and get some rest. You're a pretty sick girl. You let me take care of Yancy, will you?
Well, Millie, it's getting a little beyond you, isn't it? The minute you're in your room, you close the door and put a call through to Mrs. Jolly's boarding house. And it's only after she tells you Yancy is out that you realize it was stupid. He simply hasn't had time to get back yet. So you call an hour later, and an hour after that, but still he hasn't arrived. It's 9 o'clock when your phone finally rings.
Yancey.
Well, you're psychic, baby. How'd you know it was me?
I've been trying to get you all afternoon.
And I wasn't there. Incidentally, I'm still not there.
I've got to see you right away.
Gonna bring Mr. Poole along?
I couldn't get out of it, Yancey. He insisted.
Yeah, sure. 13 months you worked for him. And you wait for me until I'm as hot as a firecracker with 45 grand in my coat pocket to bring him home with you.
I said I was sick. He wanted me to work.
Skip it. If I could add it up, I'd quit cold right now.
You're in it as deep as I am.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Let me see. The auditors will hit that safe deposit box about 1 on Monday afternoon, right?
Yes.
And if you get the bonds back by Monday morning, you're in the clear, okay? Now, look, I want to talk this over with a friend of mine, Millie, so I'll be out of town tomorrow. I'll meet you here at the boarding house at 9 sharp Monday morning.
What about the bonds?
That's what I'm going to talk to my friend about. So long, baby. Pleasant dreams.
Well, Millie, if you live to be 100, you'll never face another day like Sunday. Deadly, tense, interminable Sunday, with a wall clock ticking like a sledgehammer in the corner, the ashtrays filling with half-smoked cigarettes, the floors littered with unread magazines, and Monday hanging over your head like an axe. It's just 8:45 on Monday morning when you race up the stairs of Mrs. Jolly's boarding house and down the hall to Yancey's room.
Yancey! Where is he? Yancey!
Looking for Mr. Parker.
Yes, he said he'd be here this morning.
I'm Mrs. Jolly. Sort of keep track of my boarders.
I don't know why he doesn't answer.
For good reason. What? Well, he ain't in there. Left about 15 minutes ago.
But he told me that...
Oh, don't make no difference. Quite that, Mr. Parker. Hard to follow his comings and goings.
Where did he go?
Don't know rightly. Had his suitcase with him, though.
Oh. Thanks, Miss Jolly.
28, Phoenix, Tucson, El Paso. Loading now at 8-7.
Yes, ma'am?
When's the next train to San Francisco?
Let's see now. Flight 8 just left.
What did you say?
Flight 8 just left for San Francisco 5 minutes ago. The next one's at 10.
Oh, thank you.
Can I help you?
No, not now. Thanks.
Pardon me, sir. Are you next?
Looking for someone?
Nancy.
Right.
What are you doing here?
Checking my baggage.
Oh, thought you ran out on me.
Matter of fact, I am in a few hours. I was just on my way back to the house to meet you.
Glad to hear it.
Crushing blow, knowing you still don't trust me.
Where are the bonds?
But we must be discreet, my child. Suppose we return to my chambers and discuss that very thing. Shall we?
Please, Yancey, I told you I didn't want a drink.
But this is quite an occasion, darling. I got to bring it off in style.
We haven't got time.
Relax, honey, relax. It's only 10:15. You have at least 2 hours before the auditors get there. Aha, there we are. Basically turpentine, of course, but blended with the skill of a master. Shall we drink to the old times, Millie? Oh, the stony silence. Very well, I drink to old times, to the Millie that used to be before the dollar signs came into her eyes.
Are you through?
You know, it's too bad you aren't in the mood for the niceties. It's quite an occasion, Millie.
Where are they, Yancey? Where have you hidden them?
Millie, my dear, first of all, you're right. There's no chance to dispose of the bonds. My friend agrees with you. Still, it puts me in an unusual position. For the first time since I've known you, Millie, I've got the upper hand. It'd be a shame to throw it away.
Yancy, will you give me those bonds?
Not so fast,
I want
darling.
them, Yancy. I want them right now.
You're going to get them. I've decided to let you have them, darling. Just on one condition, though.
Go on.
You'll get them back, Millie. Sound and whole on Tuesday morning.
Wait a minute. That's too late, Yancy.
You're going to get them on Tuesday morning, and I'll be out of the state. Oh, it's going to be tough, I admit. I hate to miss the explanation scene this afternoon when you try to put it past those auditors.
You wouldn't. I'd tell
I'll
them.
take my chances, baby.
I won't let you. Give them to me, Yancy.
Oh, wait a minute. Put down that gun, Millie. The rough stuff won't go.
You tell me where they are, or
Take it easy,
I mean every
kid.
word I said, Yancy. Either I get them right now, or I pull the trigger.
All right, Millie. Look in that table drawer over there.
Where?
In the back. I put them in the back. Oh, no, you don't. Pull a gun on me, will you? I'll break your arm. Too bad.
Nancy. Nancy, I didn't mean to.
It's too late now, Millie. And it only takes a second for the first shock to wear off. For that practical dollar and cents mind of yours to start clicking again. You've still got more than 2 hours. And you know the bonds are somewhere in the room. You go through Yancey's clothes first. And a piece of paper you find in his wallet saves you looking further. It's a receipt from the Eagle Delivery Service.
Delivered, not before Tuesday morning, to Mrs. Millie Parker, Consolidated Investment Company. Insured value of $45,000. He was going to double-cross me. He wasn't kidding.
Open up. I said open up or I'll shoot out the lock.
You all right, Mrs. Parker? I heard the shot. Well.
He came at me
Wait a
and
minute.
I...
Drop that gun. Hurry up. Yeah. That's better. Is it yours? No. Doesn't matter. We'll check it. You know, this is very funny. I was hired to protect you from him. That's how I happen to be here. Thoughtful boss you got. Cost him $20 a day. I've been trailing you ever since Sunday.
I didn't mean to do it. Listen, I've got money. I'll pay you anything you want if you'll only...
Sit down, lady. If you're going to talk, you may as well be comfortable.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, with chilly nights and mornings definitely here to stay, here's a timely tip for you drivers. Don't forget that your car needs a special diet of Signal winter lubricants if you want to keep wear down when the thermometer's down. For your transmission and differential, that means draining, flushing, and refilling with Signal winter gear lube. If it's been 5,000 miles since your wheel bearings were serviced, better have them removed, thoroughly cleaned, and then repacked with Signal long-life wheel bearing grease. And for your motor, it's high time to drain out summer weight oil. Refill with pure paraffin-based Signal Premium Motor Oil. 5 scientific new compounds in Signal Premium Motor Oil not only make it flow freely instantly in coldest weather, but also keep motor 6 times cleaner and reduce cylinder wear 1/3. Well, there you have it. The lubrication essentials your car needs now. Drive in for them this week at your nearby Signal service station. You'll drive out with a good feeling of confidence, knowing that your car has the cold weather protection it needs to keep it purring through another winter. And now back to the Whistler. Well, Millie, it's something you'll never forget, isn't it? The awful scene in Yancey's room. Mr. Poole's private detective sitting opposite you, toying with his automatic as you tell him everything. From the moment you decided to steal the securities and sell them through Yancey, until a minute ago when he broke through the door to
finds you standing over Yancey's body. You watch him carefully as you talk. Notice the interest in his eyes when you mention the $45,000. And there's a foolish, stupid glimmer of hope in your heart as you finish.
That's all I know. Yancey hated me. That's why I turned the bonds over to the delivery service, marked delivered Tuesday morning. He knew they wouldn't get there until too late. Listen, Mr.
Kelly. Trite but true. I'm a detective named Kelly.
Mr. Kelly, you could say you lost me back at the airport. I'll give you everything I have. There's a few thousand in my name, and Well, what about it, Mr. Kelly?
No. I'm not for sale. Let's go, huh?
All right, Mr. Kelly.
No, it's too bad, Mrs. Parker. All seems so useless when you look back at it. Guy gets himself knocked off. Beautiful dame goes up for murder.
It was useless.
How right you are. You said the auditors were only working afternoons?
Yes.
The bonds would have been in your hands tomorrow morning. That's a dirty shame.
What do you mean?
Well, why didn't you wait, baby? You could have put them back in that safe deposit box tomorrow morning. You had all the time in the world.
No, I just told you the auditors will be at the bank today, this afternoon.
Not this afternoon, kid. This is Armistice Day. The banks are closed.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Monday at 9. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, who have asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Betty Lou Gerson and Wally Maher. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, based on a story by Bernard Gerard, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please for tonight is called The Oldest Man in the World. It was bitter cold up there in the uplands, the foothills of the Pyrenees 20,000 years ago. The great sheet of glacial ice had slid down from the polar ice cap. Only the mountain peaks arose above it. There were reindeer in southern France. Reindeer and the great shaggy bison. The long-haired ancestor of the horse lived somehow on those dead hills in the bitter cold of 200 centuries ago. No man wrote down the time when the sullen glaciers let go their icy hold on the countryside, for there were no men to see it. Only the fierce great bears roaming the barren, frigid hills, preying horribly on the reindeer and the bison and the gentle, frightened horses. Where the men came from, nobody knows. Perhaps they struggled up from the Spanish peninsula over the jagged passes of the Pyrenees, following the retreating wall of ice. Perhaps they... But it's fruitless to speculate. The ice melted away to the north, then the earth appeared, and there were men living in the high caves of the Pyrenees. In the Cro-Magnon caves along the Dordogne in France, they found what they said was indisputable evidence of prehistoric man. An intelligent, walking upright man who made weapons, fought, worshipped, and died. The Cro-Magnon man, you've seen the drawings they made of him, a beetle-browed, heavy-jawed caveman. A short step on the ladder of evolution above his anthropoid forebears. And in certain caves hidden away in the foothills of the Pyrenees, you can find drawings that the Cro-Magnon man scratched on the cave walls 20,000 years ago. So he did live and flourish, and finally perished. And they say he vanished utterly. That is what they say. Now I'll tell you what I know.
Why, I think I ought to tell Lucas. I know the story even better.
Did you hear that? Did you hear a voice speaking to you? I thought I heard a voice. I thought I heard Harry's voice. Listen. It couldn't be Harry's voice, could it? Not Harry's voice. Harry's dead. Harry... The last time I saw Harry alive was 27 years ago this coming August. Listen. It can't be. I wonder if Harry's bicycle is still up there beneath a clump of bushes. They'd be trees now. Up there at the mouth of the cave on the road. The lonesome road that leads past the ruins of the castle of Montespan. The frame will be rusty, and the tires will be in shreds, and the shiny leather will be weather-worn and mildewed. If some village boy from Montespan didn't find the bicycle and ride it away many years ago. But I doubt anybody found it. Nobody found the mouth of that cave. Not for 20,000 years. We left our bicycles at the mouth of the cave. Harry and Lucille and I.
We can sit here in the cave until the storm's over. Long ride down to the village, and I don't want to get caught in one of these young floods. Can't even find a road when it starts to rain. Pull your bike inside, Lucille. It'll start raining any second.
We made it just in time, it looks like.
Sit down, Lucas. Here, Lucille.
Yeah, one cigarette.
Here.
Thanks.
Oh, me.
You boys are so polite.
No, not three from one match, Lucille.
Oh, you. I haven't got any matches.
Here.
Thanks. Lightning.
Lightning never strikes games.
Sit closer to me.
Cold, Lucille?
I don't like lightning.
There comes the rain.
Let's get farther inside. It's coming right in here.
It's probably damp in there, too.
No, it's nice and dry. Dark, though.
Come on, Lucas. Going right in there.
I'll say it is. Where are you, Lucille?
Here. Dry leaf.
Oh, fine.
Sit down.
Sit down, Lucas. Not on me.
I can't see you.
Oh. This is all right. Comfortable, Lucille?
Fine. Listen to it rain.
Nice and cozy in here.
Yeah, no wonder they lived in caves.
Who?
Cavemen. Cro-Magnon men.
Suppose any of them lived in here?
Big cave. Seems big, anyway.
Probably they did. Lived in all the caves around here. Remember what the abbey told us down the village? Sure, they find relics everywhere. They lived here all right.
Nobody home now, though.
Hardly. And that was 20,000 years ago.
Was you there, Charlie?
Oh. Yeah, they lived in all the caves around here. They must have lived here.
They've explored all the caves from here to Toulouse.
This one's kind of hidden, though. We just found it by accident.
A good accident. Well, we'd be out in that.
Sure coming down.
I'm hungry.
It'll stop pretty soon.
I hope so.
If this keeps up, that road will be something.
Road? Goat path.
Well, you're dry.
Now. Where are you going, Lucille?
Exploring. Find a caveman.
What's the matter with me?
You're too gentle.
I can get rough.
Don't go far, Lucille. Break your leg in the dark back there.
Yeah, and I don't want to have to carry you down that mountainside in the mud.
I've got my flashlight.
Be careful.
You got another cigarette? Yeah, match.
You got nothing but the habit, Lucas.
Thanks.
It goes way back under the hill.
Well, be careful.
Oh, shut up.
My bride.
Yeah, I wonder if this cave really has been explored.
I wouldn't know.
It'd be nice to find a souvenir, take home with us.
What kind of souvenir?
Bone or something?
With some caveman's name carved on it. Property of Ugg, son of Gug.
Yeah, they carved things on bones. Carved pictures on the walls of the caves.
How are you going to pry the wall off a cave? Lucille? Lucille? Hey, Lucille!
I'm all right. Hey, there's bats in here.
What'd you expect, robins?
Ostriches.
I wouldn't wander around back there, Lucille.
I'm all right.
Well, be careful.
Shut up.
Come back here. Well, stay away from it.
I will.
Stopped raining here?
Yeah, it's coming down harder than ever.
It's getting dark out, too.
Well, we're dry.
None of that brandy left, is there?
I heard that.
Well, there ain't any.
Bring it up. I don't want any.
We should come back here.
In a minute. Hey, this is wonderful back here.
Well, come on back here.
Gosh, it's dark.
Come back before you get lost.
All right.
See any pictures back there?
It's like the Louvre, dearie.
The what?
The Louvre. Where the pictures are? In Paris. France.
Oh. No, on the walls.
No pictures.
Well, you better come back.
Boy, you ought to see this hole in the floor.
You stay away from it.
Oh, way down. I think there's water down there.
Water outside, too. Oh, Lucille, come back here now. Stop fooling around. You'll break your...
No, I won't.
You will, too.
Hey!
What's the matter? Lucille?
Get back here.
What's the matter with you?
What is it?
Get back here, quick.
Come on, Lucas.
Wait, I'll get my flashlight.
Lucille, now stay still.
Get back to that hole, Harry. Look out this way.
What happened? What is it?
You're both scared to death.
What happened?
Look.
What?
A footprint. A caveman's footprint.
Well, let's see. In the solid rock.
How did it get there?
Yeah. A caveman put it there. 20,000 years ago.
In the solid rock?
Well, that was soft mud 20,000 years ago. And the man, a beetle-browed, heavy-jawed, Cro-Magnon man, left it there in the soft limestone mud. And the mud is hardened through all those 200 times 100 years, and it looks as if he just walked away from it. And the man that made it, he's not even a dead man anymore. He died. He was a skeleton somewhere in here in the bowels of the earth. The centuries went on and on. He's not even dust, the man that made that footprint.
It scares me.
You don't need to be afraid of him, Lucille.
Listen.
Harry.
Thunder. Thunder, that's all.
Hold my hand, Harry. I'm scared all of a sudden.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
Harry.
I know there's nothing to be afraid of, Lucas, but
But...
Let's get out of here. I'm scared.
Come on, dear. Let's go back where we were and not wander around till the rain stops. Over this way, Harry. He fell. That hole in the floor.
Yes, Paul. You pushed him.
Lucille.
You pushed him. I know you pushed him. You murderer, you.
I pushed him. His eyes were on the footprint in the yellow limestone floor of the cave as he took a backward step directly toward the yawning hole that led to... And I pushed him into. Just the lightest touch on his arm, just enough to take his balance away from him on that glaze of ancient crystalline limestone. Just the lightest push. And Lucille saw it. Of course. Lucille had promised to marry me. That was before Harry's time. Lucille loved me. That was before Harry's time. I loved Lucille. Before Harry's time and after Harry's time and always. But she married Harry. They asked me to come along to the south of France with them, the old good friend, the friend of the family, the man who loved and lost and forgave and wrapped up his broken heart. Lucas the unjealous. Lucas, the good loser, the good fellow, good old Lucas. And at last the storm sent opportunity deep in the cave where the oldest men in the world had lived. He would forget the man who died of an accident in that ancient place. And in time the good friend would take up his role as the lover, the role he had never forgotten. But Lucille saw what I did. I remember the thoughts that raced through my mind as we stood beside that pit there in the brief lights from our paltry flashlights. Oh, I'll have to do something. I'll have to try. I'll have to make it look as if I was only trying to save him from falling. He's dead down there. He hit his head on the rocks as he fell, or he's drowned in his black waters down there. I'll have to do something to convince her. Look. Look there at the side of the pit. Why, a man could climb down there. I would only have to climb part way down to make it look good. To make it look as if I really wanted to rescue him. It'll be a great act. I won't fall. I'll make it look good. She'll be sure I was trying to save him if I climbed down after him. And he's dead anyway.
I saw him do it. I saw the murderer. I saw him push you.
Lucille, you're being absurd. Lucille, listen to me. You know perfectly well I didn't push Harry. You know I didn't, Lucille. I reached out as I saw his foot slipping on the floor there, and I tried to save him from falling, but I didn't push him. Lucille, you know I didn't push him. Why, Harry's my best friend, Lucille. Why should I try to kill him? Why, I love you. And I love Harry like a brother, Lucille. I didn't push him. I tried to save his life. Listen, Lucille. Listen. Stop crying a second. I'm going down there. There, see, where it looks as if the steps the old cavemen made themselves so long ago. Now you stay right here, Lucille, and I'll go down and I'll do everything I can to bring Harry back to you. No, now stay there and wait. Wait, Lucille, wait. I can climb down.
No, I don't want you to do it.
Let me go, Lucille.
No, I know you want to make sure he's dead when you go down there. No, you want to make sure he's dead because I don't want to...
Why, Lucille. Well, Lucille, that's fine. I hadn't thought of that. He might be still alive down there, but he won't be, Lucille, darling, when I come back. I thank you very much for the suggestion, I thought. That solves the whole problem very neatly. And now down the slippery steps cut into the limestone. Down, oh, so carefully in the dark. A little gurgling sound, the dark waters below me. Foot slip, be careful, mustn't fall yourself, Lucas. And up above, the dim beam from Lucille's flashlight. Was very, very neat as I climbed down. Harry, old boy, are you all right? Harry? Harry, old boy. Maybe he is dead. did drown. How much farther is it? The rocks are slippery. And icy water lapped suddenly at my foot.
Harry.
Now my own flashlight to see down here. A head bobbing on the surface of the water. Harry! No. And beam sweeps back and forth over the swirling, dark, icy waters. Harry? This wall. The far wall. To the right. To the left. Harry! I don't see him, Lucille. He's not down here.
Lucas!
I heard...
Lucas!
Is that you, Harry? Where?
Lucas!
Where are you? Harry! Harry!
I hear you.
Are you all right?
Certainly I'm all right. Jump down into the water.
What? Where are you?
The water isn't deep. Jump down.
Well, listen, I don't...
Jump down. I think my arm's broken. Come on, hurry.
Well,
Come on, quick.
Where are you?
Feel around the side. Water's only up to your chest. Feel around the side. The tunnel.
Panicky in the wet darkness, hidden around the slimy walls, water lapping savagely at my chest.
Keep feeling around. You'll find it.
Suddenly, opening. The water sucking hungrily at my legs, a suffocating, water-filled tunnel. The rocky roof was 6 inches above my head. Water over my mouth. My eyes. Blinding curves of icy arms. Water, darkness, the precious gulf of air.
I'll find it. Only a second, Sue. All right.
Harry.
You're all right.
I don't...
It's a tunnel that comes out of that hole I fell into. Underground river or something. Kind of a beach here. Lie still. You're all right.
Are you?
I think I broke my arm when I fell. I tried to get back through the tunnel, but the current's too strong. You'll have to help me, Lucas.
Wait.
Matter? Not scared, are you?
Well, this is another cave.
Not afraid of the cavemen, are you?
Where are you?
Right here.
It's so dark. Can't see a thing.
Try the flashlight, unless it's got waterlogged. Does work.
Stalactites. 100 feet long, hanging dismally from a ceiling so far away. The silent, rushing underground river, and a shore of yellow crystallized limestone. Beside me, a wall deep scratched with giant drums that I recognize in the feeble light as the great shaggy bison of the Ice Age. Rude drawings in red and black of the gentle little horses that roamed the countryside above me one day. A rude altar. An ancient, terrifying marks scratched into the solid rock in the days of the soft mud. Marks that the cavemen's high priests must have made there in their holy of holies in the ancient cave. Beside me, the incredibly old statue of the great ice bear, looming horribly in the little light. The marks of the ritual stone spears clear in its hulking sides after 20,000 years.
Look.
The squat, menacing figure of an almost man. Beetle-browed, heavy-browed, heavy-jawed, glaring horribly at me over Harry's shoulder.
He won't hurt you, Lucas. He's a statue, too. Now you know, don't you, what the oldest man in the world looked like?
Nobody's ever seen anything like that, Harry.
Better save that light. We'll need it if we're going to get out of here to tell anybody about it.
No, it's all right. This is a fresh battery. Harry, It's incredible. Look at his face.
Solid limestone. Scare you, old boy? All right, I want to get out of here.
Can we... Oh, wait, Harry, I want to... Listen.
I want to get out. That's the sound of the water. The river there.
I thought I heard...
The sound of the water.
Back there in the shadow.
Nothing.
There is too something back there.
The cavemen? The Cro-Magnon men alive after 20,000 years, Lucas?
There's something. I can hear.
Whatever it is, old man.
Harry.
What?
You said you broke your arm.
I said so. I said I couldn't get back through the passage with a broken arm, didn't I?
Well, that's what you...
A man couldn't get back there with a broken arm.
Why?
Because I wanted you in here with me, Lucas. I wanted you in here with whatever else is in here.
Harry.
You're the smart guy. You're the investigator. You're the man that knows all about the cavemen. You're the... What? A murderer, Lucas? I saw your face when you pushed me, murderer. So...
No, wait.
Goodbye, Lucas.
You're not going to leave me. I can get through that passage just as well as you can.
Not with a broken arm, Lucas. Not with two broken arms.
You're not...
Hold out your arms, Lucas.
No, you...
Now, look what you've done, Lucas. You've smashed the oldest statue in the world to bits. Not content with attempted murder, you...
I did...
Hold out your arms, Lucas, and let's get this over. Drop that rock.
Harry!
I told you...
I made my way back through the passage. How I'll never know, but I made it. I made to climb up the slippery limestone walls of that dreadful pit up to the floor of the cave. I don't know how I did that. I stood for a long moment alongside Lucille when I came up to the cave floor. And I remember how the yellow floor glittered in what was left of the light from her dying flashlight. Lucille, I said. Lucille, I loved you. And I wanted you. And I loved you enough to try to murder Harry. And if I let you go, Lucille, you'll tell everybody, and they'll take me, and they'll hang me. And it's no good, Lucille.
Harry. Is he?
Yes, Lucille. Harry is dead. Harry is dead.
You murdered him.
No, Lucille. No, I didn't murder him. I tell you, I didn't murder him.
But he's dead.
Yes. He's dead, but I didn't murder.
Then I don't want to live any longer.
Yes, I know, Lucille. But I didn't murder Harry. I tried, but I didn't do it.
Murderer.
And I picked her up. And just as gently as I could, I dropped her over the edge of the yawning black pit. Down into the water down there. And before I loosened my hands and let her fall, I leaned over and I kissed her on the forehead. Because I did love her. They'd have hanged me. She wouldn't have believed me. Nobody in the world would have believed that thing that came out of the shadows behind Harry down there and lifted up a great jagged piece of the broken statue and smashed his head in. Nobody in the world would have believed me if I'd told them that Harry was killed by a real, live, breathing caveman. The last of the beetle-browed, heavy-jawed, squatty little men that lived 20,000 years ago. But that's what happened.
story is The Oldest Man in the World. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. And the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Don Briggs was Harry. Nancy Sheridan was Lucille. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Alfred Berman. Our sound effects by William J. McClintock. Now for a word about next week, our writer-director Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week, since so many of our listeners have requested it, I'm going to give you my Memorial Day story in the house where I was born.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, friends of the inner sanctum. This is your host, inviting you in through the squeaking door. Come on in. Come in, join our happy little community. And if you're not very careful, maybe you can stay. It's happened to some of our nicest people, and believe me, they've never regretted it. As they always say, it's a place to rest your bones. Remember, ours is the only community that has no taxes, no housing problems, no inflation, and no politicians. Of course, it might seem a little dead to you, but that's the idea, isn't it? Suppose we get down to brass tacks. And I do mean the ones that go around the edge of a coffin. Huh? Well, don't sneer. I've heard better jokes myself. But remember, he who laughs last laughs best. And, brother, when we in the inner sanctum laugh, we're laughing last. Meet Laura, a nice girl in her 30s who had an uncle and worried about it.
It was a pleasant life at Green Tower. It was pleasant being mistress of the huge, time-worn house and the fertile acres that surrounded it, and the money that came in regularly. Always. It was pleasant being married to Tony, who was very handsome and very gay, and who, they said, had married me for my money. Well, perhaps he had, but he was fond of me anyway. I'm sure he was, even though he was younger than I. But only a very little younger. It was a pleasant life. Until Uncle Edward came home. Tony had gone out to the village, I think, to pick up something or other. I was alone. Tony, the door's open, darling. You know I never locked it. Did you have a nice time buying things, Tony?
Who, my dear Laura? It's Tony.
Oh, Uncle Edward.
Yes. But I haven't returned from the grave, my sweet.
I didn't think you had. Hello, Uncle.
That welcome could very easily be warmer and still not be overwhelming. I've been away a long time. And for a change, Green Tower seems attractive.
Does it?
Which is rather a pity.
What do you mean?
Selling it.
You're not going to sell Green Tower?
Oh, yes. Yes, I need the money.
Uncle, you can't sell Green Towers.
Well, it's mine. Of course I can sell it.
But...
And who is this Tony?
Tony is my husband.
Oh, really? Well, my congratulations. And I take it he thinks you own Green Towers.
Yes.
And thinks you have money as well.
Yes. Uncle, I
saw someone in the garden.
Uncle, please.
Be still. It's so infernally dark out there, I can't see. Might be some burglar fellow.
He was standing with his back to the room, peering out into the garden. Uncle Edward, who had been away a long time and who had come back at last to shadow my life. He was not a very big man, my uncle. And when I came close to him, I realized that he was barely as tall as I. Uncle.
I can't make out a thing. After shadows.
He was looking out into the garden for an imaginary burglar, while I stood behind him with the old French paper knife my mother had left me. I tried again. Uncle, please.
Now, it's no use, my dear. No use. Go away and stop bothering me.
He didn't even turn around when he said that to me, which made it quite easy when I saw the knife went in smoothly. It kept on going into his back until I thought it would never stop. But the handle balked. Uncle Edward's body stiffened for a moment and leaned back intolerably against the knife. He groaned, and he fell. After a moment, I bent over him. He was very silent. As silent as the dark garden. As silent as death. My uncle had come home more than he knew. He wasn't very heavy. And he didn't bleed at all, which was nice. As I dragged him through the French doors into the softness and darkness of the garden. I hurried, because Tony would be coming home. The ground would be softest, I knew, under the rosebuds that I left so. It was there that I dug a grave for Uncle. And it was there that I buried him. Under the lovely roses that would bloom again and again, not knowing or caring who lay beneath them. There was the sound of our car pulling up at the front door, but I was finished. Uncle was under the roses, with a paper knife still in his back. And I was in the drawing room, at the piano, when my darling came in.
Oh, my love?
Oh, Tony, my dear.
Anything exciting happened while I was away?
No, Tony. No. Nothing ever happens here. Nothing. Oh, it's pleasant having breakfast in the garden, isn't it, Tony?
Mm-hmm. Except for, look.
Oh, dear. Just so.
Mm-hmm. Or windbag.
Well, he's a very nice old gentleman, but he does talk a lot, and...
Good morning! My, what a lovely sight you two make. Charming.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes.
Well, Laura, your roses are almost as lovely as you are.
They're much lovelier, you know that.
And where is your Uncle Edward this fine morning?
My Uncle Edward?
Well, Laura, you upset your coffee.
Oh, yes, I did, didn't I? That was very careless of me. Well, Mr. Stokes, I suppose Uncle Edward is still abroad.
Oh, my dear, I saw him last night, here.
Here?
Well, on his way here, at any rate. I was driving. It was quite late. I saw him coming down the road.
Oh, it wasn't Uncle Edward.
No? No, well, isn't that funny? Well, I thought I could have recognized him anywhere.
It wasn't Uncle Edward.
Well, yes, of course. You know better than I, of course. Well, I must be getting old, eh? Well, that reminds me. Mrs. Stokes will have my head if I don't hurry back home. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Who's Uncle Edward, Laura?
My uncle.
I could have guessed that.
Oh, yes, of course. I mean, my mother's brother.
A poor relative?
Why do you ask that?
Well, you seemed so upset when Stokes mentioned his name.
Oh, well, he is a bit. He's sponges.
I wouldn't have liked him.
No, I don't think you would. So, isn't it lucky it wasn't Uncle Edward? later. That you, Tony?
Yeah, I'm going down the road to the Carters. You want to come along?
No, dear. I better go through this mail.
Ah, good old mail. Lots of checks coming in, huh?
Lots of them, darling.
Hey, Laura.
Yes?
Well, why aren't you using your paper now?
My it needed cleaning, and I sent it away to have it cleaned.
Oh, it's a pretty thing. Glad you haven't lost it. But I thought I noticed it around last night.
No, I sent it away a few days ago. When I went into town.
Well, I'll see you later. Bye.
Bye. Until later. And please, Tony, please forget about my paper knife. Please, Tony, forget about it. Hello.
Hello. You're the niece, huh?
The niece?
Mind if I come in?
Well, no, not at all.
Very nice. Very nice.
We like it.
Bet you do. Now, where's Ed Cheney?
Ed Cheney?
You can tell his old pal Travis here and waiting.
Oh, I'm afraid you've made a mistake.
What kind of mistake?
There's no Mr. Cheney here.
Look here, my girl. This is Green Towers, isn't it?
Yes?
You're Laura?
Yes?
And tell your Uncle Ed I'm here and waiting.
Well, he isn't here.
He got here sometime yesterday. Asked me to come in today. But I'm here.
I'm terribly sorry, but he's away. He's abroad. He is not here.
Oh. I was with some money.
Oh, he does.
Yes, 5,000.
I see.
I don't care whether I see him or not. What I care about is the money.
But
I'll wait for him.
Well, you
You
can't.
told me he was coming here yesterday. He hasn't come. Oh, can't wait.
Oh, well, it might be very awkward. Suppose...
Yeah?
Suppose I gave you the money.
Yeah, that's all right.
Then you would go away. You wouldn't wait for Uncle Edward?
I'd go away.
All right, I think I may have it here. I always keep quite a bit of cash around. Expenses, you know. Yes, I do have it. And here you are, Mr. Sale.
Thanks.
Well, you didn't count the money.
I trust you.
Thank you.
You know, I like this part of the country.
Do you?
Yes. And I just changed my mind.
What about?
Going away. I'm getting on in years. Maybe I'll spend the rest of them here.
You said you'd go away.
I did, didn't I? That was before you gave me the money.
Well, you can't be very long on that.
There'll be more, won't there, Laura? Well, I'd better be running along. Find myself a nice place to live near the village.
But,
You
Mr.
see, I
Sale...
remember Uncle Edward did come here last night. And he didn't throw me any money. I was trying to get a job from him. Oh. But this way is even better. Au revoir.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Well, gents, getting late. I'll be gone. My new little gray home in the west, That'd nice. Old man Trail will be back, Joe. Buy all the drinks you can stand. Hey. I didn't see you. You're dark. What you want? I said, what you... Don't you stand there looking at... Get a knife. Put it in there. No, Joe. I can't.
Well, you're all here waiting, eh? What's the matter? You brave or something? Oh, you are. Then suppose you crawl out from under that sofa and listen to the tale of Laura, who planted her Uncle Edward under the rose bushes in the garden with her favorite paper knife in his back. A Mr. Thrale tried to blackmail her, but one dark night, Mr. Thrale lost interest in worldly matters, lying down in the street with a knife in his heart. The next morning at Green Towers.
Good morning, Bob.
Good morning, darling. Started breakfast already?
Too hungry to wait. Pull up a chair and go to work.
Oh, right. I will.
What's the matter, Laura? You're a bit pale.
I'm all right. Tony, who put those roses on the table?
I did. They're blooming. I know how you love them.
Oh, thank you, darling.
Say, terrible thing in the papers this morning.
Oh? What?
Man stabbed to death in the village.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Stranger hereabouts. He was at the village bar, throwing a lot of money around. Walked out. Somebody evidently wanted the rest of his money, so he got a knife stuck into him.
Oh, how dreadful. What was his name, Tony?
It was a funny name. Hard to remember. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Thrale. Yeah, that's what it was. Oh, what's wrong?
Oh, no, nothing. I do think, though, that those roses have given me a headache. Their odor's so strong.
Oh, that's a shame. But I'll get rid of it.
Oh, will you? Thank you. I'll go and lie down for a while. Maybe my head will feel better.
Yeah, you do that.
Yes, I may even be able to sleep again.
Laura?
Yes, sir.
Stop wandering about the room.
Oh, I'm just a bit restless.
Got your paper knife back from the cleaners yet?
Paper? Oh, no, not yet.
It's taking an awful long time, isn't it? Hope they haven't lost it.
I hope not. Tony.
What?
There are no roses in this room, are there?
No.
Well, then why is the odor of roses so strong?
Oh, I'm worried.
Why?
Because there is no odor of roses in this room.
Good night, Tony, darling.
Laura, are you sure you don't want me to stay with you tonight?
No. I'm on your own bedroom.
You're not looking well.
I'll be all right.
Well, yell if you want me. Good night.
Good night, Tony. Good night. I'll be all right if only the roses will go away. The heavy, sweet odor of roses always in my nostrils. The deadly, decaying odor of roses. Nobody in the garden. Nobody at all. There's the plum tree, just as it always is, and the vegetable patch, and the lawn where we play croquet, and there are the rose bushes, too. The rose bushes. And out of the rose bushes, a man is standing up, and it's my uncle! No! No! Tony, what did that doctor say? The consultant, I mean.
I don't know. He's stopping by in a little while.
He seemed a very strange man.
Oh, psychiatrist. I
knew he was a psychiatrist, darling. Tony, do you think...
Of course not.
Do
because it's only that I smell roses when they're on
You're
me.
not crazy, Lauren, for heaven's sake. That must be the doctor now. Now, you be a good girl. I'll see him, and I'll be back very soon. You try to sleep?
Yes, darling.
But I couldn't sleep. The odor of roses was so terribly strong. I thought, well, perhaps if I got out of bed and maybe lay down on the floor where the fresh air from the air conditioning machine was stronger, perhaps there I'd be more comfortable. But for a moment I thought it was funny as I crawled about a bit on the floor on my hands and knees until I found the place where the fresh air was supposed to come. Then I began to laugh. I laughed. That night I waited till Tony slept. And I went downstairs into the cellar. And straight to the air conditioning machine which kept the house so fresh. And there, in front of the blower which drove the air through the pipes into my bedroom, I found a little bottle. It was a lovely little bottle with a crest on its little fat belly and the word Attar of Roses on it. The bottle, you see, was open. And then I knew that I wasn't mad. And I also knew that the time had come for me to find my paper knife again. I'm awake, Tony.
Brought you your breakfast.
Thank you, darling. Put it down. I won't need it just yet.
All right. Hey, you had a good night?
I had a wonderful night. Tony, I think I'm going to be well again.
Good.
Help me out of bed, darling, will you?
Sure, all right.
Just put your arms around me.
All right.
There, I'm up. Oh, don't be in such a hurry to take your arms away, darling. Hold me close.
Oh, Lord.
Ooh. Darling, I forgot to tell you.
What?
My paper knife came back.
With what?
Yes, I have it now in my hand. The hand that's behind your back, Tony.
What?
Yes, Tony, here is my paper knife. You can take your arms away from me now, Tony. It was quick as Uncle Edward, but I think you'll die anyway, Tony.
Yes. Good doctor. Nobody's chance. Maybe.
Oh, no, doctor.
What?
I found the bottle of perfume you had placed in the air conditioner that you were using to drive me mad.
Bad. Bad luck.
Very bad luck, darling. You saw me kill Uncle Edward, didn't you? You were the one in the garden, weren't you?
Yeah, saw you.
And then when Flail came, you knew about him and you killed him, didn't you?
Boy, couldn't afford to have you give him money. It was going to be mine.
Oh, Tony. Oh, Tony, didn't you know it was yours anyway? Everything I had was yours. Why did you have to torture me and try to drive me crazy?
You would have cracked it. And the money would have gone to Here's Uncle Edward. I played it safe.
But you didn't, Tony, did you? Play it safe. Because now you're dying. And when you're dead, I'm going to bury you with Uncle Edward. Right in the garden under the rose bushes. I've already told everyone that you're going away, and you are. But not very far. Although it's far enough, isn't it, Tony?
You've won.
Thank you, darling.
And you've lost. Listen.
What?
Know what that is? It's an ambulance. For you.
Why?
You're mad. Yesterday, 2 doctors signed certificates of lunacy. I authorized.
I am not insane. I can prove it. The odor of roses was a fake. I can show them the perfume. I can explain it to them.
But how will you explain me? Or Uncle Edward?
explain.
Johnny!
Tony.
Johnny! Wait! Wait!
Oh. I think if I prove I'm sane, they'll hang me. And I don't want to be hanged. If I say nothing, they'll think I'm insane and they'll send me to the asylum, and I don't want to go to the asylum.
And they won't go away! They won't go away!
Well, that's the end of poor Laura, who was a handy girl with a paper knife, but who didn't do so well with her spring planting. Oh, and while I amble down to Green Towers to find out whether Laura's spending the winter in a padded cell or at the morgue, let me give you a bit of earnest advice. Never plant your uncle in the rose bushes if you're allergic to pollen. You might get a bad case of sleigh fever.
Sanctum has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service. Voice of information and education.
Hello. We're looking for Mr. Tracy Winthrop.
Thought I heard voices out here. Was there something you wanted?
Yes. Are you Tracy Winthrop? I'm Barton Drake.
Drake? Well, I didn't expect you until tomorrow. Yes, I'm Tracy Winthrop. Come in, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Winthrop. There was someone there at the end of the porch who spoke to us. We're curious to know who it was.
Someone spoke to you?
Yes, that's right.
Well, just a minute. I'll turn on the light. There. Well, the porch seems to be empty, Mr. Drake.
Yes, it does. That's odd.
Odd? It's downright impossible. Look, Mr. Winthrop, both of us heard a voice. Really? I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh, excuse me. This is my assistant, Noah Denton. Noah, Mr. Tracy Winthrop.
Nice to know you, Inspector Denton. I've read a lot about your
Inspector,
work.
look, how did you know I'm Inspector Denton? Barton, I thought...
Oh, come now, Inspector. When I asked Barton Drake to take my case, I hardly expected him to arrive without you. After all, it's a well-known fact that Mr. Drake considers you indispensable.
Well, now, Bart, did you hear what the man said?
I certainly did, Inspector, and he's 100% correct.
Well. I always thought...
Now, if you gentlemen are convinced there are no spooks lurking here on the porch, will you step inside, please?
Yes, thank you.
But look, that voice...
The wind plays peculiar tricks at hurricane manner, Inspector. Often we mistake its howling for the whispering of voices.
Whispering? By golly.
Step into my study, please. This is the only room in the house that's soundproof, so we can feel quite free to talk without being overheard. I'll turn on the light.
Hey, Bart, are we nuts, or did we hear a voice out there on the porch?
Of course we did, Inspector, but for the time being, I think we'd better pretend it was the wind.
There we are. Now, sit down, gentlemen, and make yourselves comfortable.
Thank you.
Hey, it's kind of nice in here, isn't it?
Well, it's the only room in the house I've been allowed to fix up to suit my own tastes, Inspector.
Allowed to fix up? I thought you were...
Yes, I know. You thought that being a millionaire, I would be master of my own home. Unfortunately, I'm the victim of circumstances.
Oh, what kind of circumstances, Mr. Winthrop?
Women.
Women?
Yes. 2 nieces and a stepdaughter. One of them is planning on murdering me.
That's a pleasant outlook. What does one of them want to murder you for?
My money, naturally. You see, in my will, I've left everything to my stepdaughter, Lucy.
Mm-hmm. And you think it's Lucy who's planning your murder?
Oh, no. Why should she? Lucy has no way of knowing that she's my heir.
So, to your nieces?
I think they suspect. Mr. Drake, I'd like to appoint you as Lucy's guardian.
What?
Well, that's a new one. How old is Lucy, Mr. Winthrop?
20. She's very attractive.
I'm sorry, Mr. Winthrop. Acting as guardian to an attractive girl is a little out of my line.
Please hear me out, Mr. Drake. Lucy is, shall we say, not a very strong character. She's rather shy and retiring. As soon as I'm dead, my two nieces are going to try and influence her to turn my fortune over to them.
You seem very matter-of-fact about all this, Mr. Winthrop.
Cold-blooded murder isn't something that should be spoken of so lightly.
I'm sorry, but being practical in this case is being smart. I know I'm close to death. I want Lucy's interest protected after I'm gone by someone of good sense. That's why I've taken legal steps to make you her guardian, Mr. Drake.
I'm afraid you took too much for granted when you assumed I'd accept the guardianship of your stepdaughter, Mr. Winthrop.
On the contrary, I rather think you'll like the idea. I believe it appeals to you because it smacks of danger.
Danger? What's dangerous about playing nursemaid to a 20-year-old babe?
I explained all that in my letter to Mr. Drake, Inspector. That's why he indicated his willingness to do what I asked by cashing the check I enclosed.
Now, wait a minute. Just what did you explain in the letter?
Explained, Inspector, that there was a possibility of my being murdered.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Why is there a chance of Bart being murdered?
Because, Inspector, after I'm gone and it becomes known that Mr. Drake is Lucy's legal guardian, somebody's going to try and dispose of him.
I don't believe it. Those things only happen in books. Now,
leave this house, Barton Drake, or you die.
Good heavens, what's that?
It's the voice of death. Where'd it come from, anyway?
Behind you, Inspector.
Behind me? I don't see.
This is the house of doom. Leave before it's too late.
It didn't come from behind me. It came from over there.
It couldn't have. This room is absolutely soundproof.
Tell me, is this the first time you've heard the voice, Mr. Winthrop?
Yes, it is. I can't imagine what its meaning is or how it's possible for us to hear it in this room.
Maybe it's the whispering of the wind.
Is that what you meant when you said you heard a voice out on the porch?
Yes. Are you convinced now that we weren't imagining things, Mr. Winthrop?
Yes, I am. That was a real voice, though inhuman sounding. Drake, this could mean the beginning of the end for me.
Why? What's the voice got to do with you? It was Bart the guy was talking about.
Don't you see? Somehow they've learned that Drake is here. Perhaps they know that I've appointed him Lucy's guardian. They're trying to frighten him away.
I think you're partly right, Mr. Winthrop.
Good Lord, listen to that.
Sounds like the voice of death got it herself.
Yes. I think we'd better find out where that came from right now. Mr. Winthrop, will you lead the way, please?
But the voice was right here in this room.
Obviously, that's incorrect, since we can see every section of this room. No, I think if we look carefully, we'll find a loudspeaker attached somewhere and a microphone in some other part of the house.
Say, that could be the answer, could it?
It must be the answer, Inspector. Well, Mr. Winthrop.
All right, come along. We'd better search the bedrooms first. The stairs are at the end of the hall. I'll switch on the lights as we go along.
Stop. Death lurks at the top of the stairs. Beware.
The guy must have a walkie-talkie. That came from over there. Under the stairs.
There's nothing under the stairs. You can see there isn't.
Mr. Winthrop, where's the switch that will turn on the lights at the top of the stairs?
Right there on the wall beside you.
Oh, yes, fine. I'll turn it on. You'd better get out your gun, Inspector.
I had it out for 5 minutes. Go ahead. Switch on the light.
Good heavens.
Jumping Judas. What happened? The lights are out. It's pitch dark.
The circuit. Mr. Winthrop. Inspector.
Yeah, I'm right here. Hey, Mr. Winthrop. Well, looks like the old boy's left us. He was right there when... Okay. What's going on?
Get out your flashlight, Inspector.
Okay. Hey, what are you doing?
What's the matter?
Someone knocked the light out of my hand.
Well, pick it up.
Okay. I gotta find it first. Doggone it. I can't see a thing.
Wait a minute, Inspector. I'll light a match.
What is that?
Someone went through that door at the end of the hall. Here's a match. There's your flashlight over against the wall.
All right. Yeah, I got it. Now I can see something. Jumping Judas spot. Look.
Yes. I see it. Winthrop's body.
His body? Do you mean...
Look at his neck, Inspector. There's a strand of wire knotted around it. He's been strangled.
All right, golly. Let me take a look. You're right, Bart. He's dead. Murdered right under our noses.
Yes, and quite cleverly, too. That wire had been fashioned into a noose before they...
Look.
I see.
Here comes the babe with a candle.
Well, gentlemen, you seem to have done rather a thorough job of murdering Uncle Tracy.
Murdering him? Us? Now, look, lady.
You're Inspector Danton, are you not? And this tall gentleman must be Barton Drake.
That's right. And who are you, please?
I? Don't you know? Well, I'm Lucy. Tracy Winthrop was my stepfather.
You're Lucy. And Winthrop must have been giving us a runaround. There's nothing shy and retiring about you.
In the face of death, Inspector Danton, even the shy and retiring are strong. And then, of course, I'm crazy.
Crazy?
Yes. Didn't Father tell you? Oh, yes, I'm crazy. I'm stark staring mad.
Lucy, answer me.
Yes, Cousin Mona.
What are you laughing at? Who turned off the light?
It's Father Tracy, Mona. He's been murdered.
Murdered? What are you talking about? I knew I shouldn't have left that girl alone. Lucy, who are these two men?
I don't know, Cousin Mona. I found them standing here over Father Tracy's dead body.
Good heavens. He's been strangled.
That's right, Miss Evans. You are Miss Evans, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Mona Evans. Who are you? What are you doing here? And who's this other man?
Danton is the name, ma'am. Inspector. Homicide.
Inspector? Then that's why you're here, because Uncle was murdered. Tell me, how did you know? He was alive an hour ago. This is all so confusing. Won't someone kindly explain what it's all about?
They killed him. I saw them. I was standing right here in the doorway.
Oh, hush up, Lucy. Policemen don't go around killing people. Now go back to your room.
But I
Go
saw...
back to your room, I say.
All right, Cousin Mona.
Cousin Mona. She's no more my cousin than the man in the moon. Now that Uncle Tracy's dead, I'll have her committed to a home.
You seem rather pleased that your Uncle Tracy is dead, Miss Evans.
Naturally. Helen and I stand to inherit his entire fortune. Why shouldn't we be?
Helen?
She's my sister.
Oh.
We'll share Uncle Tracy's fortune equally.
Where's this Helen now?
She's up in Maine visiting the family of the fiancé. Oh, dear, what a mess this is. I suppose you men are going to insist that Uncle Tracy was murdered?
Yeah. That wire wasn't put around his neck for comfort. Furthermore, we're going to find out who murdered him.
How annoying. Well, I suppose it can't be helped. How long do you think it'll take?
Well, that depends on how cooperative you are, Miss Evans. By the way, who's that standing over there in the doorway?
Where? Oh, that's Grace, our maid. What is it, Grace?
Is something wrong, Miss Mona? The lights went
No,
out.
there's nothing wrong at all, Grace. Mr. Winthrop has been murdered, that's all.
Murdered?
Yes, but don't worry. These gentlemen are here to find out who did it. You can go now.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Grace.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Lucy will be leaving us tomorrow. You can help pack her things.
Leaving? Miss Lucy?
Yes. That's all, Grace.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Evans.
Yes.
I dislike disillusioning beautiful women, but I'm afraid you're taking too much for granted.
Oh?
In the first place, you are our number one suspect.
The idea.
In the second place, you are not the one of the heirs to your uncle's estate. He left everything to Lucy.
Nonsense. I've seen the will, and it's properly...
In the third place, I've been appointed Lucy's legal guardian, and I don't believe she's crazy.
That's ridiculous. Of course she's crazy. She's been crazy for years. Helen and I can prove it.
And I can prove something, too, Miss Evans. I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt who it was who murdered your uncle.
Convinced that there aren't any loudspeakers or microphones here in Winthrop's study?
Yes, Inspector. I'm afraid I'll have to admit defeat on that score.
So the voice of doom really does come out of the spirit world, eh?
Inspector, your sense of dramatics sometimes proved to be the most ridiculous... Well, hello, Miss Evans. Come in.
Mr. Drake, if you're so positive who murdered my uncle, why are you going to all this trouble to collect evidence, as you call it?
Knowing a person is guilty of murder and proving it are two different things, Miss Evans.
And Drake doesn't go around putting the finger on people unless he can prove their guilt, lady, so you might as well quit playing hard to get along with.
Oh, all right. What do you want me to do?
First, I'd like to see your uncle's will, the one in which he named you and your sister Helen as his heirs.
I see. You doubt that such a will exists. Very well, I'll show it to you. Uncle Tracy made no secret of it. He kept the will here in his desk drawer. Yes, here it is in the folder. Look it over, Mr. Tracy.
Thank you. This is rather extraordinary. A will and handwriting.
Uncle Tracy was an extraordinary man. The fact that the will is in his handwriting proves it's authentic.
It might, if that's Winthrop's handwriting.
Don't be absurd, Inspector. Of course it's Uncle Tracy's handwriting. A dozen people can and will swear to it.
Tell me, is this the only will that your uncle ever made, Miss Evans?
No. A long time ago, before Lucy became deranged, he made another, naming her as heir.
Mm-hmm. And where's that will now?
I suppose that Attorney Scott Rowland has it in his office. But don't get any ideas.
The will you have in your hand outdates the other by months. It's properly witnessed and otherwise quite in order. Now, what else would you like to know, Mr. Drake?
Oh, quite a few things. First of all, the inspector and I would like to search your bedroom.
My bedroom?
Yes. Then we'd like to examine the cellar.
The cellar? What an unusual request. Mr. Drake, are you quite sure you know what you're doing?
I'm very sure, Miss Evans. Furthermore, I'm quite sure that you know what I'm doing, too. Come along, Inspector. Here we are, Inspector. This must be the room.
Yep. I don't know what you expect to find in the babe's bedroom, but hey.
Wow. This is something I didn't expect to find. Were you looking for something, Grace?
I was just cleaning up.
That's a good one. You always start cleaning up by looking inside of desk drawers?
I don't know what you mean.
What's that you're trying to hide behind you, Grace?
It's nothing. Really, it isn't. It's nothing at all.
No, let's see here.
Oh, please. I didn't mean to steal anything.
Well, a book. Now, what the
May I
heck?
see it for a minute, Inspector?
Sure, it's nothing but an ordinary book.
No, it's quite a lot more than an ordinary book. It's Mona Evans' personal diary. Grace, what did you want with this diary?
Oh, I didn't steal it. I didn't. I was only going to dust it off.
Dust it off. But when this babe cleans up her room, she really cleans it, opens doors.
I suppose you know that people who steal are sent to jail, Grace.
Oh, I wish you would send me to jail. I wish you would. I hate it here. Hate it. Are you really policeman?
Really, policeman? Now, look, lady, this is the first time anyone ever asked me that question.
Why are you so anxious to know if we're really policemen, Grace?
Because if you are, there's something I must tell you.
This is the House of Doom. All who come here must die.
There it is again. The voice. I know that I'll be next. They told me I would if I...
If you what, Grace?
I can't tell. I can't. I'll die if I do. They said I would.
Who said you would?
She did. The voice. She said that Mr. Winthrop would die, and then she said I would. Oh, I'm so frightened.
Now. You don't need to be frightened, Grace. You're not going to die.
I am. I know I am. I'm so afraid.
Now. Inspector and I'll take you to your quarters, Grace, and you can lock yourself in your room until we get back.
Where are you going?
Down in the cellar. And when we return, we'll have the voice of doom with us.
What are we stopping here in the kitchen for? I thought we were going down and trap the voice of doom.
Let me see.
Hey, Bart.
Oh, yes, Inspector. We are going down and trap the voice of doom. But first, I want to check through this diary.
Why? You expect to find a confession of murder there?
No. Miss Evans couldn't have had time to record the murder since it only occurred an hour ago. Be reasonable, Inspector.
Okay, then what are you looking for?
A confession of murder, Inspector.
A confession? Now, wait a minute, Bart.
All right, Inspector. I found what I wanted. Get out your flashlight and let's go. Looks rather forbidding down there, doesn't it?
There's a light switch on the wall. No light?
No, I didn't expect there would be, did you, Inspector? Someone in this household is mighty handy with electric wires. Point your flashlight down the stairs, Inspector.
What are we looking for? That's what I want to know.
We're looking for the door to the furnace room, Inspector. Yes, this is it, all right.
Furnace? What are you going to do, start a fire?
We might have to smoke out the voice of doom at that.
Well, there's no furnace in here.
No. Appears to be nothing but a storeroom.
Hey, someone shut the door.
No, they shut it, but gosh,
they're dirty. Hey, open this door. Open it.
No use, Inspector. Whoever locked us in here intended that we should stay.
So the great Barton Drake stepped into my little trap.
Where'd that come from? That grating up near the ceiling, I think, Inspector. It's an air duct from a furnace.
From the furnace?
Yes. This house is heated with a hot air system, Inspector, which means that there are one or more registers in each room. Now, any sound made inside the unlighted furnace would produce a hollow intonation which could be heard throughout the building.
So that's where the voice of doom came from, eh?
There's no doubt about it, Inspector.
How very clever you are, Barton Drake. You fool. You were warned. Now you must die.
Die, she says. What's she going to do, scare us to death?
Nothing so naive, Inspector Danton. Listen.
Hey, that sounds like escaping gas.
Inspector, that is escaping gas. It's coming through that air duct.
Well, of all the corny gimmicks. Hey, shut out the gas before I... Before I...
Before you what, Inspector?
Don't waste your breath talking, Inspector. You need all you have before we get out of this one. Pull that box over here.
Box, what for? What are you going to do?
I'm going to stand on it and stuff my coat into that air duct. Hurry now.
Okay. Stuffing up that hole isn't going to keep all the gas from getting in here. I'm beginning to feel lightheaded already. But we're doomed.
Nonsense. There we are. That'll keep most of the gas out. All right, Inspector. Start shooting.
Shooting? Shooting at what?
The lock, of course. 2 or 3 slugs should ruin it completely.
Oh, say, that's a good idea. Funny I never thought of it.
Hurry up.
Okay. Here goes. That ought to do it.
Better. I am beginning to feel lightheaded.
Okay, Bart. Come on. It's open.
Fine. Keep your flashlight handy, Inspector. The voice of doom must be somewhere nearby, and we're going to find her.
There's a door over there. Maybe...
Shh. Listen.
What'd you hear?
I'm not sure. Come over this way.
Hey, Bart, look.
As I said, behind that barrel. Come on, Inspector.
No, you don't, sister. Stay right where you are.
Grab her, Inspector.
I'll grab her all right. Come here, you.
Let me alone. Let me alone.
Help it, Judas. It's Lucy.
Yes. Shy and retiring little Lucy.
You let me alone. You can't arrest me. I'm crazy. Everybody knows I'm crazy.
You're telling us?
What's going on down there? Lucy?
Mona. Help, help.
I'm afraid your cousin Mona won't be of much help, Lucy.
Here she comes, and the maid's with her.
Lucy, what happened? What's all this shooting about?
I think you know what the shooting was about, Mona.
Oh, I do.
Tell him I'm crazy, Mona. Tell him I'm not responsible for what I do.
Before you answer that, Mona, let me tell you something.
Well?
In the first place, I'm going to ask Inspector Danton to arrest you for being an accomplice in the murder of your Uncle Tracy Winthrop.
You what?
And in the second place, I'm going to ask the inspector to arrest this young lady here as the actual murderess.
Wait a minute, Barty. You mean you want me to arrest this one?
That's right, Inspector.
But this is Lucy. She's the old man's stepdaughter. Oh, so she's crazy.
I'm afraid you're wrong, Inspector. She's not crazy. In fact, she's not even Lucy.
Huh? What is that, Bart?
The young lady's name, Inspector, is Helen. She's Mona's sister. And this girl here who's been posing as a maid is Lucy. Isn't that right, young lady?
I'm not supposed to.
Shut up, you. If you open your mouth, I'll...
You won't do anything. Stand back and let the girl talk. Go on, miss.
All right. I'll tell you. They threatened to kill me if I did, but now that Father's gone, I don't care anymore. I'm Lucy. They made me pretend I was a maid. They killed Father. They've been planning...
You little wretch. I told you I'd kill you, and I will.
Put down that gun, Mona. Inspector.
Yeah, I got it. All right, lady. Take it easy.
Let go of me. Let go of me. Mr. Drake.
Oh, yes, Grace.
You can call me Lucy now. That's my real name.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. What was it you wanted, Lucy?
Are you and Inspector Danton leaving now?
Yes, we are. But don't you worry. You'll be all right. There's no one around to bother you now.
But I thought...
Yes?
Well, if Father appointed you my guardian, I mean... Well, I hate being left alone and...
Yes, I see what you mean. It wouldn't be quite right to leave you here all alone, would it?
Well, tomorrow I could go to Aunt Fulton's house and my best friend, and they want me to live with them.
Okay, Bart, we're all set. Those two babes are taken care of, and I drove the car all the way up the hill. Say, what's the matter?
Inspector, I was wondering...
Oh, you don't have to brag. I caught on to the gimmick almost as soon as you did. It was the book.
Book? What book, Inspector?
The one with the writing in it. The diary that the young miss here was trying to steal.
Oh.
Hey, by the way, what did you want to steal it for, miss?
Well, you see, Inspector, I knew that Mona had been practicing Father's handwriting for months. I also knew she kept the diary, so I reasoned that the more accurate she became in writing like Father, the more the entries she made in the diary would resemble his hand.
Say, you're pretty smart. You figured it right. The last entries in the diary were written in exactly the same hand as that phony will.
And that meant that Mona forged the will, didn't it?
Right. They suspected that you knew what they were up to, so they forced you to play the part of the maid.
And then Helen pretended she was me and tried to make you think she was crazy. And later on, they tried to work it out so that I'd be committed to a home.
That's it. There's only one thing I can't figure out. Why did Mr. Drake here become suspicious in the first place?
Oh, I know the answer to that. When Helen first spoke to him, posing as me, she referred to Father as Uncle Tracy. You see, I'd naturally speak of him as Father.
Well, did you figure that one out, too?
Oh, no. Mr. Drake told me.
Oh, he did.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you let me in on it. Bart would needle me about it all the way back to New York because I didn't notice. Hey, Bart.
Yeah.
Let's get going. I'm going to be back in New York tomorrow.
Sorry, Inspector.
And what do you mean, sorry, Inspector?
I'm leaving, but you're not.
What the devil are you...
We can't just go off and leave this little girl here by herself. One of us will have to remain until she can make arrangements with her friends.
Well, now, let's see. Our guardian Drake is the boy.
Guardian Drake is returning to New York, Inspector. As the policeman in charge of this case, it's up to you to stick on the job.
Nothing doing. Look, I'm a cop, not a nursemaid. Hey, Bart, come back here. This is your job.
Sorry, old boy. Playing nursemaid isn't my job or hobby. Writing is my job, and mystery is my hobby.
Journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call Death Has 1,000 Faces. Our story begins at police headquarters in an eastern metropolis. In a small, shabbily furnished office, Horace Riker, a patrol officer for the State Prison Commission, is seated at his desk, which is completely covered with gift packages. As Horace, a small, mild-mannered man in his late 40s, starts to open some of the gifts, there's a knock at his door.
Come in. Oh, hello, Captain.
Hello, Horace. Well, I'd be known the boys forgot you. 25 years with the State Prison Commission. That's a long time.
Yes, I never knew I had so many friends. Why, look at all these gifts. There must be at least 20.
Well, here's another one, Horace. This is for me and the other boys in the homicide squad.
Oh, I don't know how to thank you and the others, Captain. You've all been so kind.
Nonsense, Horace. You know how we all feel about you.
I'm really a very lucky man, Captain. I have a job I like, fine friends, and a wonderful wife.
Yeah, so you and Millie are hitting it off okay, huh?
Of course. I told you it would work out all right, even if I am 20 years older than Millie.
Well, I'm glad to hear I was wrong. Here, let me help you open your gifts.
Thanks, Captain.
Well, looks as though half these gifts are boxes of cigars. I'm afraid you'll have to take up smoking, Horace.
Guess you're right. Well, this one doesn't seem to be cigars. Sounds like a clock.
Clock?
Yes, I can hear ticking inside. Doesn't seem to be a card with it. Well, I'll unwrap it. The card is probably inside.
Wait just a minute. Let me see that package.
Why, of course. Here.
Oh, there's a ticking inside, all right. Cheap wrapping paper, no store label, return address. Why should anyone send you a wound-up clock?
Well, maybe they just wound it up to make sure it worked.
I like the looks of this.
What do you mean?
Mac, this is Captain Ross calling from Riker's office. Get the bomb disposal squad over here on the double. It's an emergency.
What did you find out, Captain?
Morelli and the bomb disposal squad have just finished. It was a bomb, all right.
Oh, dear me.
Morelli said it was extremely well constructed. If you had opened that package, it had been blown to bits.
Who could have sent it?
Oh, it's pretty obvious. It must have been sent to you by one of the convicts whose parole you revoked.
You really think that's it?
Of course.
I wonder which one it was.
That's what we'd like to know. There's nothing about that bomb that we can trace. Well, you'll have to be doubly careful from now on.
Doubly careful?
Yes, this con may make another attempt on your life. I'm assigning one of my men to you for protection.
But I don't need protection, and think how frightened Millie would be if she found out.
Now, don't you worry. She won't find out. I'll see to that.
Well, if you think it's best.
Just leave everything to me, Horace. Now, you better run along home.
Millie? Millie, where are you?
Oh, here I am. Stop yelling.
Look, Millie, at all the gifts I got from the men at the office. Isn't that a new dress you're wearing, darling?
Yes, I bought it this afternoon. How do you like it?
Oh, it's beautiful. You look wonderful in it, Millie. How much did it cost?
$80.
$80.
Yes. It was marked down from $100. I just couldn't resist it.
But, Millie, you bought 2 new dresses just last week.
Well, you can't expect me to go around in rags. I'm sick and tired of having to skimp all the time and never...
No, Millie. If you want to keep the dress, of course you may. The only thing is I don't know how I'll be able to meet the insurance payment due this week.
You mean if I keep this dress, you won't be able to make the payment on your policy?
Yes, dear.
Oh. Well, in that case, I'll return it. You must keep up your insurance.
I'm sorry, darling, that you have to return it. I'll try to find a part-time job in the evenings so we can increase our income. You're going to have everything you want.
Yes, Horace, you're right. I am going to have everything I want. One way or another.
That night, as Horace took Millie out to a movie, they were followed by a detective who Captain Ross had assigned to guard Horace. But as the days slipped by, Horace went about his work as usual, completely disregarding his bodyguard. After 3 weeks had passed, and no further attempts were made on Horace's life, the detective was assigned to another case.
Good evening, darling. Sure was hot today, wasn't it?
Yes. Supper will be ready in a few minutes.
All right, dear. Is there any beer in the refrigerator?
Yes, I put 2 bottles in there this morning.
Good. Nothing better than cold beer on a hot day. You want some beer, Millie?
Now, you know I never drink it. It's too fattening.
What did you do today, dear?
What did I do? I went shopping.
Oh, this beer is cold. Makes my eyes ache.
Horace, I can't stand this heat much longer. When are you getting your vacation?
Well, I've been given the 2nd and 3rd weeks in September.
But that's weeks away.
I know, Millie, but I didn't have any choice. I'm sorry that we...
What's wrong?
My heart. It hurts.
That's what comes from drinking beer when you're overheated.
Oh, it feels worse.
Oh, nonsense. You'll be all right in a minute.
Millie, help me. Get a doctor. I can't breathe.
Horace, are you sure you need a doctor?
Yes. Hurry, Millie. Hurry.
How is he, Doctor?
That was a close call, Mrs. Riker. But he'll be all right. You can go in now.
Oh, thank you.
Doctor, I'm Captain Ross, friend of Mr. Riker's.
So, how do you do, Captain?
Millie, that is, Mrs. Riker, said it was a heart attack. Is that right?
Yes, Captain, it was a heart attack. Brought on by poison.
Poison?
Yes.
Do you have any idea how it happened?
Yes. Strychnine in the beer. Fortunately for Riker, he only took a sip of the beer. Had he taken any more, he'd be dead. This is a matter for your department, Captain.
Yeah, so it seems.
I'll turn in a report to you.
Thank you, Doctor.
That's quite all right. Well, I've got to leave now. I've got another patient to see. Good night.
Good night, Doctor. Strychnine.
Has the doctor left?
Yes. How's Horace?
Well, he's asleep now.
That beer that Horace drank, when did you get it?
Oh, it was delivered yesterday from the grocery.
Did the delivery boy give it to you directly?
Why, no. He left it on the rear porch. I was out all day.
I see.
What are you getting at?
Horace's heart attack was caused by poison. Poison in the bottle of beer.
Poison?
Mm-hmm.
But who would want to poison Horace?
Oh, maybe it was one of the convicts whose parole he revoked. Then again, it might be someone else.
You have no clue?
No, not yet. But I can promise you one thing. I'll not give up until I've got the person who's trying to murder Horace. Hello, Horace. How are you?
I'm feeling fine, Captain. It's good to be back at work.
Well, sit down, Horace.
Thank you.
Suppose you realize what a close shave you had.
Yes.
Horace, I've got 4 men working on the case day and night. We've been checking on all the convicts whose paroles you've revoked.
Well, that sounds like quite a job.
It is. Naturally, we've been checking other angles as well.
Other angles?
Yes. You understand, of course, it's my duty to investigate every aspect of the case.
Certainly, Captain.
There's nothing personal in what I'm doing. It all comes under routine investigation.
Yes, of course.
Well, what I'm trying to say, Horace, is I've had one of my men check up on your wife.
On Millie?
That's right.
But that's ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. You have no right
It isn't ridiculous. We've uncovered some very interesting facts about your wife.
What?
These are the facts. First, your wife worked in an aviation instrument factory during the war. She's a skilled mechanic.
Of course, I know that. It's absurd.
Your wife has the ability to construct a bomb. A bomb such as the one you received.
Are you trying to say it's Millie who's out to murder me?
Let me give you the rest of the facts.
You're out of your mind. How dare you make such an accusation against my wife? How dare you?
Fact number 2. 6 months ago, you took out $50,000 worth of insurance on your life. Whose idea was that? How can you possibly afford to carry $50,000 worth of insurance on your salary?
That's none of your business. I refuse to listen any further to these absurd accusations you're making against my wife.
Fact number 3. Your wife is two-timing you, has been for months. She's seeing a young man by the name of Jerry Clapper.
I won't take that from anyone, not even you. I'll show you.
Oh, don't be a fool, Horace. I'm only doing my duty. Now, sit down. Sit down. And stay down. Horace, we've been friends for 20 years. Do you think I'd tell you all this if I didn't have to?
It's lies. All lies.
Fact number 4. Your wife's boyfriend works for a medical firm. He has easy access to poisons, including strychnine.
Nothing you're saying is true. Nothing. If you were honest, you'd admit that you don't like Millie. You never have. You were dead set against my marrying her.
That's true, but that has nothing to do with this.
I love my wife, and I trust her. I don't believe a word you've told me. If you knew her as I do, you'd know she isn't capable of such a thing.
Are you so hopelessly in love with her that you can't see what I'm telling you is the truth?
It isn't the truth. And nothing you can say will change my mind. And I warn you, Captain, if you spread any of these lies about my wife around, I'll kill you.
With this threat, Horace stormed out of Captain Ross's office and returned to his own. In the days that followed, he avoided Ross, which was soon noticed by his fellow workers. Horace told Millie nothing of the accusations that Ross had made. If anything, he was twice as devoted to Millie as ever. The two spent long hours together making plans for their vacation. The day before they were to leave, Horace was summoned to Captain Ross's office.
You wanted to see me?
Yes, have a seat.
I prefer to stand.
Very well. I understand you're leaving on your vacation tomorrow.
Yes.
Where are you going?
None of your business.
I'm asking you as your superior. We may wish to get in touch with you.
We're driving to Virginia. We're renting the same cottage we had last year.
I see. Have you had any further attempts made on your life?
No.
While you're on your vacation, be careful.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean.
If you don't stop insinuating that my wife is trying to murder me, I'll see to it that
Just be careful. That's all I'm asking. I'd like to see you come back.
Is there anything else?
No.
Thank you.
Well, I've warned him.
This is a life lying peacefully in a hammock far away from everything and everyone. Enjoying yourself, Millie?
Yes, Horace.
Just like our honeymoon, isn't it?
Yes.
And we've done all the same things. We've gone fishing, swimming, boating, and we've tramped all over the countryside. It's been wonderful.
You know, the only thing we haven't done that we did last year is visit the gigantic caverns.
Yes, that's right. I'd forgotten about that. We did visit the gigantic caverns last year, didn't we?
Yes, Horace. Why don't we spend tomorrow exploring the caverns? Do you remember that wonderful waterfall and pool?
Yes, it'll be a lot of fun. Do you remember the way we almost got lost in the caverns last year?
Oh, if you get lost in there, you can wander days without finding your way out.
Well, this time I'm going to be very careful.
Yes, Horace. We've got too much to live for to let anything happen to us.
Well, here's the entrance to the caverns, Millie.
It certainly is deserted, isn't it?
Yes, no one comes here after Labor Day. Now, wait till I tie the end of the string to this tree.
How long is that ball of string?
Oh, about 5,000 feet. Almost a mile. There.
That should be long enough to take us to the waterfall and the pool and the cabin, shouldn't it?
Yes, just about. Are you ready, dear?
Yes, Horace.
I'll carry the flashlight. Your eyes will become accustomed to the darkness in just a minute. Cool in here, isn't it?
Yes. The only thing I don't like about these caverns are the rats running around. And the bats.
Oh, they won't bother you.
Do you want me to unwind the ball of string for you?
No, Millie, I can manage nicely. This place is fascinating. I'm certainly glad you suggested this little trip there.
Horace, look how high the roof is in this cavern. Why, it must be 200 feet.
Yes, these caverns get more interesting as you pass from one to another. However, I'm afraid we can't go much further. We've about reached the end of the string.
But, Horace, I wanted to see the waterfall and the pool.
I should have brought along another ball of string.
Why are you stopping?
I've reached the end of the string.
Horace, listen a moment. Do you hear the waterfall?
Yes, I think I do.
It sounds as though it's directly ahead. Let's keep going a little further.
But, darling, there isn't any more string.
Oh, we'll only go a little way. It doesn't sound very far off. We'll be able to find our way back.
Well, all right. Wait till I tie the end of the string around this rock. There. Come along.
Well, we've come quite a way, but here it is.
Yes.
Shine your flashlight down on the pool, Horace.
All right.
It must be quite deep.
Yes. What are you thinking of, darling?
If a person fell into the pool, there'd be no way to get out. The walls of the pool are sheer rock. There'd be no way of climbing up them.
Yes, that's right. What makes you think of it, darling?
I don't know. Standing here or looking down at the pool, it just comes to mind.
It couldn't be that perhaps you want to get rid of me.
Oh, Horace, how can you say such a thing?
It could be, couldn't it? After all, I'm 20 years older than you. I'm not good looking, and I haven't any money.
Oh, don't talk like that.
Why not? It's true, isn't it? My friend Captain Ross thinks it's you who's made the 2 attempts on my life.
I?
Yes. Ross said that you could have constructed the bomb that was sent to me and have poisoned the beer I drank.
How dare he say such a thing?
He claims you're after my insurance. And, of course, he mentioned the man you've been seeing, Jerry Clapper.
He told you about Jerry?
Yes.
Horace, you don't believe that I sent you that bomb or poisoned the beer, do you?
No, Millie. I know you didn't.
Oh, it's good of you not to think so.
You may want me dead, Millie, but I know it wasn't you who made the attempts on my life.
How can you be so sure?
It's very simple, Millie. Because it was I who sent the bomb to myself and poisoned the beer.
You?
Yes.
But why?
Why? You're in love, Millie. You should know to what lengths love can drive a person. In that horrible moment 7 months ago when I found out you were deceiving me, I came close to killing you.
Horace!
Does it surprise you that a mild little man my age could feel so deeply? But then I realized that wasn't the way.
That wasn't the way?
No. I began to formulate a plan, a very clever plan. First, I took out a $50,000 life insurance policy with you as beneficiary. Several months later, I followed that up by sending myself a bomb, and shortly afterwards, I poisoned my beer.
But why did you do all that?
I knew that sooner or later my friend Captain Ross would come to believe that it was you who was attempting to kill me. And that's exactly what happened.
But why? Why?
It was all part of the perfect build-up. The build-up that had led to this moment.
What?
Yes, Millie. You're going to die. Here and now.
No, Horace. No.
I loved you so, Millie. I loved you so.
Horace, don't come near me. Don't touch me. Horace! Horace! Save me! Don't let me drown!
Where's Jerry? When did he save you? I wasn't good enough for you, was I? But you need me now, don't you?
Horace! Help me! Help me!
Millie? She's gone. I better get out of here. As soon as I get back to the cottage, I'll call the sheriff and tell him my story. He'll believe it, particularly after he talks to Captain Ross. There won't be any trouble. After all, I'm just a mild little man in his late 40s. I'm not the type who can love deeply or hate deeply. Well, at least she found out before she died. Now, let's see. Here are 3 pads. Which one is it that will lead me to the string? It's the one on the left. Yes, that must be it. It's about a half-mile from here to where the string ran out. Then I follow the string for a mile, and I'll be at the entrance. Strange. I don't remember this turn in the path. But then I may not have noticed it before. This must be the right path. But then they all look so much alike. These caverns are just a maze of passageways. Maybe I took the wrong path. Perhaps I should have taken the middle one. Yes, it must be the middle one. I'd better retrace my steps. All I have to do is keep calm, and I'll be all right. People only get lost when they're excited. I just have to go back to where the 3 paths are and take the middle one. I mustn't get excited.
Horace Riker ignored the rapid beating of his heart and attempted to remain calm. But as he made his way along, he was constantly confronted with diverging and crisscrossing passages, all of which looked unfamiliar. After wandering for an hour, his flashlight burned out, and he could no longer go on. Exhausted, he sank down to the ground, completely losing all track of time. Meanwhile, the absence of the Rikers from their cottage went unnoticed. It was only after the 5th day that it was discovered they were missing. The countryside was searched without any success. Captain Ross flew to Virginia to aid in the search. Then someone remembered the gigantic cavern. A week from the day he'd entered the caverns, Horace Riker was found semi-conscious, babbling deliriously. He was rushed to a hospital, but the search for his wife went on.
You may go in now, Captain Ross.
Thank you, nurse. Hello, Horace. How are you feeling?
Captain Ross, what are you doing here?
I flew down here 2 days ago to help in the search. I was with the party that found you in the gigantic caverns.
Millie, did you find her?
Yes.
How is she?
She's dead.
Dead?
They found her body in a large pool by a waterfall.
Poor Millie.
Suppose, Horace, you tell me exactly what happened.
The whole idea of visiting the gigantic caverns was Millie's. When we got to the entrance, I led the way in, while Millie unrolled the ball of string behind me. After we'd gone a mile, the string ran out. In the distance, we could hear a waterfall. Millie insisted that we go on, though I argued it was dangerous.
What did she say to that?
She said she'd mark the path with her lipstick as we went along, and we could find our way back to the string that way.
I see.
We must have gone about a quarter of a mile when I suddenly realized Millie was no longer following me. I turned, but she was gone. Then I called out to her. I could hear her laughing in the distance and telling me to find my own way out.
What did you do then?
I'm afraid I got panicky. In that moment, I realized everything you told me was true. I tried to follow Millie's laughter, but it seemed to come from all directions. As I tried to retrace my steps to the string, I became completely lost. And that's all I remember.
I see. Despite the lipstick marks she made as a trail, Millie apparently became lost when she ran away from you.
Yes. Captain, I want to apologize for not having believed you. I hope there aren't any hard feelings.
None at all, Horace. I'm just glad I was one of the party who found you before it was too late.
I suppose I was in a bad way when you found me.
Mm-hmm. You were semi-conscious, slowly sinking. By the way, Horace, this will interest you.
Oh, what's that?
It's a phonograph recording. I'll play it for you. I had it made just after you were brought to this hospital. Listen.
No, I wasn't good enough for you, was I?
Why, that's me.
I gotta find my way out of here. You think that all these months I haven't known what's been going on, huh? I may not be young or good-looking like your Jerry, but I have brains. So dark here. So dark. It took brains to work all this out. First the insurance, then the bomb, and poison beer. And now this, Millie. Just the way I planned it. You're drowning, Millie. You're drowning. And they'll never find out, Millie. I'm too clever for them.
Yes, Horace, you are clever. I must apologize. I completely underestimated you. If you hadn't been delirious when we found you, I'd never have known that you murdered Millie.
Perfect blueprint for murder. Only he left no margin for error. How was he to know that he would confess all while delirious? Oh, you have to get off now. I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
Present George Edwards in Frankenstein. Baron Frankenstein described his amazing adventures to Captain Walton of the ship Voyager. The Voyager had been icebound for many months, but the thaw was setting in, and the vessel was commencing to drift southwards. Captain Walton brought this good news to the Baron.
Our journey homeward is commencing. The ice is breaking up. There are several patches of water around the vessel. Very soon we will be underway.
I must leave the vessel at once. I know the monster is still alive.
I cannot let you leave, Baron Frankenstein. You know that.
You have no power to keep me here.
Well, we are not making very much progress as yet, and I would sincerely like to hear the remainder of your story. I am writing it all in my journal.
Well, I was telling you that in the wilds of Tartary, I encountered a peasant who was terrified because he had seen the monster.
And when you were seeking to comfort the peasant, you heard the monster's laugh.
Yeah. I drew my pistol and moved towards the door. To my surprise, the door opened and the monster appeared. My surprise was so great that I hesitated for a moment, and that hesitation was fatal. With incredible swiftness, the monster advanced and wrenched the pistol from my hand. And then he said, "It is time that you and I spoke again, Frankenstein. You seem to have the powers of evil. Always you flee before me. Am I never to kill you? Shall I kill this peasant, or will I bid him begone? I do not wish him to hear what we have to say. Go, fellow. Do not return here for some hours. Because you are my creator, so should you be my friend. We are both outcasts now. Can we not also be friends? I have thoughts just as other men. If I had a friend to whom I could speak, and who could read to me and teach me many of the ways of the world, perhaps I would find some strange happiness. You cannot return to your world, Frankenstein, but you could find loyal, faithful, and honest friendship with me. You have murdered my wife, my friends, and made me an outcast in this world, and yet you dare to ask for friendship. Is your life happy now? I have never known a moment's happiness since I created you, and I have never known a moment's happiness since I was created. Do you not owe it to me to give me some peace and happiness, to give me friendship, to give me your ideas? I owe you nothing but hatred. Was it my fault that men shrink from me and strive to kill me? Is it my fault that I defended myself by killing them and thus earning further hatred? Did you not refuse to make for me a companion? I could not bring myself to do it, and because of that, my rage knew no bounds, and I slew all whom you held dear. Now it is over. We are both outcasts, objects of hatred, scorn, and loathing. Let there be friendship between us, Frankenstein. I have sworn that I will never rest until I destroy that which I created. Mayhap I am to blame for many of the sufferings which you have endured, but the sin was mine. I created you. Now it is my solemn and holy duty to destroy you. And it is in my power to destroy my creator. You may destroy me. I will. But not until you have experienced further suffering. You must pursue me. You must live the same lonely life as I live. And perhaps I will receive a strange pleasure knowing that I have made my Creator suffer. And perhaps I am receiving a strange pleasure knowing that you are paying for your sins, knowing that all men are still against you and will always be against you. But I admit the crime was mine in giving life to you. And my only purpose in living now is to end that life. Mayhap you will never end it. Farewell once again, my master. I offered you my friendship. I offered to live at peace with you, and you refused. Why should a man hate that which he has created? That is one of the things I will never understand. Farewell, Frankenstein, until the next time.
Did you pursue the monster that day, Baron Frankenstein?
Well, he made his escape with incredible swiftness, and I set off after him. The search went on for many months, and the monster seemed to take pleasure in leading me on. Sometimes, indeed, he left marks in writing on the barks of trees or cut in stone that guided me and instigated my fury. I pursued my journey to the northward. The snow thickened, and the cold increased in a degree almost too severe to support. On and on we tramped, and occasionally I was rewarded by a glimpse of my deadly enemy. I realized that I was being led towards the frozen wastes of the north, and I procured sledge and dogs, traveling across the icy wastes and occasionally finding clues of the inhuman devil which I had created. Then I lost him, and for a while I despaired of my own life. My dogs died. I wandered through the snow and the blizzard, gradually finding my way to this ship, where you gave me your kindness and hospitality, Captain Walton.
A strange and dreadfully tragic story, Baron Frankenstein.
The story is not over yet. You know now why I cannot return to England with you. There is no place for me in the haunts of men. I must kill the monster, and then I will be content to die.
Who is there?
Mr. Boyd, sir. The nest is beginning to drift. The ice is breaking more rapidly now, Captain. I think you had better come up on deck.
Very well, I shall come up now.
I must leave the vessel. Make arrangements for me to be put ashore, Captain.
You cannot leave the vessel, Baron Frankenstein. That would be madness.
I must. You realize that I cannot let that monster roam about killing people at will?
You must excuse me for a moment. You will be safe here in your cabin. You are not yet strong enough to leave your bunk. I will return and discuss the matter with you later. Come, Mr. Boyd.
Well, have you any orders to give, Captain?
We cannot carry any more sail at present. The vessel is moving slowly but steadily. Better be kept upon this course, Mr. Boyd.
Aye, aye, sir.
Have any of the men seen signs of the monster?
We have seen nothing for the past few days.
I am glad. We are gradually gathering speed and making our way through the ice. By tomorrow, we should be well on the journey homewards. Then I do not think we will have any more to fear from the monster.
But what of Baron Frankenstein? Are we taking him with us?
Of course. You do not think we could leave him here?
The men are afraid of him, sir. They say that he is responsible for bringing that evil monster aboard. They say all their lives are in danger. I beg of you, put Baron Frankenstein ashore. He'll be an evil influence during the voyage.
I am the commander of this vessel, Mr. Boyd. Baron Frankenstein is my friend.
The men have been inactive all the while the ship has been icebound. They're ready for any mischief, and they've been grumbling lately.
Well, you've started our homeward journey now.
They fear that Baron Frankenstein, and they fear this monster. They say that the Baron must be put ashore.
And I refuse. You do not know Baron Frankenstein's story as I know it. That man has suffered. Admittedly, it was through his own sin. But he could not have realized what misery he was to bring into the world and into his own life. He has suffered enough. And I say that he is to stay aboard this ship until we reach England. If anyone attempts to harm him, they will answer to me.
But what if that monster comes aboard? What if it means loss of life?
All the officers are armed. If the monster comes aboard, we will shoot.
It would be easy for the monster to come aboard. There is ice all around the ship.
There is water on one side of the ship. We can watch the icebound side.
And what if the crew mutiny?
If the crew mutiny, they will be dealt with. Gather them here, and I will address them.
All hands on deck.
Let the officers stand with me, Mr. Boyd. So far, this voyage has been a success, and will not be marred by any signs of mutiny on the part of the crew.
I was only trying to do my duty in telling you what the men felt, sir.
I am aware of that, and I am going to deal with the men. I assume I have the loyalty of the officers.
We will obey you, sir, but we are afraid of this monster. If you will remember, he once attacked me.
I do remember that.
All hands on deck now, sir.
Men, it has been reported to me that some of you are showing signs of discontent. For the greater part of this voyage, you have all given me your loyalty, and you have assisted me to make the journey a success. I ask you now not to mar that voyage by any murmurs of mutiny. I am told that some of you are afraid of my friend and guest, Baron Frankenstein. There is no need for you to fear him. He is a gentleman who has suffered. I know his story, and I feel deeply for him. As regards the strange monster which has sometimes come aboard this vessel, I can assure you that all the officers are armed, and if he comes aboard, they will shoot. Attempt to mutiny and disobey my orders, then you will meet with the punishment that is given to mutineers. Now trust in me, men. I will take you back home safely. And remember, if any harm comes to my guest, Baron Frankenstein, the man who harms him shall die. That is all. You may go.
Wait!
Baron Frankenstein, how did you get up here?
I forced myself to leave my bed. I heard what you said, Captain. But your men need have no fear. I will go ashore now.
The legend of the Kruger millions. There is something about tales of buried treasure, the magic phrase X marks the spot, doubloons and pieces of 8, ancient parchment maps, that appeals to the romantic in us all. In Africa, there is a wealth of myth and legend to inspire treasure hunters. The sunken treasure of the Grosvenor, a cache of diamonds hidden by a refugee Zulu chief in Rhodesia, Portuguese gold buried near the Zambezi, the lost half of the Cullinan diamond. Perhaps the most persistent legend is that of the buried Kruger gold. Every month there is at least one news item about this hoard, and now and again we read stories of people who claim to have been there at the time. It's doubtful that any number of official statements denying its existence will ever kill the legend of the Kruger millions. August 1900. There was heavy fighting near Clip River, and the Boer commandos were being pushed back by Lord Roberts. In Pretoria, President Kruger and his cabinet were making plans to move to a new capital at Machadodorp, near Delagoa Bay. One afternoon, Umpol sent for his coachman, Johannes Swartz.
The English are coming, Swartz. They will catch me if I stay here, and I want to know if you will come with me when I leave.
Leave, Meneer the President?
We are going to Machadodorp, Swartz. I am having a special train fitted out for myself and members of my cabinet.
I will do my duty, Umpol. What is it you wish me to do?
I want 6 of my horses put on the train, but Venus and Darling are to stay so that Tansina can use them. And my best cow must be put on the train as well.
Ja, Umpol. The stable boy Willem can help me.
Goed. When you have done that, go and say goodbye to your wife. Then come back here. I want you to drive me through the town in a spider so that everyone can see me.
Ja, Umpol. Do you know how long we shall be away for?
Not too long, Swartz, not too long. In time, we shall defeat the Khakis.
What time do you wish me to come back for you this evening, Umpol?
Swartz loaded the horses and the cow onto the presidential train. And then at 7 in the evening, he called for the president and the spider. They drove round the town so that everyone could see Umpol. Later that evening, they drove secretly to Eerste Fabrika, where the remnants of the government were waiting for President Kruger on the platform. Skolkburgers, F.W. Reitz, Frikkie Elof, Manny Bradell, and the state attorney, Louis Jacobs.
Swart, come here a minute. What can I do for you, Meneer Jacobs?
Swart, take this money, drive back to Pretoria, and go to as many of the pubs as you can. If you hear anyone suggest that the president is leaving, take out the money and bet them that he is still in town.
But Meneer Jacobs...
Listen, do as I say, Swart. We don't want to...
Swartz did as he was told, though he spent most of the money gambling. He got back at 5 in the morning, and shortly afterwards the train pulled out. For 6 days, President Kruger and his government stayed at Machadodorp until they heard the news of the capture of Pretoria. They waited anxiously for dispatch riders to bring reports from the commandos, but they were being pushed further and further back. The presidential party moved on to Nelspruit, where a siding had been constructed for the train.
I want you to take a Cape cart, Swartz. Load all the gold I have brought with me onto it and drive to the main line. 2 of my special police, Jan de Bruin and Van Wyk, will be waiting there to help you load it onto the cattle trucks.
Ja, Wimpole. What will happen to all this gold?
There are 2 lots, Swartz. Gold sovereigns, which will be used for the commandos here, and gold bars, which I shall take with me. It will be used for Boer refugees. We must pray that we can defeat the British. But if not, I shall go to Delagoa Bay and over the water.
That must not happen, Wimpole.
Swartz did as he was ordered. But as the British advanced, Skulk Burgers became worried that the gold might be captured. And when the presidential party reached Hectorspruit, he ordered Swartz to leave the gold bars in the cattle trucks, but to take the sovereigns in a Cape cart to Crocodile River. From there he journeyed to Leidenburg, then to Roos-Senekal, following the president as he moved his headquarters. Guerrilla warfare had now started in earnest. At Roos-Senekal, Swartz saw the last of his precious load. A council meeting was held between the leaders of different commandos, and the golden sovereigns were divided between them. Swartz later recorded,
Now, it's no good asking me what happened to the money after that. I know the names of all the commandants, but what they did with the sovereigns, I have no idea. I saw the president just before he sailed from Delagoa Bay, and he told me that the gold bars were going with him over the water. I am still waiting for my share of the Kruger millions, but I am not one of the fools that go digging like moles, hoping to find the gold under a thorn tree in the bushveld.
That was the story told by Mr. J.P. Swartz some years ago. Now, there's no doubt that when President Kruger left Pretoria, he took with him Republican Treasury funds to finance the commandos and some gold bars. According to Dr. Krauser, then Commandant of Johannesburg, the amount was £500,000. According to Colonel Rates, son of F.W. Rates, it was only £80,000. Other, less reliable informants state that it was over £1 million. But the question is, what happened to the gold? Dr. Krauser wrote,
On August the 28th, the train continued its retirement eastwards and reached the Lorenzo Marx border. The president stood sadly in the doorways of his coach, looking over the Komati River. And thus they left the Transvaal. During the stay in Machadodorp, golden sovereigns were made, and with these we were paid our monthly salaries. In Lorenzo Marx, the full amount was paid out, and by this time I am convinced there was not much gold left.
According to an anonymous eyewitness, a woman who at the age of 80 confided her story to a local paper in 1947, the gold lies scattered on an unknown spot in the Lowveld. She was the wife of one of the Boer commandos, and towards the end of August 1900, she travelled to Nelspruit to join her husband.
The president's train had been shunted onto a sideline and was heavily guarded. But the British artillery found the range, and the Boer troops hurriedly prepared to evacuate the president and his staff. But there came a direct hit on the baggage van. At dawn, the vans were found to be wrecked. Twisted metal and smashed woodwork, pieces of glass were scattered about. The vans had been torn apart, and everything, including the gold, tossed over the veld.
In the same edition of the paper, there was a statement by old Andries Bainkis, a colored pensioner reputed to be 108 years old, who had been Umpol's coachman before Swartz, and who accompanied the presidential train. Bainkis said,
I have seen so much money that I cannot sleep. I am sure I could find the spot again if someone would take me to Barberton. I saw 5 ox wagons laden with treasure chests crossing the Crocodile River near Barberton. By some abandoned prospecting holes the gold was buried, and the boxes were sewn in oilcloth before they was lowered into a deep hole.
But of all the tales about the missing Kruger millions, the one that has gained the widest belief is that it now lies on the bottom of the ocean. Shortly before President Kruger went over the water, a small sloop sailed into Delagoa Bay and entered the harbor under a mysterious charter. According to eyewitnesses, a number of small but heavy boxes were taken aboard and cemented to the hold. The sloop left Delagoa Bay with a new coat of paint and a new name, Dorothea. But shortly after leaving port, she struck bad weather and went down with all hands off Cape Vidal. Even the Natal government accepted the story, and an expedition was sent out to salvage Dorothea's cargo, the Kruger gold that now lay on the floor of the ocean. The ship Penguin was fitted out and left with a crew of 21 hands to rescue the treasure. But she too struck bad weather and went down with all hands. Lost at sea. Not according to Karl Hens, an old German settler who came to Africa in the 1890s. Hens was a ship's chandler in Lorenzo Marx, and he occasionally acted as a private detective for the Portuguese government.
One night I was approached by the manager of the Netherlands Bank in Lorenzo Marx. He asked me for the use of 2 of my boats. I agreed to hire them and accompanied him to the harbor. At midnight, 100 boxes weighing about 300 pounds each were loaded into the boats and carried across to the German ship König. The manager told me that the boxes contained gold, and that the König was bound for Holland.
This story was denied by Mr. M. Brink, the proprietor of the Coligny Hotel. He said that after the Battle of Donkerhoek, President Kruger's coach stood for some days in front of the hospital at Waterval-Onder, where Mr. Brink was at that time a patient. One day he wandered out of the hospital into the station and met Umpol.
Why the heavy police guard on call?
Meneer Brink, the treasures of the mint and all my state documents are on that train.
What are you going to do with them?
We are waiting for a telegram from Lorenzo Marx. Soon the Gelderlander should arrive there, a Dutch flagship sent by the Queen of Holland to fetch me. The gold and the state papers will go with me on this ship.
What will you use the gold for, Rumpole?
To finance the Boer refugees.
The plot thickens. Was the gold buried before Umpol sailed from Delagoa Bay? Did it go with him? Or does it lie on the bottom of the ocean? According to the private papers of the Republican Embassy in Europe, which were released in 1931, there is quite a different explanation. In these papers, Dr. W.J. Lates, the last representative of the Transvaal overseas, states,
The German steamer Bundesrat brought to Holland 26 boxes of gold bars valued at £840,000, consigned by members of the Transvaal government to their banking agents in Holland. These have been forwarded to the merchant firm of Arndt and Cohn.
This was before President Kruger left South Africa. But somehow the matter came to the notice of the British government, and legal proceedings were instituted at Hamburg by a handful of English insurance companies with claims against the Transvaal state. In this way, the British government hoped to stop the money being used to help the Boer refugees. Now, you might think that this was the last word on the subject, but this is not so. because according to other reports, the Bundesrath was in fact intercepted at sea by the British Navy, and her cargo, which was said to be valued at £2 million, was confiscated. A question about this was asked in the House of Commons, but the government refused to confirm or deny the confiscation of the gold. Lost at sea? Confiscated by the British? Buried in the Transvaal? Blown to pieces? Well, according to a Johannesburg military pensioner, Mr. H.W. Seward, none of these things happened. He knows, because he helped to hide the Kruger millions. This pensioner, with his brother, Mr. H.R. Seward, and Mr. J. Corneliusson, travelled northwards on the presidential train. The two coaches carrying the gold were unhooked in the veldt and left standing on a bridge, while the rest of the train travelled on.
Right, your brother and I will unload the other carriage, Seward. You know what to do with this lot.
Yes, Mynheer Corneliusson.
Good. We'll leave it to you.
And the young Seward, only 12 at the time, threw the gold bars into the river, while his companions loaded the contents of the other carriage onto 2 mule wagons and drove away to bury the gold in the bush. In 1952, Mr. H.W. Seward revealed his secret and said,
"My brother and Mr. Corneliusson took an oath never to reveal the hiding place, and they kept this to their death. Not another soul knew where the gold was buried. I was only 12 at the time, but I remember which way the wagons went, and if I don't get permission to look for the gold, I won't tell anyone else where it is. If I do get permission, I shall go at once to the river I remember so well."
Mr. Seward was certain that he knew where the gold was hidden, but many others have been just as certain. One of these was the notorious Daniel Swart, who, along with a man called Pretorius, is said to have unearthed the Kruger millions while on commando during the Boer War. Pretorius was never seen again. Then, in 1903, Swart organized an expedition with S.P. van Niekerk. They travelled beyond Leidstdorp and, according to Swart, discovered the gold. But he did not intend to share his treasure with anyone else. He shot his companion in the back. He was arrested and tried for murder, but he refused to say anything about the gold. If Daniel Swart did know the secret of the Kruger millions, it died with him on the scaffold. One of the most persistent of treasure seekers is Mr. J.G. Dovell of Springs, who has for several years been on the trail of the missing gold. According to Mr. Dovell, the treasure was taken by 2 ox wagons from Hectorspruit. The party was attacked by natives, and while the fight was still on, some enterprising members of the party managed to bury the treasure between 2 trees, into which they drove nails so they would find them again. Mr. Dovell thinks he's found the trees, but he's been digging the site without success for some years. Ever since the end of the Great War, there have been a succession of reports on the Kruger millions. Some fanciful, some incredible, some strangely believable.
Farmer finds wagon clue to buried Kruger millions. Mr. H. Martins, a low-felt farmer, has unearthed portions of a small horse-drawn wagon which he believes was used to transport gold. According to a story that is well known in this area, the wagon was carrying gold from Victoria as the British forces were advancing. The wagon broke down, and the gold was buried, with pieces of the wagon used to mark the spot.
A resident of Kempton Park claimed that he had come within 3 feet of the Kruger millions. He is Mr. Benjamin van Dijk, whose quest for the treasure dates from 1932. Last month, after protracted negotiations, South African Railways Administration granted him permission to dig on railway ground in the Leidenburg area. Mr. van Dijk claims to have an old map that enabled him to find the exact spot where the treasure is buried. But his capital was exhausted after he had dug down 8 feet. According to the map, he had only another 3 feet to go.
Midnight diggers seeking Kruger gold. Mystery men hide as cars approach. These people are digging at a site beside the road between Pretoria and Silverton. Permission to dig was refused by Pretoria University, who owns the ground. But in spite of the refusal, a gang of men has started working there. This treasure-seeking is inspired by one of President Kruger's guards, who stated that he had seen the treasure being buried in this area. And the story goes that young trees were planted on the spot after the gold was hidden.
And the stories still pour into the papers. Statements, denials, counter-statements, official reports, theories, legends, and pure fiction. There is, however, one other possibility that was overlooked until recently, that the Kruger millions were stolen. This story was published in the Sunday Times some years ago, and like so many of the protagonists who perpetuate this mystery, those involved remain anonymous.
A certain Republican official named X heard about the trainload of gold, and with some of his colleagues worked out an elaborate plot. Near the shutter top, a large number of ingots would accidentally fall from the train in the dark. Accomplices would bury the gold near the track and leave it there until the search had fizzled out. Everything happened as planned, but when the war was over and X and his associates went back for the gold, they found that someone had got there before them. To this day, local farmers wrongly condemn each other for the theft. They are wrong, because I know what happened to the gold. In 1903, shortly after the Peace of Vereniging, I moved into a Pretoria boarding house. There, to my surprise, I found that Mr. X was also a guest. I recognized him at once, although he had no idea that I knew of his plot to steal the gold. One evening, Mr. X was sitting in the drawing room, keeping his fellow guests amused with tales of the war. I wandered out onto the stoop and then...
Hey, come over here.
By all the... What are you doing here?
Keep your voice down.
Still in the police?
Yes, I am. Come with me and I'll show you something interesting.
Where are we going?
Upstairs. Come on.
My old friend from the police led me upstairs and into X's room.
Keep listening. If he stops talking, then go out into the landing and see what's happening.
See this chest of drawers? Try pulling out this biggest drawer.
All right. What on earth has he got in here?
Yeah. Let's pull together.
Great heavens. Gold. Yeah, there must be about half a ton in there.
About that. X must have brought it here in easy stages.
Are you investigating this for the police?
No, for myself. X approached me and asked if I would help him smuggle it out of the Transvaal.
But you know as well as I do that X did the dirty on his friends before. That's the only way he could have got on the gold. Now be careful. I wouldn't trust him. Is it definitely the Kruger gold?
See for yourself. Look at the excise marks.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. I think we should forget about X and take the matter into our own hands. But we did nothing. Somehow X managed to sell some of the gold and left the country. A few months later, we read in the paper that X had turned up in New South Wales, described as a South African magnate who had decided to live abroad. That's the end of the Kruger gold, I said to my police friend. And since then we've chuckled whenever we read of expeditions hunting for the hoard that no longer exists.
To my mind, that is one of the most convincing stories of what happened to the Kruger millions, if they existed. According to Colonel Dennis Rates, whose father accompanied President Kruger when he left Pretoria, the amount taken by Oboler was no more than £80,000. Colonel Rates once asked General Botha how he accounted for the widespread delusion that there were millions. And the general replied that the stories of buried treasure probably arose because when guerrilla warfare started, scores of boxes of ammunition were taken out secretly into the bushveld and buried for later use by commandos. Those who didn't know that the boxes contained ammunition might well have thought that the only thing valuable enough to be buried with such secrecy was gold. Not long ago, the story that the Kruger millions were hidden in the donkey camp in Beatrix Street prompted a Pretoria citizen related to the Kruger family by marriage to publish a document that had been in his possession since the end of the Anglo-Boer War.
The undersigned, former members of the government of South Africa, testify herewith that rumors that millions of state money were taken to Europe by President Kruger, or that he took possession of the money at all, are untrue. That, on the contrary, the President at the outbreak of the war in 1899 lent the government of the Transvaal £40,000, and that this sum was never paid back to him, nor any interest on it. Signed, J.C. Smuts, F.W. Rates, and P.G.W. Grobler.
President Kruger was a shrewd man. Would he let it be known, even to members of his cabinet, that he was taking a large amount of gold with him? The more people who knew, the greater the possibility that the gold might be stolen. Is there any way of checking up on the missing treasure? I consulted my friend Dennis Godfrey, journalist, historical writer, who numbers among his many interests the study of coins.
South Africa's first indigenous coinage comprised the famous Burgers gold ponce minted in 1874 by President Burgers. It is known that in all 837 gold ponce were minted. No more indigenous South African coinage was minted until 1892, when President Kruger decreed that the South African Republic must have its own coinage, and Kruger coins, including gold coins of the value of a sovereign and a half-sovereign, were minted in Germany in 1892. In the years 1892 to 1898, the annual mintings amounted to about 1.5 million gold sovereigns in all. Further quantities of gold sovereigns were minted in 1900, but not an appreciable number. Coin collectors and dealers of today are a fairly astute lot, and they are fully aware of the numbers of each different coin minted, and have a fairly good idea of what is today in the hands of collectors. If anything like 4 million rands worth of gold Kruger sovereigns had been spirited away during the South African War, today's collectors and dealers would certainly know about it. It would mean, according to known facts and figures, that practically all the gold sovereigns ever minted during President Kruger's term of office are today hidden somewhere under a tree or beside a river or in some other place in the Eastern Transvaal or thereabouts. Of course, this is nonsense. Most of the gold coinage of the Kruger period, which was not melted down in the 1920s by the mint, is in the hands of collectors all over the world. Their holdings probably comprise at least the bulk of the gold coins minted before the turn of the century. So the coin collector of today will tell you without hesitation and with sound evidence to back him up that no Kruger millions exist in the form of gold coinage. And as for gold bars, it is known that the Kruger government was so hard pushed for money at a certain stage of the South African War that it certainly never had millions of pounds worth of gold bars.
But even this cannot be the final word. For in the 30s, it was admitted by Mr. Justice F.E.T. Kruger, an official in the old Republican administration, that he sent 120,000 ounces of gold direct to Machadodorp from the Rand mines. What became of it? Was it hidden in the bush? Cemented to the bottom of a boat? Lost at sea? Blown to bits by the British? It's a mystery that will never die. For hardly a week passes without reminiscences being published, and every so often Kruger coins are unearthed, as they were recently during excavations in Johannesburg. I should think it likely that the wily Umpole encouraged all the rumors, so that no one could be sure what really happened to the gold. What became of the legendary Kruger million?
Breng mij terug naar jouw Transvaal, daar waar mijn Sari woont. Daar onder die millis bij de groendoornboom, daar woont mijn Sari Mare. Daar onder die millis bij de groendoornboom, daar woont mijn Sari Mare.
Now, Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations present
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Frederick March in The Night Revealed, a suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader.
Friends, for that Memorial Day trip, install an Autolite Stay Full battery in your car and relax. An Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Yes, sirree, only 3 times a year.
Why, it makes a camel look like a drinking fountain.
And in addition, an Autolite Stay Full battery has extra plates for extra power.
Protected by fiberglass insulation for stronger life and longer life. In recent tests conducted according to the life cycle standards of the Society of Automotive Engineers, Autolite Stay Full batteries gave 70% longer average life than batteries without all these features. With an Autolite Stay Full battery, you need to add water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
So remember, you're right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents Frederick March in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I should have known before that something was wrong, gentlemen. I should have known by your eyes. It was a queer look, and staring at me one minute and avoiding me the next. Well, I came home late one Monday night, and they were asleep. My son Johnny and my wife here, Marie. I lay in bed reviewing my day's work. I'm an investigator for the Herkimer Fire Insurance Company. And while thinking about the fire on 2nd Avenue, I fell asleep. And suddenly I was sitting bolt upright, wide awake, with a strange feeling of being alone in the room. I looked toward Marie's bed. It was too dark to see. I called, Marie. Marie. No answer. Got up, walked to her bed. The quilt was bunched up. I pulled the covers down. The bed was empty. In the bathroom? No. It wasn't there. Not in Johnny's room either. Johnny was alone. Marie wasn't in the apartment. I put on the light. I looked at my watch. It was 2 a.m. I got dressed and I walked out. Rang for the elevator. It was nothing, of course. It was nothing important, but my heart kept hammering away.
Morning, Mr. Jordan. Kind of late for you.
Yeah. Good morning, Steve. Did, you see my wife get on?
Well, yes, Mr. Jordan. About half an hour ago, I'd say.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. You see which way she went?
Well, yeah, she went towards 3rd Avenue. Said she was going to the...
Yeah, went to the drugstore, I guess.
That's right. There's one over on 96th Street. Open all night.
Thanks, Steve. That was it. She went to the drugstore. I was worried over nothing at all. I didn't know what to do quite. I didn't want to follow her, but the elevator boy was watching me, so I strolled easily along towards 3rd. I stood on the deserted dark corner. I looked up and down the street. Then I saw her coming. She was walking toward me briskly.
Harry! What are you doing here?
Well, I got up and saw you were gone.
Oh, I couldn't sleep. I had a dreadful headache, so I decided to go down for some aspirin.
Yes, of course. The drugstore on 96th Street. Yeah, but you're coming from 97th Street.
Oh, I took a little walk. I thought some fresh air would do me some good.
Yeah, it's a nice night.
I've only been gone about 10 minutes.
Steve says you're gone about a half hour.
It was only 10 minutes. What time is it now?
2:35.
I've been out for almost 15 minutes.
Oh, it's more than...
It was about 15 minutes. No more than that.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Everything seemed all right, but still I felt something was wrong. We got into our apartment and we both went to bed. Just lay there. We didn't say anything.
Listen.
Huh?
A fire. A fire.
Yeah, not far. Over east a couple of blocks. By the river, I'd say. That's my district.
Fire.
Well, what the... Hello?
Hello, Harry. Sorry to wake in the middle of the night. There's a bad one over near you between 2nd and 3rd. Maybe a total loss.
Between 2nd and 3rd, Mr. Palmer. An apartment building?
Yeah, 98th Street. 340 East 98th. I called you because I'd like you to go there direct first thing in the morning instead of coming to the office. Okay? I'll meet you there.
You're okay, Mr. Palmer. Good night.
A fire. On 98th Street.
Yeah. Yeah. I couldn't see Marie in the dark, but I knew. I knew she was staring at me. I was very tired. Good night, Marie.
Good night, Harry.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Mr. Frederick March in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hi, Hap. Say, this week I've been helping my brother-in-law get the car ready for Memorial Day.
For a whole week?
No. While he was pushing her up the driveway, I just told him no need to wear yourself to a frazzle. Just get a new Autolite Stay Full battery. Needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Why, an Autolite Stay Full battery has more liquid reserve than a camel with water on the knee.
Sure.
Yes, sirree, I told him. Forget those holiday worries. Just remember, the extra liquid reserve in an Autolite Stay Full battery means less danger from evaporation. For real performance, just install an Autolite Stay Full battery. Needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
And all that time he was breaking his back, pushing the car up
About
the driveway?
that time, he straightened up and gave me a dirty look. How was I to know he'd excited his sacroiliac again? And anyway, he shouldn't have anything but an Autolite Stay Full battery in his car for long, trouble-free operation.
Did he tell you then he'd buy an Autolite Stay Full battery?
He sure did, but emphatically.
Fine. And now, let's get back to Suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Frederick March as Harry in The Night Reveals, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Well, the next morning, I went over to 98th Street to inspect the remains of number 340 and to see if there was evidence of anything suspicious about the origin of the fire. Mr. Palmer was there.
Yeah, there it is. Got it. Guess we'll be paying off on this one, all right.
Completely burned out. Anyone hurt?
A few, but no one dead. Lucky they just installed the new fire escape.
Just the walls left. Hey, that fire must have been quite a sight in the height of its glory.
Yeah, quite a sight. Hey, those walls look pretty bad. Might collapse almost any time.
Yeah, the building will have to be raised. Gee, that fire did a good job.
Oh, there's the commissioner.
Hello, Parmenter.
Gordon?
Hi, Mr. Morrell.
Know anything about the fire, Commissioner?
No, not a thing. Well, now that you're here, we'll take a look. No, I wouldn't go in there, Jordan. Those walls. I can take care of myself.
Maybe you'd better not go inside.
Don't worry about me. I know fires as well as anyone. You stay outside, Mr. Palmer. I'm going in. I went gingerly into the blackened, ruined hallway, ashes and debris up to my ankles, until I reached the remains of the stairway. Underneath were several baby carriages, just twisted pieces of metal. A burned fragment of something fell nearby.
Come on back, Jordan.
I'm all right. I poked around near the carriages, sifting through the fine, clean ashes. Something caught my eye. It was a glob of yellow metal. I picked it up. Then I worked my way out.
She's burned through, isn't she?
Yeah, clean through. Nothing left of her.
Find anything?
No, nothing much. Fire started in the hallway, all right. It worked its way up. Cellar's untouched.
What's that in your hand?
Oh, that's just a piece of metal I found. Yeah.
What do you think, Commissioner?
Yeah, probably one of those gadgets they have on baby carriages.
I guess you're right. It isn't anything.
But it was something. I had run my fingernail across this glob of metal. It looked like gold. I would examine it in detail later at home.
Hello, Daddy.
How are you, Johnny?
Mama says I was bad today. Harry, you're home early.
Yeah, I got through sooner than I expected.
What is it, Harry?
Your locket. You're not wearing it. You've never had it off before.
My locket? Well, don't you remember? Daddy, can I go over and see Davy Taylor for a minute?
Yeah, Johnny, go ahead.
All right. Gee, Daddy. Well, you shouldn't have done that. I didn't want him to go. He hasn't had his dinner.
Never mind, Johnny. What'd you say happened to the locket?
Well, I gave it to you.
To me?
Well, I put it in your pocket to have it fixed. The catch was loose.
I don't remember.
I put it in your pocket, Harry. I forgot to mention it to you. I wanted you to take it to the jeweler's and get the catch fixed. I just put it in your coat pocket while you were shaving.
When?
Yesterday? Yes, yesterday morning.
Well, it should be in my pocket now. I wore this suit yesterday, too. Nothing in my pockets, Marie.
Well...
Marie.
Yes, Harry?
Anything wrong with you?
I'm perfectly all right. Not a thing wrong.
You look worried, as if you've got something on your mind.
Nothing. I just am having a headache.
Maybe you ought to see a doctor.
No. Really doesn't amount to much.
Well, I think I'll take another look for the locket. Which suit did you say you put it in?
Your blue suit? I think. Or maybe it was the gray, though. I
couldn't make it out. What had she done with the locket? Had she pawned it? Had she given it away? Then I remembered something. I went in the bathroom, locked the door. I looked at this shapeless little glob of yellow metal. I rubbed the blackened spots away until all of it was gleaming. Took a nail file out of the medicine chest and began to file it. I kept filing until I had enlarged the crack to the full length of the piece of gold. And I slipped the nail file inside and pried it open. Tiny fragments of glass, and then I saw a piece of scorched paper. It was a photograph. It was a picture of my son, Johnny. This glob of metal was my wife's locket. I put the locket and the picture in my pocket and walked out. All through dinner and afterwards, I watched her. She seemed very uneasy. Finally, I went over to my pipe rack, where I kept several books of matches in a jar. There weren't any there. Now I knew she was watching me closely. I looked behind the rack. There wasn't a match around. What the devil happened to all my matches?
I have a match. Here, let me light it for you.
Did you take the matches out of the jar, Marie?
Well,
Did you?
Yes, I needed them in the kitchen. Shall I light your pipe for you?
No, I'll light it myself. I picked a match out of the book. It was a clean white match with a green head. I struck it against the side. The match spluttered up into a yellow flame, fringed on the bottom with blue. Marie stared at it until I felt the sharp bite of the flame on my thumb. Oh.
Burn yourself?
No, it's all right.
Would you like a nice hot cup of tea, Harry?
No, dear, I don't think so. I watched her. Her hand casually brushed along the table and picked up the matches. Marie, leave the matches on the table.
I need them. I'm rather short of matches. The pilot isn't working.
Is this the only book of matches in the house?
I have to get some tomorrow. Where are you going, Harry?
Let's get a drink of water.
No, I'll get it for you, Harry.
Never mind, Marie. I'll get it myself. I went into the kitchen. There was a paper bag alongside the gas main. Matches all thrown in helter-skelter. Books of matches and safety matches all mixed together. I walked back, sat down in my chair. You've been having headaches lately.
I'm just tired. Nothing serious.
How'd you like to go away for a few days? Take a vacation. I'll get a maid to take care of Johnny, and you'll do you a lot of good.
No, I don't need a vacation. There's nothing wrong with me. But, Harry, there is...
Yeah?
There's nothing the matter with...
You were about to say something else.
I've got to go into Johnny's room and see that he's covered. He always throws the covers off.
I sat there looking after her. Then I glanced about the room. There was the pack of matches lying open on the table. I closed the cover. And then I noticed her purse lying nearby. It was bulging.
Harry!
What's the matter?
My purse.
Yes, your purse. Here, look. Full of matches. 12 books of them. And these newspaper clippings.
Give it back to me.
Why are you saving these clippings? Why do you carry all these matches with you?
Well, I bought the matches in the store. A dozen for 5 cents.
These newspaper clippings. Fire on 112th Street causes severe damage. And all these others. Why are you saving these clippings, Marie?
Why, there's nothing wrong in that. I'm interested in your work. I intend to keep a file on fires. It'll help you in your work.
That's very considerate, Marie.
Oh, Harry, you're so good. Why should this have to happen to us?
About midnight, I went to bed. Marie didn't follow me. I lay in the semi-darkness, wide awake, trying to think what I should do. Couldn't collect my thoughts. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see the flame of that match, yellow and blue, crawling along the matchstick.
Drink this, Harry. It'll help you sleep.
Oh, what is it?
It's cocoa. It's very good for you.
I'm not the one that's having trouble falling asleep.
We both couldn't sleep last night. I'm taking some of this myself as soon as I go to bed.
All right, leave it on the nightstand.
Oh. Be sure to drink it while it's hot.
Yes, Mary, I will.
Good night, darling.
Good night, Mary. Cocoa. And then suddenly I knew. I looked around quickly for something to pour it in. There was a radiator pan. It was empty. I poured the cup of liquid into it. Then I lay back and waited. I waited for her next move. About an hour later, I heard the door open softly and Marie tiptoed toward my bed.
Harry? Harry? Are you asleep?
I didn't answer, but breathed evenly. She hovered over me for a moment, and she tiptoed out, carefully closing the door behind her. I jumped out of bed and hurried into my clothes. Quickly, I poured the cocoa from the pan into a bottle, put it in my pocket, and I grabbed my coat and I followed her. I rang for the elevator. She had only a few minutes headway. I'd catch up to her easily, and then we'd have a showdown. Steve looked at me with controlled amazement. Hello, Steve.
Hello, Mr. Jordan.
My wife went down a moment ago, didn't she?
Yes, Mr. Jordan, just took her down.
She went toward 3rd Avenue, didn't she?
I think so. She sort of stopped for a minute and then turned towards 3rd. I had to get back the elevator because you were ringing.
When I reached the corner, I looked up and down 3rd Avenue, and I saw her. She was walking north. I crossed to the other side of the street and followed her, keeping at a distance. At 98th Street, she turned east. Down the middle of the block was the remains of last night's fire. She stopped in front of the gutted building for a long time, just stood there, looking at it. Then she walked inside. I waited a few seconds, and then followed her. Marie,
Who's there?
Me, Harry.
Harry. Why did you...
Come along, Marie. We'd better get out of here. The police. I took her hand without a word. She came along. We walked home in complete silence. We both knew. When we came to our apartment house, I stopped and rang for the elevator. In the light of the hallway, I could see her face. My wife's face. Ashy gray. Her eyes bright and painful. You run upstairs, Marie, and I'll be along in a minute.
Harry. Where are you going?
I'll be right back.
Please, Harry. Don't do anything.
You run along, Marie.
You're not going to...
No. I'm only going to the drugstore to get something. I'll be back in a few minutes. I came home a half hour later. She was waiting for me.
Did you do it, Harry? Please, Harry, tell me. I've got to know.
I had the cocoa you gave me analyzed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to do it. Don't you see? I couldn't help it.
Very easy for the druggist, especially when I told him what I thought was in it. That stuff that makes you sleep through an earthquake.
Please, try to understand, Harry. You must understand.
Is the kid asleep?
Uh-huh. Johnny's all right.
I was sorry for Marie. She looked so haggard and worn. It wasn't her fault. I was sorry for myself. My head was roaring. I wasn't feeling too well. I kept seeing sparks in front of my eyes. I closed my eyes for a moment.
Let's go to bed, Harry.
Marie, look, we can do something. Now, let's burn up every match in our house. We never bring another match in.
No, Harry, we can't do that.
We don't want to.
No, not now, Harry.
Strange, isn't it? That this should happen to me. Me, a fire inspector. That's funny. Give me the matches, Mary. All the matches.
No, I can't do that.
Give me
I won't. Please don't take them. I'll do anything you want, anything.
Where did you hide them? Tell me, where are they?
Inside the range behind the paper bag.
I dropped her hand. She sank to the floor in a huddle, weeping. And then I went into the kitchen and got all the matches.
Please, Harry. Don't burn them out.
Look up. See? I'll light each book of matches one at a time until they've all gone up in smoke. The yellow flame licked its way down the matches. The cover caught fire and blackened. I watched her look at the flame with dazed eyes.
Listen, Harry. You hear?
There's someone in the hall.
It's more than someone. Something's happened. Something has happened.
I'll take a look.
The house is on fire.
Yeah, Marie, wake up Johnny.
Johnny!
You have to hurry. The flames are coming up the stairs. There's an upward draft.
What's the matter, Mother? The house is on fire. We've got to get out.
It's too late to go down. We'll have to go up through the roof.
Oh, I hurt my leg.
Come along, Johnny.
Mother, wait for Mother.
You come along.
No, I want to wait for Mother. It's all right, Johnny. Go along with Daddy. I'll follow you. No, I won't go. I won't go without you.
Hold on to my arm, Marie. Come on. Give me a hand, Johnny. Don't be scared. The fire won't hurt you. It won't hurt you at all. You're safe with me. We made our way upstairs. Very slowly because of Marie's sprained ankle. Finally, we got to the roof. There were some firemen on the next roof. About 10 feet separated the two buildings.
Don't get panicky. We'll get you off safely.
Are we going to have to jump across, Daddy? Mother won't be able to jump. Her foot.
It's all right, Johnny. Don't be scared.
Putting a board across between the two roofs. We'll just walk across.
All right, now. One at a time. Tie the rope around you and come across.
Johnny, you go first. Here. Now, don't be afraid. There. Rope will hold you in case you slip.
Mother, you got to go first.
I'll go right after you. Johnny.
You promise?
Go ahead, Johnny. Mother will follow you. Don't turn around. Now keep walking.
All right. The kid's safe. Now you, lady. Be careful, the boy. is going to be all right.
You pushed the board off, Harry. I saw you do it.
I didn't, Marie. I didn't.
All right, mister. Just tie the rope around her. Now, don't be afraid, lady. And don't look down.
All right.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, boys. She's all right. Now you, mister.
All right.
That's right. Tie the rope around you. All set? Okay.
On the ground, we stood there, the three of us, watching the fire. Great flames shot out, stabbing at the sky. The top of the roof was burning now. A red flame crawled along, searching out the inflammable spots. And the wind was helping it. All this time, Marie was shaking violently, but not with cold. I pitied her. And then she threw up her hands and shrieked. No, darling, don't.
We can't go on this way. Police, come here!
Don't do it, Marie. There's no need to hurt the police. You don't know what you're saying.
What is it, lady? Hey, you better calm down now.
Pay no attention.
No, it's no use, Harry. Officer, these awful fires, they're not accidental. There's a pyromaniac, a criminal. I know who it is. You got to arrest the person. Arrest him. So there won't be any more.
All right, lady. What is this? Who is the pyromaniac?
The criminal is my husband, Harry Jordan. This man here. Arrest him, officer.
Well, that's about all there is to the story, gentlemen. And then I was brought here. She must have sounded kind of painful for you to hear it all over again, Marie.
No, it was all right, Harry.
I wonder, I got a cigarette. Could I,
No, I'll light it for you.
You don't have to worry. I won't try to keep the matches. You've been awfully good to me, gentlemen. You take good care of her, won't you? She tried everything to help. Hid the matches so as to keep them from me. She even tried to give me sleeping pills so I wouldn't...
It's all right, Harry.
Sorry about the locket there. Must have fallen out of my coat when I was in that building at 98th Street.
It's all right, Harry. You can buy me another one. Sometime.
You can't blame anybody for liking fires. Not their fault. Fires are beautiful to watch. So bright and clean. They burn up all the filth and dirt. They're magnificent to watch, especially the big ones. The way the flames roar and crackle, lighting up everything around you. A beautiful fire. A beautiful fire.
Thank you, Frederick March, for a splendid performance.
Hey, Harlow, you and your brother-in-law still friends?
Why, of course we're friends, Hap. We have so much in common. Both of us think an Autolite Stay Full battery is wonderful. Why, it needs water only 3 times a year, normal car use. And he appreciates the fact that Autolite Stay Full batteries are made by Autolite, the makers of over 400 products for cars,
trucks,
airplanes,
boats.
In 28 Autolite plants from coast to coast.
Yes, sirree. And Autolite also makes complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars.
Batteries,
spark plugs,
generators,
starting motors,
coils,
distributors.
All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team.
The lifeline of your car.
So, folks, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
now here again is Mr. Frederick March.
It's been a real pleasure appearing on Suspense tonight, working with this fine cast, especially Jeanette Nolan, who played Marie. And I'm looking forward with great interest to listening next week when radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you Joan Crawford in The 10 Years. Another gripping study in
Suspense.
Frederick March is soon to be seen with his wife Florence Eldridge in the new film Christopher Columbus. Tonight's suspense play was adapted by Sigmund Miller from the story by Cornell Woolridge, with music composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Leith Stevens. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next Thursday, same time, hear Joan Crawford in The 10 Years.
You can buy Autolite Stateful batteries, Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Tonight, transcribed, Autolite brings you Miss Joan Crawford in The 10 Years, a suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader. And now, Autolite presents Joan Crawford in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Everyone is so good to me. I like being here, but some of the others don't, I guess. Do you hear? They scream sometimes like that in the night. Maybe they scream because they remember things. But I remember things, too. Especially when people come out from town to see me, to bring me things. But there's nothing that I want. They can't bring back my sister. My beautiful sister Adele. They came today, and with them they brought back memories of Adele when we were children. The night that Mother died. The night we made the promise.
Don't cry anymore, Adele. I'm afraid, Clara. We're alone.
We're not alone.
But if something happened to you...
Nothing's going to happen to me. I'm going to take care of you.
But that's what Mother said. And now she's left us, too.
But, Adele, Mother didn't know that she wouldn't have left us if she could have helped us.
Promise me you won't die, Clara. And that whatever I do, you'll do. And that you'll never leave me.
I promise.
And we'll be together always and forever.
Always and forever. I promise.
And for years I kept that promise. Adele and I were as close as anyone could be. We had few friends, but I didn't mind as long as she was happy. But sometimes I was frightened at the way she clung to me after we were grown. I was afraid of what would happen to her in case anything ever happened to me. And then something did happen. I met Douglas Foley. Adele liked him until she realized that I'd fallen in love with him. Then she hated him in a childish, vicious way. He tried to win her over, but it was no good. And then he asked me to marry him. And I said yes. That night, after he'd gone, Adele was waiting for me in my room. Adele?
Douglas told me.
Adele, you're so white. You're ill.
But you promised me.
But Adele, I'm not leaving you. You're going to live with us.
No, it won't be the same. You promised.
promised always and forever.
But we were children, Adele.
You promised we'd be together always and forever.
Adele, you see, darling.
If you marry him, I'll never speak to you again.
But we were married, and we believed that Adele would forgive us in time. But she didn't. She refused to see us, and letters went unanswered. Then when we learned that my husband's new job was to take us to Europe, our first thought was of Adele. If she would only go with us. But when we drove to her house, she refused even to come to the door, and we were forced to sail without her. My son, Doug, was born in Europe, and I wrote Adele a long letter telling her about him. But the letter was returned unopened. When Doug was just 10, we returned to America. I went directly from the station to Adele's house. She was working in the garden when we drove up. I was shocked at her appearance. Her hair had turned almost white, and there was a strange look about her. I sent Doug to the gate to introduce himself. She looked at him in a puzzled manner. Then she saw us sitting in the car, and she turned and walked into the house. The next thing I remember was that day 1 month after my return home when I was put on trial for murder. For my husband's murder.
Mrs. Foley, will you tell us again what happened the night of your husband's murder?
My husband was working in the garden all day. When it began to grow dark, I called him in. But he insisted that he had something to finish. I called him several times after that, and then I became irritated and I gave up. I had my dinner alone and I went up to my bedroom.
Then you do admit that you quarreled with him the night of the murder?
We didn't quarrel. I was irritated, but I said nothing to my husband.
I see. Your husband's death was caused by a deep, narrow wound in the vicinity of the heart. It is the opinion of this court that the instrument used might have been an ice pick. Mrs. Foley, have you any other ideas as to what might have inflicted this wound?
No.
Had your husband any enemies, Mrs. Foley?
No. And so I was acquitted that day because of insufficient evidence. I thought Adele would come to see me during those awful days, but she didn't. I saw her in the courtroom, but she never looked my way. I believe it was about 2 months after the trial that my son and his friend Roy went on an all-day hiking trip to the beach. They were late getting back. It was almost dark when I saw Roy coming up the street. He was alone, and he was running.
Mrs. Foley! Mrs. Foley!
Roy, where's Doug?
She's down at the beach. With her.
With whom?
Your sister.
My sister? Oh, for heaven's sake, Roy, will you tell me what this is all about?
Well, you see, Mrs. Foley, Doug and I went down to the beach.
It seemed that Roy and Doug had forgotten to take along their drinking water, and they hadn't missed it until they'd come to a very deserted strip of the beach.
Maybe we can get some water at that little house over there. Funny place for a house, isn't it? Yeah. Come on. Looks like nobody lives here. All the better. And just drink out that faucet in the yard. You won't have to ask nobody. Come on. Sure run down, ain't it? Maybe the faucet isn't working. The garden's all dead. Sure it's working, see? Someone's just plain lazy then. Or maybe no one lives here. Well, sure they do. There's a mailbox. Maybe there's a name on it. Look. Miss Adele Norris. That's Mom's sister. Yeah? Well, let's drop in and see her. She wouldn't even know who I was. You could tell her, couldn't you? Say, maybe you should give us some cake or something. No. She's mad at me and Mom. Come on, let's get out of here. Hey, Doc. Look at all those dead leaves on the porch. Let's have a look around. No, she might come out. Oh, she can't hurt you, can she? Let's peek in the window. No, Roy. Look, Doug. The place is all upset. It's all dirty and everything. Let's look in the rest of the windows. There's no one around. Here's the kitchen. Hey, look at all the dirty dishes piled up. Say, maybe my aunt's sick. Look, someone's coming to the window. Oh.
What do you want?
We wanted to see if you were all right.
Go away.
Don't you recognize me?
No.
Are you sick?
No.
I'm your nephew, Douglas Foley.
Go away, whoever you are.
I'd like to help you.
Go away, I said.
Mother wouldn't want me to leave you here like this.
Who is your mother?
I told you. Don't you remember? She's your sister.
I have no sister. My sister died when I was 18.
Roy, you go home and get my mother. My aunt's sick. I'll climb through this window, and I'll see if there's anything I can do.
You stay out of this house.
Doug, let's both go. She doesn't want you here. She's sick. You go for my mother, and hurry.
If you come into this house, you'll be sorry. If you dare.
Did you say your name is Douglas Foley?
Yes, that's right.
Douglas Foley is dead. Forever and ever.
No, don't you see? The one who died was
Douglas Foley became between two sisters. And then he died.
Yeah, but I'm trying to tell you. My mother and
But
you...
if he isn't dead, then I guess he'll have to die again. That's it. Yes. You'll have to die again. You'll have to die again. You'll have...
Look, you're sick. You need help.
I'm sick.
Yes. Don't you want me to come in?
Yes. Come in. Douglas Foley?
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Joan Crawford in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Joan Crawford as Clara in The 10 Years by Mel Dinelli. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
You see how clearly I remember things? I remember so well the horror of that moment when Doug's little friend finished telling me how he had left Doug there alone with my sister Adele. And I even remember what Roy said at the end.
So I came back to tell you, Mrs. Foley, on account of Doug made me. Now I wish I hadn't left him there with her. I know she's your sister and all, but I saw her face when she came to the window. She looked awful, Mrs. Foley. She looked awful crazy.
I followed Roy's directions, and I went by foot north along the ocean. I must have walked a good mile before I came to the house. The front door was standing open. There was a lamp burning on the table. Adele. She lay on the bed. I couldn't see her very clearly by the candlelight, but I could see that she was fully dressed. Her hair was undone, and it spilled down over the pillow. For a moment, I thought she was dead.
What do you want?
Adele.
What do you want?
It's me, Clara. Where's Douglas?
He's dead.
Adele!
Your husband is dead.
I don't mean my husband. I mean my son. Where is he?
He was murdered with a long shot.
Be still. You don't know what you're saying. Where is my son?
I haven't seen him.
You have. He was here. I know that.
I haven't seen
Yes,
him.
you have. Try and remember. Where is he?
I don't know.
Yes, you do know. What have you done to him?
Was he your son?
Yes, Adele. Please.
I hated him.
I know. Where is he, Adele?
He went away.
Where? Where did he go?
He went to the village for a doctor.
Are you telling me the truth?
Yes.
How long ago did he leave?
I don't remember.
Will you stop questioning me? Can't you see that I'm sick? I tell you, he went for a doctor.
Why do you come here, Clara? After 10 years.
I've come to help you.
I don't need your help.
Adele, did Doug really go for the doctor?
You think I'm lying?
I don't know. But if he isn't back soon, I'm going for the police.
The police? Those fat fools.
I'm so sick, Clara.
Oh, I know. I'm going to take your things off, Adele. You'll be more comfortable. Then when the doctor comes, if he comes...
Don't you touch me!
You're sick, Adele. Let me take your things off.
No! Can't you leave me alone? Leave me alone! How do you know what's good for me after all these years?
I'm in pain, Clara. I have a heavy pain here by my heart. When I'm tightly laced, I can almost bear it.
All right, darling. We'll leave it till the doctor comes.
Will the doctor help me, Clara?
Of course he will.
Douglas Foley came between two sisters.
Oh, Adele.
He worked in the garden, bending down low.
I'm so tired, Clara.
I know. Try and rest, Adele. Close your eyes.
He was working in the garden, and I was on my way home. I saw him there, Clara. He looked the same after 10 years, because he had your strength to draw from. But I was alone. I had grown old, and he had stayed young.
And then she seemed to doze off. Her breathing was so labored. And I thought, perhaps she'll rest more easily if I undress her. And I went over to the bed. She was wearing a corset. I reached over and I began to unhook it. She started mumbling something in her sleep.
It looks and promise. Always and forever you had said.
But she didn't wake up.
Always.
I finally managed to take her corset off. But as I went to place it on a chair, I noticed something sticking out of the material. At first I thought it was a broken stay, but it was round, and one end was sharp. I looked closer. It was a steel knitting needle. A long steel one. And there was rust on it. Or was that brown stain rust? Adele had concealed a knitting needle, and there was proof of what I guess I'd always known, that Adele had murdered my husband. I dropped the needle to the floor. Then something caught my eye. There was a hand sticking out from beneath the bed. It was white and still. It was a child's hand. I fell to my knees. Oh, Doug! And just as I reached out for him, I felt a sharp blow on the back of my head. And I fell unconscious. I dreamed that Adele and I were children again, that she was laughing, and we were playing an old game of ours where we tied each other up with our bathrobe cords, and then we waited for a knight in armor to rescue us. And then I think it was the odor of kerosene that brought me to. The room was filled with it. Oh, my head was pounding. I couldn't seem to focus my eyes. I tried to raise myself to my feet, but I couldn't seem to move my arms, my legs. Suddenly I realized why. I was tied with a bathrobe cord. I was a child again. Adele and I were playing our games again. My husband and everything that had happened between Adele and me had been nothing but a bad dream. Oh, A feeling of relief swept over me. Suddenly, I heard footsteps, and the door creaked slowly open. And then I knew that what had happened had not been a dream. For Adele stood there in the doorway. Not Adele, the child who would rescue me, but Adele with gray hair, who hadn't spoken to me for all those years. She wore a long dressing gown. She was barefoot, her long hair streaming about her shoulders. And there was a vacant, stupid smile on her face. She carried a bucket in her hand, and the odor of kerosene filled the room. She didn't seem to notice me as she went past me. She threw the liquid from the bucket onto the bed. Adele! No, Adele! But she paid no attention to me as she left the room again. I struggled wildly, but it was no use. Oh, I was tied securely, and then I saw a still figure on the bed. It was Doug. Oh, his face was so white. He was unconscious, and there was a deep gash at the side of his head. And then Adele came back into the room. She had filled a bucket to the brim, and she walked toward the bed again.
Clara?
Adele, untie me.
Untie you? Why?
Adele, listen to me.
This is your son, Clara.
Yes, Adele, untie me.
We were looking for him, and he was here all the time.
Please, untie me, Adele.
I never knew your son. For years, I never knew him. How old is he, Clara?
He's only 10. He's just a boy. Adele, you're sick. Untie me and we'll go for a doctor.
You want me to be well, Clara?
Yes, untie me.
Are we friends again, Clara?
Yes, we're friends. I want to help you.
But I can't forget the 10 years, Clara. I must wash those years away before we can really be friends again.
Adele, forget those years. Let me help you. Untie me.
No. We can't forget them, Clara. We must wash them away. That's what I was doing. I was washing away the years. Your husband's gone. Your son is all that remains of him. Then we can be sisters again.
You don't know what you're doing. Untie me, Adele.
But this isn't water that I have in the sink.
No, you see, you're sick.
Into the lamps to make them burn.
No!
I could burn away the years. Oh! That would be better.
Oh,
much better.
No, Adele, for the love of heaven, untie me.
Burn away these years that remain on the bed.
No, Adele!
I could do that with this candle. Then you and I could really be friends again. Like when Mother was alive. We could be sisters again. Always and forever.
We're sisters now, Adele.
You're lying. We're not sisters.
Adele, listen to me. We're children. And you've tied me with this cord. And now you must untie me. Like you used to do when you left me too long and I cried.
You're lying. We're not sisters and we haven't been for years. And now I'm going to punish you for lying. Just as Mother used to punish us when we were children.
Then she started walking unsteadily toward me. A lighted candle in one hand, the bucket in the other. The liquid slopping over her dressing gown as she walked.
Clara! Do you remember the time Mother washed out my mouth with soap when she caught me in a fib? That's what I'm going to do to you now. Or perhaps it would be better if I burned you. Scream, Clara. Awaken your precious son. We mustn't wake him.
Adele, untie me. I promise you that I'll take Doug and we'll go away. You'll never have to see us again.
No, Clara.
And she kept moving towards me, holding the lighted candle close to her breast.
You mustn't ever lie to me again, Clara.
Adele, you're ill. You don't know what you're doing.
Wash away the years. Burn away the years.
Oh, suddenly, I saw a tiny flicker of flame on her breast. The fully dressing gown She'd held the candle too close. Her entire dressing gown was a mass of flames that spread swiftly to her hair. In a moment, she was a blazing torch. And the odor of burning filled the room. I could see her face. Surprised and contorted with pain. She turned and looked towards the bed a second, the bucket flaming in her hand. But then she went screaming out the door and towards the sea. Mrs. Foley. Yes? You mustn't scream like that. I wasn't screaming. That was my sister, Adele. Yes, I know. Try not to think about it, Mrs. Foley. You knew my sister was burned to death, didn't you, Mrs. Willard? Oh, she was so very beautiful. Yes, I know. Try and rest. Is there anything I can get you before I go to bed? No, thank you. Well, go to sleep then. I will. Good night. Good night, and pleasant dreams. Was that my sister, Mrs. Willard? No, Mrs. Foley. It's one of the others. Oh. They scream because they remember things. Yes, I suppose they do. Good night. Good night. I remember things, too. I remember.
Promise me you'll never leave me, Claire. And that whatever I do, you'll do. I promise. Always and forever.
Always and forever. I promise.
Thank you, Joan Crawford, for a magnificent performance. Now here again is Miss Crawford.
I want to thank Tony Leader and his wonderful cast of actors, especially Lorene Tuttle, who played my sister, for helping me to make my appearance on Suspense so very pleasant. Like all of you, I am a great Suspense fan, and I'm looking forward to hearing next week's story. It's another gripping study in
Suspense.